The tender little wife is not very obedient. Heng, a handsome man standing at the top of power, who could have imagined that he was once a teacher and had been in jail for forcing a female student. 4 years later, Heng ran into his former female student and he rudely dragged her into the bathroom. Teacher Sai, can you wait until I get off work to settle your personal grudges? Chapter 1, You're really good at seducing men. The nightclub was ablaze with neon lights and lively music. Yi, take a fruit platter to the guests in VIP room 4002. Hurry up. A woman in a tight black knee-length dress, her face heavily made up, barked the order at Yi. Yi remained motionless, her eyes closed as she leaned lazily and elegantly against the sofa. Can someone else do it? I'm really tired. The woman was instantly displeased and snapped, Tired? Do you think you're some high and mighty young lady? Get moving. Young lady? Heh. 4 years ago, the Shin family was accused of manufacturing counterfeit medicine. Under immense pressure, her father jumped to his death. Her mother died of grief. Her brother, burdened by debt, suffered from a heart condition that now required constant medication to stay alive. She was no better than a stray dog now. What young lady was there to speak of? She opened her eyes, let out a bitter laugh, and got up, picking up the fruit platter before heading upstairs. At the door of the private room, Yi pushed it open and stepped inside. Men and women sat in a row, indulging in the lavish atmosphere. She swept a casual glance across the room, but her gaze suddenly froze on the man sitting in the center. Why was he here? By now, he had been out of prison for almost a year. Heng sat in a black suit, his tall figure exuding a chilling presence in the dim light. Sensing Yi's gaze, the man's sharp, brooding eyes landed on her. His dark red lips curved slightly into a sinister and eerie smile. Yi's eyes flickered uneasily as memories of 4 years ago surged back. If not for her, he wouldn't have gone to prison. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to stay composed as she stepped forward to place the fruit platter on the table. But just as she reached out, someone behind her suddenly shoved her. She stumbled forward, slamming hard into the marble table. Alcohol splashed onto her clothes, and the fruit platter crashed to the floor. A muffled groan of pain escaped her lips as she furrowed her brows. She knew this was Heng's way of punishing her. But she deserved it. Bracing herself against the table, she slowly got up and steadied herself before bowing her head in apology. I'm sorry. Heng lounged on the sofa, his long legs elegantly crossed. He lifted his chin slightly, his sharp jawline exuding a dangerously seductive charm. These drinks were just opened. A simple apology won't cover the cost. His familiar voice sent a tremor through Yi's heart. She looked at the spilled liquor, despair settling over her. These bottles were worth at least 50,000 yuan, enough to cover her brother's medical expenses for a month and a half. But she had no savings. She couldn't even afford to pay 10,000. Heng observed her clenched fists, the corners of his lips curling into a cold smirk. He raised a hand, pointing to the remaining bottles on the table. If you drink all of these, I'll let it go. Fine, I'll drink. 3 bottles in exchange for 50,000 yuan worth it. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yi stepped forward, grabbed a bottle, and started chugging. She drank so quickly that liquor spilled from the corners of her mouth, tracing a shimmering path down her delicate jawline and pale neck before disappearing into her collar. Heng's gaze darkened as he followed the trail of liquid, his eyes lingering on the gentle rise and fall of her throat. By the time she downed the second bottle, her stomach burned as if on fire. Her nose tingled, and tears welled up at the corners of her eyes. She used to be the Shin family's precious daughter, spoiled and untouchable. Now, she had tasted every hardship the world had to offer. The other men in the room, seasoned playboys, were momentarily impressed by her boldness, cheering and applauding. Only Heng remained silent, his cold stare fixed on her frail figure. The amusement in his eyes had vanished, replaced by a chilling fury. As Yi reached for the third bottle, he finally lost his patience. With long strides, he stepped forward and snatched the bottle away. Yi stumbled slightly from the force, her red-rimmed eyes blinking up at him in dazed confusion. A mist of tears clouded her gaze, making her look fragile and lost. Suddenly, she took a step back and bowed deeply. Mr. Sai, I'm sorry. Back then. Before she could finish, a cold sensation drenched her head. Liquor streamed down from her scalp, dripping over her face, soaking her completely. The icy wetness sent shivers through her body. Slowly, she lifted her gaze, her blurry vision barely making out Sai Heng's refined yet chillingly sinister face, his lips curled in mockery. So, this was her fate. The once proud Shin family heiress, now reduced to a pathetic spectacle, humiliated in front of a crowd. With liquor-stained lips, she curved them into a sorrowful smile. This was karma. Sai Heng tossed the bottle aside, sinking back into his seat with a grim expression, silent and brooding. The room fell into an awkward hush. The earlier rowdy atmosphere had been doused like a flame in water. Shin Yi trembled, her stomach twisting violently. A wave of nausea surged up her throat. Clamping a hand over her mouth, she stumbled out of the room. Hash bathroom. Ugh. Bile and alcohol burned their way up her throat. She clung to the sink, retching into it, her tears falling freely. When she finally finished, she gasped for breath, her weakened body sliding down against the wall until she sat on the floor. She hugged her knees, burying her face against them, sobbing quietly. She couldn't take this life anymore, it was too hard, too exhausting. For 4 years, she hadn't had a single night of restful sleep. Daytime, she scrubbed dishes. Nighttime, she served drinks in the nightclub. She was at her limit. When would this suffering end? After letting it out, she stood up, splashed cold water on her face, and rinsed her mouth. Crying was useless. Tears wouldn't solve anything. She straightened her hair in the mirror and walked out of the restroom. Just as she passed the men's bathroom, a strong hand suddenly wrapped around her waist, yanking her inside. Before she could struggle, she was shoved roughly into a stall, and a towering figure loomed over her. Annoyed, she looked up only for her pupils to shrink in shock. Mr. Sai. Sai Heng's cold, piercing eyes bore into hers, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Surprised? I remember you were quite good at seducing men. Shin Yi froze for a second before a knowing smile curved her lips. Her once dull eyes gleamed with a mischievous light, and the corners of her upturned eyes exuded a sultry allure. Mr. Sai, let us settle personal grudges after my shift, all right. Chapter 2. How should she get out of this? Shin Yi smiled charmingly. Sai Heng's eyes darkened. If he hadn't been bewitched by this face, how could he have been disgraced, cursed by the world, and thrown into prison? He suddenly stretched out his hand to pinch Shin Yi's neck, and only let go of her hand with satisfaction when the smile on her lips faded and pain covered her entire face. It was much more comfortable to look at this way. Psycho. Shin Yi glared at him angrily and pushed him away. Sai Heng took a step ahead of her and grabbed her wrist and pressed it against her head, saying in a slightly cold voice, "It's not good for you to annoy me." This posture forced Shin Yi's upper body to stick closer to him. She held her breath and turned her face away and said, "What do you want to do?" Sai Heng's smile was unclear, and one of his long legs suddenly aggressively stuck between Shin Yi's legs, and his black trousers rubbed against the inside of her thigh under her short skirt. "I've always missed you, how about you stay with me for a night?" He stretched out his hand and rubbed her lips with his fingertips. Shin Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't believe that the taciturn teacher Sai in her memory would say such a thing. However, it was really insulting. "That's enough." She gritted her teeth and said, "I'm serious. Shin Yi, you know, I've always liked you." He looked so serious that Shin Yi looked like she saw a ghost. She didn't believe that Sai Heng still missed her after she framed him and put him in jail. He must hate her to death. "I actually thought about saving you, but something happened at home." Shin Yi thought about it and said this. Although things couldn't be reversed, she didn't want Sai Heng to have more misunderstandings about her. She had no power and influence. If Sai Heng retaliated against her, she might not even know how she died. Sai Heng didn't feel the slightest bit of emotion after hearing her explanation. No matter how she defended herself, she had already caused irreversible consequences, and she couldn't just brush it off with a few words. He wouldn't let either of the remaining siblings of the Shin family go. Would you consider it? Sai Heng's eyes were filled with tenderness, and his broad palms quietly grasped her slender waist. "Don't do that." Sai Heng's wrists were restrained in his hands, and she couldn't move at all. His legs were teasing her intentionally or unintentionally. Shin Yi felt like she was going crazy. Sai Heng's intimate behavior made her feel uncomfortable and instinctively rejected him. She couldn't guess what Sai Heng was thinking, and could only feel the danger. The more he did this, the more flustered she became. Even every time he approached her, she felt creepy. "You blush so easily." Heng lowered his head and put his lips close to her ears. A breath of hot air suddenly poured into her ear hole, and Shinyi trembled all over and screamed, "Let me go. Keep your voice down, others will misunderstand." There was a faint smile in his voice, but there was a layer of ice on his face, and his eyes were even more sinister. After he reminded her, Shinyi remembered that she was in the bathroom, and she lowered her head dejectedly. How should she get out? "Teacher Sai." She suddenly called softly, her watery eyes were blurred with water, her body rubbed against the wall, and under Sai Heng's cold gaze, her soft lips quickly pressed against him. The warm touch on his lips made Sai Heng's throat roll. The next second, he lost his mind in an instant. He let go of Shinyi's wrist, put his arm around her waist, lowered his head and kissed her hard, his teeth even bit Shinyi's lips. Shinyi opened her eyes in pain, and seeing his emotional look, she pushed him away and said with disdain, "Teacher Sai has really not made any progress." Sai Heng's back hit the door panel violently, making a muffled sound. He looked dazed and laughed dejectedly. This familiar scene was just like 4 years ago, when Shinyi also pushed him away and slandered him. Now, he was once again lost in Shinyi's kiss. "Sai Heng, where is your self-control that you are so proud of?" The door was closed with a bang, and Shinyi was so scared that her soul was about to fly away. She rolled her eyes at Sai Heng's back, "Psycho." It was already 2 o'clock in the morning when she got home. Shinyi made a pot of hot water and soaked a bucket of noodles. The house she rented now is about 20 square meters. There is a bed, a small folding table and some furniture in the room. The kitchen and toilet are shared. Sometimes it rains and the wall will fall off. In summer, there are even more cockroaches crawling out. The environment here is extremely bad, but the rent is very cheap, only 300 yuan a month. Shinyi lay down on the bed and closed her eyes to rest, and soon fell asleep without even eating noodles. The next day, Shinyi got up at 7 o'clock, packed up and went to work in the restaurant. It was still early when she arrived at the restaurant. There were not many people in the morning, and it would be busy at noon. After wiping the table, Shinyi found a place to catch up on her sleep. Half asleep and half awake, Shinyi heard someone talking to her. "Shinyi, the general manager is calling you." Something happened again. Shinyi hummed irritably and got up to go to the manager's office. At the door of the office, Shinyi raised her hand and knocked on the door. A few seconds later, a short and fat man opened the door and saw Shinyi. His yellow eyes flashed a trace of surprise. This woman is really a goblin. Unable to bear being looked at by his lecherous eyes, Shinyi coughed, "General manager, what's the matter?" The general manager came back to his senses, his thick lips almost split to his ears. "Come in and talk." He stood aside. Seeing the man's malicious eyes, Shinyi did not go in, always feeling that something bad would happen if she entered this room. "No, let's talk here, I still have work to do." Seeing that she did not cooperate, the general manager's greasy face showed a trace of urgency. "This time I asked you to come here to give you a promotion." "Promotion? Such a good thing will be her turn? But if she is promoted, she will get a raise. Who doesn't like money?" Shinyi walked in reluctantly. A click. It was the sound of the door being locked. Talking about promotion, and locking the door. The general manager walked slowly toward Shinyi, and the flesh on his face trembled with his steps. "Want a promotion? Just let me go last time." The voice was as greasy as oil, and it sounded very disgusting. This is a rare beauty in the world. He has been thinking about it for a long time, and he must eat it today. Shinyi took a step back, resisting the discomfort, and said in a deep voice, "General manager, respect yourself." The man laughed twice, "Respect yourself." He likes difficult women, and the cold and noble look makes him feel itchy. He can't wait to see the unsatisfied and wanton appearance of this woman under him. The man came to Shinyi, ignored the warning in her eyes, grabbed her wrist and pressed her on the desk, and smiled, "You will be happy in a while." Being pressed by his fat body and unable to move, Shinyi finally realized her dangerous situation. "Let me go." She scratched and scratched the man, and kicked her legs randomly. It was really disgusting to be held down by such a fat person. The man was beaten so hard that his whole body hurt. He was completely enraged and raised his hand to slap her hard. "Be honest." With the crisp sound, her face tilted to the side. Shinyi's ears were buzzing and tinnitus. She covered her face and trembled with anger. Her eyes were full of tears, but she refused to let them fall stubbornly. I don't know if it was because she was angry or because she felt wronged. From childhood to adulthood, no one dared to touch her finger. Even her deceased parents held her in their hands and took good care of her without hitting her. What qualifications does this man have? Why does he have the right? He doesn't deserve it. The man eagerly put his fat lips close to Shen Yi's face, and even slipped his hand from the hem of her clothes to caress her waist. This waist is really, Before he finished speaking, the man jumped around with his crotch covered in pain. This time, Shen Yi used all her strength in anger, showing no mercy. Even if she had nothing, she was not a fish to be slaughtered. She could endure Heng bullying her because she owed him. But why should she endure this kind of person? The general manager recovered, walked towards Shen Yi with a gloomy face and grabbed her hair. You don't want your job anymore. Hair is simply the lifeline of a woman. Shen Yi's lifeline was grabbed by the man's hand, and her movements were restricted all of a sudden. The strong force made Shen Yi feel that her scalp was about to be torn off, and her entire upper body was forced to follow the man's movements. She had no choice but to grab his hair. Chapter 3. I'll let you go after I'm done. Men have less hair to begin with, so the rest must be well taken care of. He cursed and let go of Shen Yi's hair, and pushed her down on the desk with all his strength, glaring at her fiercely. That's strong enough. Shen Yi's upper body was pushed back straight, and the back of her head suddenly hit a hard object. The sharp pain spread throughout her head, and she almost cried in pain. She looked back and saw an ashtray. Her eyes lit up, and when the general manager was about to pounce on her again, Shen Yi moved her butt back, reached for the ashtray, raised it high and dropped it, hitting the man's head heavily. The bright red blood flowed down his forehead, and the general manager had a hideous face. His bulging eyeballs almost popped out of his eye sockets, and finally his eyes rolled up and he fainted. Shen Yi threw away the ashtray with trembling hands. In fact, it doesn't matter if this scum dies, she's just afraid of losing money. Fearing trouble, Shen Yi called an ambulance before leaving. This job must have been lost. Shen Yi was too tired recently and didn't want to look for a job in the afternoon. After thinking about it, she decided to go see Shinju. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. She took out her mobile phone and called the nightclub manager to ask for leave. At noon, she ate 2 buns and bought a bag of fresh red apples to go to the hospital. You're here. Shinju, wearing a blue and white striped hospital gown, half leaned on the bed, looking at her softly, with a weak and warm smile on the corners of his pale lips. Yeah. Shen Yi put down the fruit and sat on the chair. Have you felt better recently? Yeah, much better. Why are you wearing a mask? Are you sick? Yeah, I have a little cold. Shen Yi subconsciously touched her nose. The man was really cruel. The red marks on her face have not faded yet. She can only go to the pharmacy to buy a mask. Staring at her hand movements, Shinju's eyes condensed, and he said nothing more. At this time, the door was opened, and a pure and beautiful woman walked in. Sister-in-law Xiaojing. Shen Yi raised her eyebrows and shouted playfully. Don't call people randomly. Shinju interrupted her coldly. Yao Jing blushed and lowered her head. I'll go wash the apples. After that, she walked out of the ward in a panic with the bag of apples. Yao Jing was a former servant of the Shen family. After the Shen family got into trouble, she did not leave, but stayed with Shinju, working hard and never leaving. Her feelings for Shinju were obvious. Don't delay others. Shinju said lightly, his eyes looking at the sky outside the window. How could this body allow him to love someone without scruples? He had nothing and could not give her anything. Shen Yi curled her lips and said oh. Yao Jing came back from washing the apples. Shen Yi took an apple, peeled it skillfully, cut it into pieces, put it on a plate, and handed it to Shinju. Taking the plate, Shinju picked up a piece with his bony fingers and put it in his mouth. His slow and graceful movements were extremely pleasing to the eye. Finally, there were 2 pieces left. Shinju handed them to Shen Yi. I don't want to eat anymore. You eat it. Shen Yi reached out, but thought of the wound on her face and retracted her hand. I can't let my brother see it. I just had a meal, and my stomach is a little full. Sister Xiaojing eats it. Shinju didn't move his hand, and continued to hold it. He looked at her gently, but his voice was surprisingly cold. Yao Jing doesn't eat it, you eat it. Looking at the 2 pieces of apple in front of him, Shen Yi's brain worked quickly. Brother, I have a cold, and it will be transmitted to you. Shinju suddenly called her and continued, I'm not an outsider. Why didn't you say anything when you were wronged? His voice was low, with hidden anger. He knew that Shen Yi would touch her nose unconsciously when she lied, and she was not used to wearing a mask when she was sick, so she must have been covering something. Brother, take off the mask and let me see it. Knowing that she could not refuse, Shen Yi could only take off the mask obediently, and the clear slap marks on her face pierced Shen Ju's eyes fiercely. Shen Yi smiled nonchalantly. It's really okay, I hit him back, and he was beaten badly by me. Her heartless smile and indifferent attitude were betrayed by her watery eyes. She really couldn't help it. In front of the person she relied on the most, those pretended strengths collapsed instantly and were out of control. The slap marks on her face were obviously red and swollen. Shen Ju stroked them with his fingertips distressedly. How distressed my parents would be if they knew. His sister grew up under the love of the whole family. She was afraid that she would melt if she held her in her mouth and afraid that she would fall if she held her in her hands. How could she have suffered such grievances? After all, he dragged her down. Their words, parents, dealt a fatal blow to Shen Yi. She thought of the happy days of the family of four and could not hold on any longer. She was afraid that Shen Ju would worry. She wanted to laugh but could not control her mouth from turning down. Tears rolled out of her eyes and fell directly on Shen Ju's hands. Shen Yi did not like to cry in front of others. She buried her face in Shen Ju's legs, bit her lower lip with her teeth, and kept crying. Feeling her shoulders tremble slightly, Shen Ju was expressionless and patted her back rhythmically with his big hands. If there was no damn disease, it would be great. He would definitely lead the Shen family to make a comeback instead of staying in this ward and living in the world with these instruments. When she returned home at night, Shen Yi boiled water and was about to make noodles when she heard a knock on the door. When she opened the door, Shen Yi saw the man at the door. He looked familiar and seemed to be a neighbor. The man was about 50 years old, with yellow and dark skin, tall and strong. The short-sleeved shirt on his body was propped up by his round belly, and his facial features were squeezed together by the flesh on his face. My house has a power outage. Do you have a flashlight? The man scratched his sparsely haired head with his chubby hands, and his eyes greedily glued to Shen Yi's beautiful face. Shen Yi felt very uncomfortable when he saw the wanton look. She casually said, "No." "Oh, okay." After saying that, the man left. Shen Yi closed the door, and just as the kettle was filled with water, someone knocked on the door again. Opened the door again. She looked at the tall and strong man and wanted to roll her eyes. She hadn't had a drop of water for an afternoon, and now she was almost starving to death. "Would she let me eat?" "What's wrong again?" she said in a bad tone. The man pointed at his door. The door was blown shut by the wind. "I just came out without the key. Can I stay at your house for a while?" Shen Yi was speechless. Is there something wrong with this man's brain? Who would stay at someone else's house without a key? Do they know each other well? It's inconvenient, Shen Yi said and was about to close the door. The man was quick-witted and grabbed the door handle with one hand, his sturdy legs stuck in the door, and his face was full of ambiguous smiles. Shen Yi's face turned cold. "What do you mean?" The man didn't say anything. He opened the door and rudely pushed Shen Yi into their house, then walked in carelessly, sniffing with an intoxicated look. "It smells so good." "She smells so good too." Unlike the old woman in his house who smells of oil smoke. Shen Yi took the opportunity to take the fruit knife on the table and put it behind her back. "When will you go back?" The man sat on her bed like a rogue, rubbing her pillow with the back of his hand. "It depends on you." He raised his thick lips. "That woman went to dance, let's make a quick decision." After that, he stood up and slowly walked towards Shen Yi. The dark yellow complexion on his face was shiny under the light, and the greed in his eyes was undisguised. "I warn you not to come over," Shen Yi shouted loudly, secretly tightening the knife in her hand. The man ignored her and rushed directly towards her, pushing her against the wall, and the dark-lipped mouth kissed her fair face randomly. Feeling sick, Shen Yi was about to stab him with the knife, but was taken away by the man. The action was so fast that Shen Yi didn't react for a while. The knife cut a hole in her snow-white arm, and blood immediately gushed out. "Who the hell are you trying to scare?" The man threw away the knife and eagerly stripped her clothes, like a wolf that had been hungry for a long time and finally saw the delicious food and was eager to possess it. Shen Yi resisted fiercely, and the man's face was covered with bruises. His remaining patience was finally exhausted. He pinched Shen Yi's neck and glared at her fiercely. "Be obedient, let me have fun and I'll let you go, do you hear me?" He patted Shen Yi's face with a grim face. Shen Yi pursed her lips tightly, with a face full of forbearance. How could she, a woman, have the ability to fight back? Besides, she hadn't eaten yet and had no strength. Chapter 4, A Fight to the Bitter End. Now she only has two choices. One is to give up struggling and cater to him, which would save her some suffering, but would disgust her for the rest of her life. Second, go all out and fight to the death. Given Shen Yi's personality, she would undoubtedly choose the second option. It would be better to let her die than to have a relationship with such a person. She used her old trick again, bending her legs, concentrating the rest of her strength on her knees, and thrusting hard towards the man's crotch. Sensing her movements, the man tilted his butt back to avoid her knees. I just like people like you who have a hot temper. The man forcefully pried Shen Yi's legs apart, squeezed his strong body over, and then reached for her zipper. He was just about to pull it off. Suddenly, there were footsteps behind him, followed by a strong force on his back, which forced the man's fat body to be lifted up like a chicken and thrown to the ground. What are you doing? The man staggered a few steps and fell to the ground, staring at the man who came in with a face as black as the bottom of a pot. The man who came in was as tall and straight as a pine tree, wearing a dark blue suit, with delicate features and distinct contours. When he saw Shen Yi's disheveled appearance, his beautiful peach blossom eyes narrowed dangerously. Raising her eyes slightly, Shen Yi's gaze fell on the man. Her face was slightly stunned, and then a trace of annoyance flashed quickly in her eyes. Why is he here again? The man's name is Meng Qian, and he is Shen Yi's first love. When she was in high school, Meng Qian pursued her. At that time, many people around Shen Yi were in love. She found it fresh and half-heartedly agreed to him. But Meng Qian was too controlling and restricted her in every aspect of life. Shen Yi couldn't stand it and proposed to break up. The two had a big fight. Not long after, Meng Qian went abroad under the arrangement of his family. While Meng Qian was abroad, his father collected evidence of the Shen family's crimes and brought them to court, leading to the downfall of the Shen family. Meng Qian stepped in front of the man, grabbed his collar, and punched him in the face like a rain of blood. Soon the man's nose and mouth were bleeding. The man cursed at him at first, but his voice became smaller and smaller later, and finally he was beaten so hard that he was stunned. His eyes could not focus and his face was swollen like a pig's head. He shook his head and groaned in pain. Stop hitting me, please. I won't mess with her again. Meng Qian grabbed his collar, dragged him to the door roughly, kicked him out, and said coldly, if you come here again, I will break your legs. With a bang, Meng Qian slammed the door. He walked up to Shen Yi with a gloomy face and pulled her up. He caught a glimpse of the wound on her arm and his face darkened. Are you still planning to live here? The coat on her body still had his residual warmth. Shen Yi shook the coat off and threw it on him, saying impatiently, none of your business. Ever since Meng Qian returned to China, he has been harassing her every few days. Shen Yi is quite annoyed with him. Every time she saw him, Shen Yi would think of how his father destroyed her family. Shen Yi is also very conflicted. She hated her father because he was obsessed with money and made fake medicine, which led to him being caught and losing all the family property and her mother's life. But he was her father after all. He was the father who would hold her in his arms and dote on her when she was little, and who would dote on her for everything she asked for. Even if she hated him, her heart would unconsciously lean towards her father. Have you eaten yet? Meng Qian glanced at the several buckets of instant noodles on the table and said disdainfully, is this all you eat? This thing? What the hell? Can't I just eat instant noodles? What's his tone? Don't come here again. Shen Yi didn't want to see him. If she had known that he would pester her like this, she would not have agreed to his pursuit just because she was interested in him. When Meng Qian heard this, his whole face was like a layer of frost. He pursed his lips and walked to the table, picked up the instant noodles and threw them on the ground, then stepped on them with his shiny black leather shoes. Hearing the sound of the dough being crushed, Shen Yi quickly stepped forward and pushed him away. Are you sick? Meng Qian didn't move at all. He retracted his foot, took out a thick envelope from the inside pocket of his coat, and handed it to her. Take it first. Oh. Shen Yi took it and weighed it. It was about 20,000 yuan. She threw the envelope on the table and said angrily, why do you give me money? When she is a beggar or a cripple? Can't she earn money herself? Shen Yi, don't be so stubborn. Meng Qian glanced at the peeling wall, the corner of his upper lip twitched slightly, and his face looked a little bad. How could she bear to live in a place like this? If you're okay, go ahead. I need to rest. Seeing that she had ordered him to leave, Meng Qian was slightly displeased, but he couldn't say anything else. Good night then. He doesn't need to worry, Shen Yi will be his sooner or later. After opening the door, he took half a step and felt something hit his back. Take your money with you, Shen Yi said lightly and closed the door without waiting for his reaction. She turned around and looked at the instant noodles on the ground, feeling extremely bad. In the end, she had to make a bowl of broken noodles and eat it. The next day, Shen Yi went out to look for a job early in the morning. After searching for a whole day, her feet were almost worn out, but she still didn't find a job. As soon as the recruiter heard her name, he said the vacancy was full. It would be fine if only one family said this, but every family says the same thing. Such a coincidence made Shen Yi suspect that someone was secretly setting up trouble. Looking at the black luxury car at the door of her house, Shen Yi was stunned. Are there luxury cars like this in a place like this? Shen Yi was too lazy to think about it. After a tiring day, she just wanted to go home and rest as she had to continue looking for a job tomorrow. She took the key out of her bag and twirled it around her finger. Suddenly, there was a sound of a door opening behind me, and a man got out of the car. When Shen Yi heard the noise, she instinctively looked behind her. When she saw the familiar person, she stopped in her tracks. Heng was wearing a black suit, with a few strands of hair hanging on his delicate forehead. He had a handsome face and an upright posture. He lowered his eyes nonchalantly and met her astonished expression. Then, he glanced around her and said gloatingly, "Why does Shen live in a place like this? Why are you here?" After she finished speaking, she felt that her question was too stupid. Heng must have investigated his residence. It's none of your business if I live in a pigsty. He must have been so happy that he lost his mind, seeing her in such a miserable state. Heng had a charming smile on his face. Can't find a job recently. How about I help you? After saying that, he paused and said with a deep smile, "How else can you pay for your brother's medical expenses?" Thinking of Shinju, her heart tightened and her hands clutched the hem of her clothes. He even investigated this. What do you want? If you have any problems, just come to me. Don't touch my brother. Shinju is her only relative, nothing must happen to him again. You don't have to be so excited. I have no ill intentions. I just want to help you. Heng seduced softly, I'm in need of a secretary. Why don't you come over and try? No, this is my business. The implication is that my affairs have nothing to do with you, so you don't need to worry about them. Moreover, she didn't think Heng could be so kind. Who is going to help a man who is sending himself to jail? Heng smiled with a forced smile, and said, I want to see how long you can last. Good luck. He took out a business card from his trouser pocket, took Shen Yi's hand and spread it flat, then gently placed the business card on her palm. Don't throw it away in a hurry. The corners of his lips raised charmingly, you will need it. After saying that, he politely said goodbye to Shen Yi, got in the car and left. Shen Yi looked at the business card in her hand and pursed her lips slightly. In these 2 days, Shen Yi walked almost all over the city, but didn't find a job and wasted 2 days. The night before yesterday, Shen Yi received a call from the nightclub manager. She was fired. After 3 days without any income, Shen Yi was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. It was almost the end of the month and Shinju's medical expenses had to be paid. That day, Shen Yi returned home angrily, found the business card, held it in her hand with gritted teeth, and dialed the number on it. In a few seconds, the call was connected. Hello, who is this? The voice coming from the phone was deep and magnetic, cold and slightly distant. What on earth do you want to do? Every word she uttered seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth. It must be Heng. Who else would do such a stupid thing? Doesn't he know what's going on with her? Cutting off her source of income is no different from taking her life. Heng on the other end of the phone let out a suppressed laugh. You lasted longer than I thought. It's indeed him. Do you have to use this method to take revenge on me? Shen Yi was so angry that she felt dizzy and almost broke her teeth. Chapter 5 How could he know? Through the screen, Heng seemed to see Shen Yi's mad look at the moment, and he was incomparably happy for a moment. Isn't it good to be my secretary? The work is easy, and the salary. He paused, and then said, I can double it for you. Double. Shen Yi raised her eyebrows. and the anger in her chest calmed down instantly. She pursed her lips and fell into hesitation. This condition is too tempting. As for a secretary, the monthly salary should be at least 7,000 or 8,000 yuan. If it doubles, it will be over 10,000 yuan. Are you going to trick me? To be honest, she was a little moved. However, even if it was a scam, she would accept it. As long as there was money, it would be fine. Besides, with Heng secretly obstructing her, she wouldn't be able to find a job even if she crippled her legs. Now this job is offered to her, the salary is good, the work is easy, and she is not a fool. I won't cheat you. Twice the salary. I won't lie to you. Xinyi pursed her lips and asked softly, "Don't you hate me?" At that time, she really played it too big and sent the guy to jail. There was an eerie silence over there for a few seconds. Xinyi's heart tightened, and she couldn't help swallowing her saliva. She felt inexplicably nervous. Does he hate himself? No, I was in jail for only a few days before my brother-in-law got me out. His voice was calm, without any emotion in it. No jail time. Xinyi felt like someone had pressed her acupoints. She held her phone in her hand in a daze and it took her a long time to react. He didn't go to jail. That's good, that's good. Although she disliked Heng at that time, she never thought of putting him in jail. After the Shen family got into trouble, she was so busy every day that she had no time to take care of Heng. She has been feeling guilty about this for the past few years. Taking a deep breath, Xinyi said solemnly again, "Teacher Sai, I'm sorry. From now on, he is my boss, and I must have a good relationship with him." Xinyi put the volume of the phone close to her ear and listened carefully. But he didn't say anything, only the sound of his even breathing could be heard. After a few seconds, Heng responded indifferently, and then said, "I'll send someone to pick you up at 8:40 tomorrow." "Yeah, okay." Xinyi nodded frantically at the phone like a chicken pecking at rice, and was so excited that she couldn't wait to go to work. After hanging up the phone, Xinyi happily went to bed in order to be in good condition tomorrow. In the office, Heng hung up the call with Xinyi, threw the phone on the desk, and began to feel inexplicably irritated. "Why don't you do it? I didn't rescue you so that you could have a romance with his sister." A steady voice sounded, and the person standing in front of the French window slowly turned around. He looked about 7 or 8 years older than Heng. Under the light, the fine lines at the corners of his eyes were obvious, but from his delicate facial features, it could be seen that he was a handsome man with elegant manners when he was young. Heng leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes tiredly, and opened his thin lips slightly. "I know my limits." The man looked at Heng suspiciously, his sharp gaze seemed to penetrate him. "I hope so." Because she was too excited, Xinyi didn't fall asleep until the early morning. The next day, she overslept as expected. She lifted her heavy eyelids and glanced at her phone, and her sleepiness was instantly driven away by the time on her phone. 9:30. She quickly got out of bed and leaned over the window to take a look. Sure enough, there was a black car parked outside, and a strange man was standing next to the car, talking on the phone. Xinyi hurriedly ran to brush her teeth and wash her face. The phone on the table rang. She took the toothbrush, rubbed her wet hands on her clothes, and answered the phone. "Hello. You're really great. You're late on your first day at work." Heng's voice came from the phone. "Well, I couldn't sleep yesterday." "Okay, hurry up and finish packing and come over." "Good." Heng hung up the phone. Xinyi acted quickly. Finally, within 5 minutes, Xinyi finished packing and ran out quickly. "Sorry to have kept you waiting." She supported her waist with one hand, leaned forward slightly, and breathed heavily. She was really anxious. It's okay, let's go now." The man who spoke was named Fang Hao, and he was Heng's assistant. He was about the same age as Xinyi, neither tall nor short, neither fat nor thin, and had an average look, the type that would be inconspicuous if seen on the street. "Okay." Xinyi opened the car door and got in. Along the way, the two chatted casually. 10 minutes later, the car stopped in front of a tall mirrored building. Xinyi got out of the car and looked at the building in front of her with shining eyes. She clicked her tongue several times and asked, "What position does Teacher Sai hold in there?" "Teacher Sai? Oh, it's Heng. He used to be my teacher." Fang Hao looked incredulous. "I really can't tell." He really couldn't imagine what it would be like for the man who was so capable of planning and strategizing, such as Rayleigh, to stand on the podium and give lectures to students. He is now the chairman and CEO of this company. Shinyi was stunned and looked at the tall building again. How did he achieve such success in just 4 years? Even the declining Shin family took nearly 100 years to achieve its current glory. Teacher Sai, this is not simple. She was a little worried. Did Sai Heng really just want to help her? Fang Hao took her to Sai Heng's office, closed the door and left. What should I do? Shinyi's eyes sparkled and she felt like she had endless energy. Sai Heng tapped the keyboard with his slender fingers. Without even looking up, he reached out and patted a stack of papers on the table. Sort out these materials, print them out and give them to me. Good. Shinyi held the documents and walked towards the door, intending to ask Fang Hao where she was. You can work here. Sai Heng raised his head and pointed his chin at the table beside him. Following his movements, Shinyi was slightly stunned. She was working right under his nose. However, the table was so small that she initially thought it was used to store miscellaneous items. After all, she is the president's secretary, but she doesn't even have a separate office. She pouted, reluctantly put the paper on the small table and started working. Throughout the day, Shinyi didn't do much. She just got her meals, poured a cup of coffee and printed some documents. She felt embarrassed to receive such a high salary for such an easy job. After get off work at 6 o'clock, Shinyi packed up and prepared to go home. Sai Heng closed his computer, pinched his brows tiredly, and said lightly, "You haven't finished get off work yet, come with me to the social event later." R. Her little face instantly fell, with an expression of extreme reluctance. Still need to work overtime. Seeing her reaction, Sai Heng snorted coldly, "Do you think money is so easy to get?" All right. Shinyi lowered her eyes, sighed, and sat back in her chair. 7 o'clock in the evening. Sai Heng, Shinyi and Fang Hao went to the social event together. In the bright and luxurious box, the air was filled with the smell of alcohol and the laughter was deafening like thunder. Sai Heng pushed open the door and went in first, Fang Hao followed closely behind him, and Shinyi was the last one. As soon as she entered the door, Shinyi's eyes were attracted by a familiar figure. This. Skillful. When he saw Shinyi, Meng Qian's dark eyes brightened, and his cold expression became a little warmer. The three of them sat down, Sai Heng exchanged pleasantries with them, while Fang Hao sat upright beside them. Shinyi had been hungry for the whole afternoon and her mouth was watering as she looked at the exquisite dishes in front of her. She held the chopsticks and licked her lips with the tip of her tongue, thinking about which dish to eat first. Sweet and sour spare ribs. She was ready to spin the dial. But someone had already taken a step ahead of her and passed the sweet and sour pork ribs in front of her. Shinyi's eyes moved from the hand on the edge of the turntable upwards until they touched Meng Qian, and she was stunned. I didn't expect he would still remember this. Seeing that she was looking at him, Meng Qian smiled at her. Retracting her gaze, Shinyi picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs and put it into her mouth. As soon as the sweet and sour taste entered her mouth, she felt as if she was in the clouds, and her eyes narrowed in satisfaction. Seeing the interaction between the two, a crack appeared on the perfect expression on Sai Heng's face, and a chill was slowly emanating from it. He also knew that Shinyi liked to eat sweet and sour spare ribs. At that time, Sai Heng wanted to know more about her. So during lunchtime at school, he would always secretly watch what she ate and remember it in his mind. Sweet and sour pork ribs are Shinyi's favorite. But this man, how could he know? Mr. Sai, you will be punished by drinking wine if you are late. A man handed a glass of wine to Sai Heng. Sai Heng glanced at Shinyi who was enjoying her meal and said calmly, I'm sorry, I just had surgery for gastric perforation a few days ago, so I can't drink. Chapter 6. The play is so good. Fang Hao was stunned for a few seconds. When did his stomach get perforated? Someone has to drink this wine. Fang Hao stood up and took the wine. Let me do it. Assistant Fang, you are allergic to alcohol. Are you trying to kill yourself? Sai Heng took a sip of water and asked nonchalantly. Fang Hao's face was filled with black lines. When did he become allergic to alcohol? Seeing that the situation was a bit awkward, Shinyi put down her chopsticks and said, let me do it. After saying that, she drank it in one gulp. This wine is so strong that it burns my heart. She put down her wine glass, smoothed her mouth, and drank a glass of juice. Seeing this, Sai Heng hid a hint of triumph in his eyes. Fang Hao was not allergic to alcohol, nor did he have a perforated stomach. He just let Shen Yi drink on purpose. As long as Shen Yi feels uncomfortable, he will be extremely happy. Next, Shen Yi drank the wine that everyone toasted her with, while Sai Heng just watched coldly without saying a word. I'll drink it for her. Meng Qian couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so he walked over, took the wine in front of her, and drank it all in one gulp. After drinking, he put down the cup, returned to his seat, and looked at Sai Heng coldly with his deep eyes. There is no reason for a woman to block the drinking. He is just trying to make things difficult for Shen Yi. Thanks. Shen Yi thanked him. Actually, Meng Qian was a pretty nice person. The two of them had more and more contact, and Sai Heng felt suffocated, unable to relieve himself or herself. In short, he felt very uncomfortable. Suddenly, Shen Yi felt her shoulders tighten, and then her head was pressed against a broad chest. Are you dizzy? Sai Heng's concerned voice came from above her head, and her ears could hear his steady heartbeat. Shen Yi quickly pulled herself out of his arms, her eyes flickering. I'm fine. Sai Heng lowered his head, his lips very close to hers. Are you hot? Your face is a little red. His hot breath sprayed on Shen Yi's skin, which was a little itchy. She hid to the side and said, maybe the wine is a bit too much. Looking at her flushed face, Sai Heng smiled inexplicably. I'll take you home after this. Shen Yi looked into his narrow eyes, as if bewitched, and nodded blankly. That's it. I have to pay for the taxi back myself. Sai Heng smiled deeply, looking at Meng Qian provocatively. Seeing Meng Qian's look of trying hard to suppress his displeasure, Sai Heng snorted secretly. He's just a young boy. After the show ended, the people in the box gradually left. Shen Yi followed Sai Heng and prepared to go home. Her wrist suddenly tightened. Shen Yi turned around and saw Meng Qian, puzzled. Ho. Meng Qian glanced at Sai Heng and asked, did he send you back? Yeah. Shen Yi nodded. I'll take you there. Meng Qian took her hand and ignored the coldness in Sai Heng's sharp eyes. Meng Qian felt a sense of crisis. He thought that as long as there was no other man around Shen Yi, she would definitely belong to him. But tonight he felt the undisguised possessiveness in Sai Heng's eyes as he looked at Shen Yi. Meng Qian's gaze fell on Sai Heng. He and Shen Yi had known each other for 6 years and they were each other's first love. In any case, he meant more to Shen Yi than this man. Why, Master Meng, are you afraid that I will eat her? Sai Heng snorted coldly, as if he had thought of something, and smiled meaningfully. It should be her who eats me. What nonsense are you talking about? Shen Yi glared at him. Sai Heng smiled. Have you forgotten? He looked at Meng Qian and continued, back then in the underground garage, you were very proactive and I couldn't push you away. Seeing Meng Qian's cold expression, a smile slowly spread across Sai Heng's eyes. He would not allow anyone to interfere in their affairs until Shen Yi was punished. Her face felt like it was on fire, and Shen Yi hung her head. She was too embarrassed to see anyone. At that time, she was only 20 years old, fearless, and dared to do anything. No need, Mr. Sai can just take me back. Sai Heng is her boss and the one who pays her. Every word he says is like an imperial decree to Shen Yi. After saying that, the two left side by side. Meng Qian stared at their backs. He had his dignity, and after being rejected, he couldn't bring himself to humbly ask her to stay. He could only tell himself over and over again in his heart that he and Shen Yi had known each other for 6 years, and no man could compare to the feelings between them. No matter how tortuous the process was, Shen Yi would definitely be his in the end. At the end of the month, Shen Yi received her first salary. She was so happy that she didn't know what to do, holding the thick envelope in her hand. After get off work, she stuffed her salary into her bag, zipped it up, and held it tightly in her arms. Teacher Sai, I'm leaving first. In public, she called Sai Heng Mr. Sai. Privately, she was still used to calling him Teacher Sai. Yeah. Sai Heng looked at the computer screen seriously without raising his head. It was not until he heard the door close that he slowly raised his head. He came to the French window and watched Shen Yi leave. He picked up his phone, dialed a number, and said expressionlessly, she's out. Shen Yi happily got on the bus, thinking about buying some delicious food tomorrow and sending it to Hsinchu. Because there is no direct bus, Shen Yi needs to transfer to another bus after getting off the bus to get home. The station was obviously much more dilapidated, and the surrounding houses were also old. The dirty blue trash cans exuded the sour smell of rotting food. The bus didn't come for a long time, and Shinyi was bored and played with her phone to pass the time. While she was relaxing, Shinyi heard some noise nearby. She thought someone was waiting for the bus and didn't pay much attention to it. The man who came in walked quietly towards Shinyi, then he suddenly made a move, snatched Shinyi's bag quickly, turned around and ran away. Her arms felt empty, and Shinyi's eyes widened instantly. Oh no! My bag was stolen. She hurriedly ran after him, shouting, "Give me back my bag." Passers-by on the street turned around to watch the excitement, but no one came forward to help. The man held the bag and ran forward at the speed of light. Soon he was far behind Shinyi. Shinyi chased for a long time, but she couldn't run anymore. She held her waist, gritted her teeth and looked at the smaller and smaller figure, wishing she could kill him. That's her money. Suddenly, there was a strong wind beside her, and a familiar black luxury car whizzed past Shinyi. The car rushed forward like an arrow, quickly caught up with the man, and then with a neat drift, blocked him. The man clutched his wallet and ran to the side. At this time, the car door opened, and a long leg wrapped in black trousers stretched out from the car. After Heng closed the car door, he chased the man like a cheater hunting. Looking at the gap between the two people getting smaller and smaller, Shinyi held his breath. We must catch up. The man had been chased by Shinyi for a long time and his physical strength had long since run out. Soon he was caught by Heng from behind. The man struggled like a fish on a chopping board. After struggling in vain, he took out a short knife from his pocket and slashed at Heng quickly. Heng's eyes flashed, and he deliberately did not dodge. Sizzle! The fabric was cut by the blade, and blood soon soaked most of the sleeve. Heng stretched out his leg and kicked the man's hand, kicking his knife away, then bent his leg and hit his stomach several times. In the end, Heng turned around and pressed the man to the ground. How dare you come out and embarrass yourself with just this little ability? Heng put his knee on his back and snatched the bag he was holding under his body. I won't dare to do it again, please let me go. The man looked painful and begged for mercy intermittently. Get out. Heng pulled the man up and threw him forward, then kicked him. The man was kicked and fell to the ground, then he quickly got up and ran away. Heng walked lazily to Shinyi. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, he stretched out his injured arm and handed the bag to Shinyi. Shinyi took the bag and said with gratitude, "Thank you, Teacher Sai." She saw Heng's sleeves soaked in blood and blamed herself, "Teacher Sai, your arm is bleeding a lot." She looked around and found a small pharmacy. "Wait for me," she said and ran towards the pharmacy. Heng sat on a public bench, looking at the wound under his clothes, and whispered, "The money will be transferred to your account tonight." At the corner, the man who had just run away came over, holding his stomach. "Mr. Sai, I acted so well just now, shouldn't you give me more money?" Heng raised his eyebrows and smiled wickedly. "How much do you want?" "Mr. Sai, you almost beat me to death just now," the man said as he stretched out 5 fingers. 50,000. Heng sneered, his eyes gleaming coldly. "So greedy. Do you have the life to spend it?" The man was stunned for a moment before he understood what this meant. His face changed and he said in a trembling voice, I was just kidding. I look forward to continuing to work with you in the future." Heng glanced at the drugstore in the distance and saw Shinyi had come out. She was walking towards him with a piece of paper in her hand, probably reading the instructions. "Are you not leaving yet?" There was impatience mixed in the slightly cold tone. Let's go now." The man nodded frantically and ran away. Chapter 7. Keep him alive. Shinyi sat next to Heng, poured some iodine on a medical cotton ball, and wondered whether to treat him. After all, he was injured for her. Looking at the cotton ball in Shinyi's hand, Heng reached out and took it. The blood on the wound had already coagulated and stuck to the cloth, so it was a bit inconvenient to wipe it by himself, and the wound was on the outer arm. "You come, it's not convenient for me." Heng threw the cotton ball to her. "Oh, okay." Shinyi took the cotton ball and said, "Take off your coat first, otherwise it will be difficult to deal with it." Heng hummed, took off his coat, and supported himself on the chair with his hands so that she could clean the wound. Shinyi unbuttoned the sleeves of her shirt and rolled them up. Her eyes unconsciously fell on his fair yet muscular arms and she swallowed unconsciously. The wet and cool cotton ball was rubbed around the sensitive wound. From Heng's angle, he could see her butterfly wing-like curled eyelashes, her straight and beautiful nose, and her plump and rosy pink lips. There was no doubt that Shen Yi was really beautiful. Sai Heng couldn't help but touch her delicate face, his fingers gently rubbing her fair and clear skin, his eyes gradually darkening. Sai Heng loved and hated this beautiful face. It was this face that almost ruined his life. Her face felt itchy, so Shen Yi avoided his hand and moved to the side. Finally, she responsibly wrapped a layer of gauze around Sai Heng's wound. Okay, don't get it wet when you take a shower. It's so ugly. Sai Heng looked at the centipede-like gauze and said with disgust. This bandage is really not beautiful at all. Shen Yi's mouth twitched, as long as it's practical. She suddenly thought of something. By the way, why is Teacher Sai here? Sai Heng put his coat over his arm and said nonchalantly, I'm just passing by on business. Shen Yi said, then Teacher Sai, go and do your work. I have to go home too. Just as she was about to stand up, Shen Yi was hugged by someone. She froze and wanted to push him away, but when she thought of the injury on his arm, she retracted her hand. Teacher Sai. Before she finished speaking, Sai Heng took over. When you said you liked me, was it true or false? His hoarse voice was like a powerful hand, strangling Shen Yi's neck tightly, making her unable to make a sound. At that time, it should have been 4 years ago that Shen Yi told Sai Heng that she liked him. It was these words that made Sai Heng willingly throw himself into Shen Yi's fire like a moth. Shen Yi wanted to say it was fake, but the atmosphere was a little subtle at the moment and she really couldn't say it. Silence is the best answer. Sai Heng smiled bitterly, I understand. It's getting late, let's go home. Sai Heng took the initiative to let go of her, put his coat on his shoulders, and left. How ridiculous. Shen Yi only bandaged his wound, but he actually felt a little soft-hearted. Sai Heng started the engine and looked at the person in the rearview mirror who was getting smaller and smaller, a cold and sinister look spreading across his face. Looking down at the white gauze on his arm, Sai Heng's brows were filled with a chill. He tore off the gauze with a slight look of anger and threw it out of the car window. The wound that had just stopped bleeding was violently torn, and blood gushed out instantly. Sai Heng looked at himself in the rearview mirror, with a cold light in his eyes. He couldn't let Shen Yi shake him again. This time, he had to take the dominant position. Since Shen Yi didn't have to go to work on the weekend, she went to the supermarket early in the morning to buy some ribs, vegetables and fruits. Shen Yi spent the whole morning cooking a pot of corn and pork rib soup. She filled the thermos bottle to the brim and prepared to send it to Shinju to nourish him. At noon, Shen Yi went to the hospital with a thermos and some fruits. Pushing open the door of the ward, intermittent sobbing sounds floated out. Shen Yi walked in puzzled. Shinju was not on the bed. There were large drops of coagulated blood on the white tiles. Yao Jing was crying breathlessly beside her. I have a bad feeling in my heart. Sister Xiao Jing, what's wrong? Shen Yi felt inexplicably weak and even her voice was shaking. Yao Jing cried and talked for a long time, but she didn't say a word clearly. She just stuffed the crumpled paper in her hand to Shen Yi. As her eyes scanned the familiar handwriting on the paper, Shen Yi's eyes gradually turned red, and tears fell on the paper like pearls from a broken string. This turned out to be Shinju's suicide note. Shen Yi's whole body went limp, and the pork rib soup and fruit in her hands fell to the ground with a sharp sound. Where's my brother? I want to see my brother. Her tears burst into her trembling lips and she was on the verge of emotional collapse. How is this possible? This is a lie. She screamed at the top of her lungs, her voice extremely shrill, like a child who had been cruelly abandoned. She had worked so hard all these years just to keep Shinju, but he dared to commit suicide. How could he do this? At this time, a doctor in a white coat came in and handed a piece of paper to Shen Yi. Ms. Shen, your brother's critical illness notice needs your signature. He handed Shen Yi a pen. With tears on her face, Shen Yi stared at the doctor blankly, her watery eyes full of confusion. Critical illness notice. Your brother is still being rescued. Yao Jing calmed down and said in a crying voice. The voice exploded like thunder in Shen Yi's mind, and there were only 5 words in her mind. Shinju is still alive. The tear-stained face suddenly broke into a smile. Shen Yi wiped away her tears, took the pen, and signed her crooked name with trembling hands. She was really scared. Why didn't Sister Xiaojing explain it clearly? I beg you, you must save my brother. Shen Yi held the doctor's hand tightly, as if she was holding a savior. The doctor looked serious and nodded solemnly. We will do our best. After the doctor left, Shinyi picked up the fruits and thermos on the ground, and collapsed on Shinju's bed, exhausted. She was almost about to lose the only person in the world who loved her the most. But why would the person who loved her the most do something to hurt her like this? She only has Shinju left, how could he be so cruel as to abandon her? Your brothers. Yao Jing handed her a jade plaque, on which was engraved Shinju's zodiac sign, snake. When the Shin family was in trouble, Shinju didn't pawn the jade pendant no matter how short of money he was. This was a gift from Shin's father for his adulthood, and Shinju had been wearing it around his neck since he was 18 and never took it off. Shinyi secretly clenched the jade token. She knew how much Shinju treasured this jade token. And in the suicide note, Shinju actually asked her to pawn the jade token. After Shinju was out of danger, he woke up the next night. In the ward, Shinyi slammed the jade token on the table. What are you doing? There was a hint of pain in Shinyi's angry voice. Shinju was lying on the hospital bed, his face pale, his eyes staring at the ceiling with a dazed look. Stop worrying about me. Everyone will die one day, sooner or later. I feel more comfortable dying than living right now. He didn't want to live in such a cowardly way, and he didn't want to drag Shinyi down. Without him, Shinyi would have a better life. His voice was soft and weak, very gentle, as if he was coaxing a disobedient child. I don't want it. Shinyi covered her ears, her voice suddenly became sharp. She rushed over and knelt in front of the bed, grabbing Shinju's hand tightly. I don't want it. Brother. I beg you, don't do this again in the future, okay? Her tears burst out and poured down, which made Shinju feel heartbroken again. He tried to persuade her earnestly. Shinyi interrupted him in a deep voice. Brother, if you do this again, I won't live anymore. She stood up and wiped away her tears. What kept her alive all these years was to cure Shinju and keep him alive. What nonsense are you talking about? How old are you? Shinju looked a little angry. If I die, you won't live anymore. Shinyi's nose felt sore, her eyes became hot, and tears began to fall again. She said stubbornly, I won't live any longer. She hated it most when the word death came out of Shinju's mouth. Shinju exhaled, closed his eyes and let out a helpless breath. His voice softened. Okay, don't be angry, I won't do anything to make you sad again. Shinyi pouted and snorted proudly with a crying tone. Then you just live well. Yeah. He responded lightly. Shinyi has been staying in the hospital to take care of Shinju for the past 2 days and has not returned home. Now that Shinju has woken up, she is relieved. After walking out of the ward, Shinyi was stopped by Yao Jing at the door. What's wrong, Sister Xiaojing? Yao Jing pursed her lips, looking a little embarrassed. Your brother's medical expenses are not enough. I have paid all my money. Do you have any left? Originally, their combined salary was enough to pay for the medical expenses, but Shinju's suicide and rescue had added a lot of extra expenses, far exceeding the advance payment they had made. Take good care of my brother, and I'll figure out the money issue. After returning home, Shinyi hesitated for a long time, but still called Heng. Teacher Sai, can I get an advance on next month's salary? What's wrong? Shinyi pursed her lips. It's nothing, just a false alarm, okay. I'll have someone transfer the money to your card later. Chapter 8. The Shin family is full of bad natures. Shinyi asked Heng for half a day off yesterday and went to the hospital this morning to pay the medical bills. Shinyi. Heng's voice sounded behind him. Shinyi turned around and saw him, with a puzzled look on her face. Why is the teacher here? Heng shook his arm, changed the dressing. His eyes touched the dark circles under Shinyi's eyes. Didn't you get enough rest? Yeah, it's okay. She had hardly any rest in the past 2 days, and was carefully observing Shinju's physical condition in the ward every day. Shinju was weak to begin with, and this ordeal made his physical condition even worse. I'll pay my medical bills and go to work in the afternoon. Heng raised his eyebrows slightly. Are you sick? Shinyi shook her head and said, no, something happened to my brother. Your brother? Heng pretended to be surprised. In fact, after meeting Shinyi in the nightclub that time, he investigated Shinyi thoroughly and naturally learned about Shinju's situation. Shinyi nodded and said Then you get in line first. I'm in a hurry to get back to the company. Yeah, okay. Shinyi lined up. Heng turned around, a cold smile slowly forming at the corner of his lips. He didn't go to the company, but came to Shinju's ward. Sai Heng saw him as he pushed the door open. Shinju's face was still pale, and he was reading the book in his hand seriously. Sai Heng casually walked to the bed and sat down, crossing his legs elegantly. Master Shin. Hearing these 3 words, Shinju was in a trance for a moment. No one had called him like this for several years. Shinju closed the book and put it beside the bed, a little confused. Do you know me? He looked at his face carefully. He had never seen him before. Shinju really didn't know this person. Without answering his question, Sai Heng asked, Sai Ping, do you know her? The corners of his smiling mouth seemed to be dipped in ice water, showing a bit of coolness. Sai Ping? A very unfamiliar name. Shinju shook his head and said, I don't know him. You don't know him? Sai Heng's eyes were filled with coldness, and he suddenly laughed. That's right, how could Master Shin remember him? It is not difficult to feel Sai Heng's disgust towards him. Shinju is a little puzzled. Is this sure that this is not a lunatic who escaped from the psychiatric department? Sai Heng stood up, exhaled, his eyes like deep pools. Take good care of yourself. It's meaningless to die too quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, the door slammed shut. Shinju withdrew his gaze, his expression normal, and leisurely opened the book to continue reading. Sai Heng went downstairs and was about to return to the company when he suddenly heard a familiar female voice. I didn't hit her. Shin-yi looked at the sobbing little girl and felt a headache. She was just walking forward when she was suddenly bumped by the little girl from behind. The little girl was holding a cup of hot water, and when she fell, it spilled all over her body. Now her white and tender arms were covered with a layer of red. So, it was my granddaughter who poured hot water on herself. The speaker was a woman in her 50s, holding a little girl's hand. Shin-yi squatted down, looked at the little girl levelly, and said softly, Little sister, was it your sister who bumped into you just now? The little girl blinked her watery eyes, lowered her head silently, and said nothing. The old woman pulled the little girl behind her. What are you doing? Are you trying to scare my granddaughter? Her noisy voice was extremely sharp and piercing. Look at this, everyone. Who is this person? You didn't even apologize after pouring hot water on someone. Shin-yi stood up, her expression unchanged, and she said firmly, I didn't hit her. No. The old man pulled the little girl's arm over and held it in front of the onlookers. Look, there are blisters here. The child must be in so much pain. People glanced at the little girl's arm and agreed with the old man, criticizing Shin-yi. Taking a deep breath, Shin-yi tried her best to suppress her anger and said, If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance. If you can prove that I hit her, I can pay you. But I didn't hit her, so you can't frame me for that. The old man's eyes widened in anger, and he pointed at his nose. I am disrespectful to my elders. I am framing you? How can young girls talk like this nowadays? How did their parents raise them? Her face turned cold instantly, and Shin-yi's eyes were filled with icy anger. The gentle faces of her parents appeared in her mind, and her heart ached. She would not allow her parents to be talked about. If you don't feel guilty, why don't you adjust the surveillance? Her cold voice was covered with a layer of ice. Who knows if you are stalling for time? The old man rolled his eyes and snorted coldly. Shin-yi. Naturally, he would use such a good opportunity to win Shin-yi's favor. Sai Heng called out to her and strode over to stand in front of her. I'll take care of it. He squatted down, looked at the little girl gently and harmlessly, and coaxed her, Tell uncle, did this sister hit you? The little girl bit her lip, her eyes flickering, Sister. Before she could finish her words, Sai Heng smiled and said something that made the little girl extremely frightened. Bad boys who lie will be taken away by the big bad wolf. The little girl hung her head in fear, clutching the hem of her clothes nervously, and muttered softly, My grandma asked me to hit my sister. My father has no money to treat his illness. Grandma said that if I do this, I will have money to treat my father's illness. What nonsense are you talking about, you stupid girl? The old man grabbed her and hit her hard, cursing, Useless thing, you are such a money loser. The little girl was so scared that she burst into tears and ran to the side. Why are you still beating the child? This child is so pitiful. People blamed the old man. Sai Heng protected the little girl and Shin-yi behind him, as if he was protecting his wife and daughter. He pulled his bulging wallet out of his pocket, took out a stack of red bills, and placed it in front of the old man. Is that enough? The old man stared at the stack of money with his eyes shining, and nodded repeatedly, enough, enough, enough. She slapped her thigh fiercely, tears streaming down her face. I don't want this to happen. My son needs money urgently, I can't do anything. After saying that, she took the money and almost knelt down to Heng. You are such a good person, you are the savior of my family. Yeah, come here, let's go pay your father. The old man had a kind face and a gentle tone. The little girl hid behind Heng without moving, with her head down and biting her lips, looking extremely pitiful. Children are more sensitive. I hope you can be a qualified grandmother in the future. Heng paused and said meaningfully, if you hurt others, you will be hated. There will definitely be retribution in the future. Her heart tightened and Xinyi felt inexplicably uncomfortable. She hurt Heng. According to Heng's words, she will suffer retribution. No. If teacher Sai really wanted to take revenge on her, why would he give her such a good job? It's noon, let's have lunch together. Xinyi came back to her senses and saw that the old man and the little girl had left. She looked into Heng's eyes and subconsciously said, oh, okay. Following Heng, she sighed and decided not to think too much. Making money was the top priority now. Inside the car. Actually, I've always been curious about why you hated me so much back then. Heng looked straight ahead. I hate it so much that I want to ruin my reputation. Xinyi pursed her lips and said, who told you to always cause trouble for me? At that time, Heng would ask her to answer questions every day during class, and would also take her to his office for tutoring after class. If Xinyi skipped class, Heng would call her father and report her crimes endlessly. Xinyi's father, who attached great importance to education, often scolded her, so Xinyi hated Heng very much. I am responsible for my students, and I have done something wrong. Heng smiled bitterly. There were so many students in the medical department, but he chose Xinyi instead of anyone else. He just wanted Xinyi to pay more attention to him and leave a better impression on her. At first, he wanted to tell Xinyi countless times that he liked her. But he was too self-conscious to dare to. At that time, Xinyi was the eldest daughter of the Shen family, a noble lady who could only be admired from afar and not be played with. More importantly, he was Xinyi's teacher, and he could not go beyond this relationship. He could only hide his love deep in his heart and dare not let it see the light. I hate it most when others force me to study. Xinyi muttered softly. Girls should read more books. Heng said indifferently. It turned out that it was because of these little things that his reputation was ruined and he became a criminal who was condemned by thousands of people. He just liked her and wanted to stay with her for a while longer by using her identity as a teacher. She actually used such despicable means to deceive his feelings and play with his sincerity. Just as he thought, the Shen family is full of bad characters. The car stopped in front of an elegantly decorated Chinese restaurant. Heng opened the door for Xinyi like a gentleman, and the two walked into the restaurant side by side. Looking from behind, the man is graceful and elegant, and the woman is slender and graceful. They are really a perfect match. Chapter 9. I've been waiting for you. Heng finished ordering the dishes and added, 2 servings of sweet and sour spare ribs. Sweet and sour spare ribs. Xinyi raised her head suddenly. 2 servings. Did he choose this specifically for himself? I know you like this dish. Heng handed the menu to the waiter with tenderness on his lips. Not only did he know that Xinyi liked it, but sweet and sour pork ribs was also his specialty, which he learned specifically for Xinyi. But he didn't expect that he would be pushed into the abyss by Xinyi herself. Xinyi was stunned and looked at him in surprise. How could Mr. Sai know? The exquisitely presented dishes were placed on the table one after another. Xinyi picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs with chopsticks and put it into her mouth. Delicious. A smile spread across the corners of her lips covered with sauce. Heng stood up, pulled out a tissue, leaned forward, gently wiped the sauce from the corner of her mouth, and smiled. Why are you eating like a child? The corner of her mouth felt itchy, and Xinyi couldn't help but lick it with the tip of her tongue. A soft, wet feeling came from his fingertips. Heng looked at the pink tip of the tongue, his eyes darkening. He quickly withdrew his hand as if he had received an electric shock, took a deep breath, and sat back in his seat. Are sweet and sour spare ribs so delicious? Heng also picked up a piece and tasted it. He felt it was just so-so. He didn't really like sweet meat dishes. It's not as delicious as what I made. Heng drank a glass of water to wash away the sweet and sour taste. Yi put down her chopsticks, a little surprised. Teacher Sai can cook. Yes, I'm a good cook. If you don't believe me, you can come to my house one day and I'll cook for you. Heng has been dependent on his sister since childhood. Children from poor families have to grow up early, so he has been independent since he was young. He can do housework and cook. How can I feel embarrassed about that? Yi smiled awkwardly. Teacher Sai had already helped her a lot, how could she feel embarrassed to eat for free? Heng lowered his eyes slightly. Are you sure you're not coming? I can also make sweet and sour spare ribs. Then Teacher Sai is quite virtuous. After saying that, Yi lowered her head and counted on her fingers, then raised her head and said, Teacher Sai is 30 years old this year, why is she still not married? Aren't her family members anxious? Teacher Sai is good looking, tall, and has a good figure. Yi took a quick glance and thought, well, not bad. He is so handsome and rich, it doesn't make sense that he is still single. I have no family. They are all dead. His tone was light, and no emotion could be heard. Yi pursed her lips and looked up at him carefully, but she didn't see a trace of loneliness on his face. Teacher Sai seemed to be even lonelier than she was. At least she had her brother by her side. Suddenly, there was a void in her heart, and it hurt. Yi actually felt sorry for him, as if she was in the same boat. How much pain and suffering must a person have gone through to be able to calmly say such heartbreaking words? His deep eyes were fixed on Yi, and Heng said, as for why I haven't gotten married, you should know it very well. After saying that, Heng lowered his head, making it hard to tell the emotions on his face. Yi, I have been waiting for you. You know I like you. I have never changed in these 4 years. His eyes were slightly drooped, and his thick eyelashes hid the cold light in his eyes. Yi could not see clearly, only his affectionate and gentle voice lingered in her ears. When Heng said he had no family, Yi did not see any sadness on his face. Now that Heng said he liked her and had been waiting for her, Yi actually felt a hint of loneliness and sadness from him. Why? Yi felt uncomfortable as her heart felt stuffy and blocked. It seemed that Heng's loneliness and sadness had been passed on to her. Just think of it as a sign of pity for me, as no one wants me at my age, and be with me, okay? He raised his eyes and looked at her seriously, his joking words revealing cautious temptation. Under his affectionate gaze, Yi's heart was pounding. She avoided his gaze in panic, covering her chest, and was unable to breathe for a while. I don't know. It's okay. I'll give you some time. You've waited for 4 years. A little while longer won't hurt. Heng smiled gently, feeling secretly proud in his heart. She didn't say she didn't like it, but she didn't know. She didn't reject it directly, which means she also has feelings in her heart, but she doesn't know and is not sure. If a handsome man like Heng, who is cold and aloof, doesn't provoke you, you will just feel that this person is very distant and difficult to get along with. But as long as he takes the initiative, the charming temptation is absolutely fatal. A faint smile appeared on Heng's lips. Yi, I wonder how long you can hold on. I will repay you double for the pain you have caused me. After get off work, Heng sent Yi home, and Yi did not refuse. Before Yi went home, Heng grabbed her wrist and pulled her into his arms, wrapping his arms tightly around her waist and resting his head on her thin shoulders. I really want to be with you right now. Don't make me wait too long. The bewitching voice wrapped around Yi's heart like a vine and slowly tightened. The poisonous thorns on the vine quietly pierced into her heart and continuously transmitted venom, slowly invading, paralyzing and eating away at the hard wall of her heart that she had built up over the years. Women are all emotional. People like Yi, who have experienced their ups and downs of life, will always instinctively desire stability and steadiness. Heng will use his gentle and silent affection to break down her cold and hard protective shell, letting her completely fall into the land of tenderness, and then Heng's blood boiled with excitement just by imagining it, and his warm face was instantly replaced by a ferocious and cold expression. But Yi couldn't see any of this. The warmth of Heng's chest made her feel dizzy. There was an inexplicable sense of security, as if she was a person wandering alone outside, and suddenly found a sense of belonging, as if she was in the spring sunshine in March. Her whole body was light and warm. Before falling asleep, Yi's cell phone rang. Teacher Sai, good night. I will pick you up for work tomorrow. Shinyi's pupils shrank as she imagined what it would be like to hear these two words in Sai Heng's voice. She held her phone and tossed and turned in bed excitedly. After a long time, she sat up, typed a long paragraph and deleted it, typed again and deleted it again, and finally, she scratched her hair and sent a hum in annoyance. In the morning, Sai Heng came to pick her up for work. "Wait a minute, I'll go buy 2 buns." She walked out 2 steps and then walked back and asked Sai Heng, "Do you want some?" Sai Heng smiled gently, "I've already bought it. It's in the car." Shinyi was stunned. "Oh, thank you, Teacher Sai." He opened the car door for her before Sai Heng got in. There was melodious and soothing music playing in the car, and Shinyi was sipping porridge. Shinyi saw the incubator in the back seat from the corner of her eye and asked in confusion, "Teacher Sai, what is that?" "Sweet and sour pork ribs, your favorite. I made them specially this morning." Sai Heng looked straight ahead with a gentle smile on his face. Shinyi put down the porridge, pursed her lips, and asked in a low voice, "What exactly does Teacher Sai like about me?" She really didn't know what was so good about her that made Sai Heng like her for 4 years. "Who knows?" Sai Heng laughed, "When you looked into my eyes when we first met, I felt like my soul was being sucked in." He continued to laugh, "You are a demon sent by God to seduce honest people like me." Shinyi chuckled and said coquettishly with her eyes curved in smile, "You are the goblin. Then let's just be a couple, 2 fairies, and stop causing harm to others." He tempted with a smile. Shinyi took over his words, "Okay, don't harm others." She didn't fall asleep until 3 in the morning yesterday, and she had been thinking about it all night. She wanted to be with Sai Heng, which was different from the fresh feeling she had for Meng Qian at the beginning. Sai Heng is mature and steady, which makes her feel safe. She feels at ease and secure when she is with him. Because of Sai Heng, she has expectations for her future life. "Teacher Sai, please don't give me anything." Shinyi looked helplessly at the bouquet of bright red roses on the desk. During the week they were together, Sai Heng gave Shinyi a bouquet of roses every day, rain or shine. Shinyi sighed. She didn't really like flowers. They were not practical and had to be thrown away when they withered. But since they were given by Sai Heng, she couldn't bear to part with them. Sai Heng stood up, walked over to hug her, and said with a smile, "What's wrong with me giving it to my wife? I am happy to spend the money." Hearing this, Shinyi couldn't close her mouth and smiled, "Teacher Sai, do you love me?" She had asked this question several times this week. Sai Heng said he loved her every time, but Shinyi still asked it over and over again without getting tired of it. She didn't know why, but she felt insecure and everything was unreal. Her life now was so beautiful, like a dream. Maybe her heart had been cold for too long in the past few years, and she hadn't gotten used to being warmed by another hot heart. Chapter 10. Come to my house tonight. Sai Heng's eyes flashed with disgust. He turned Shinyi's body and said softly, "You don't have to ask me this question all the time in the future. My answer will always be I love you. You just need to tell me I love you directly, and then I will reply to you, I love you too." Shinyi was so moved that she threw herself into Sai Heng's arms with red eyes, crying in her voice, "What should I do, Teacher Sai? I can't live without you." She suddenly felt a little scared. What if Teacher Sai didn't want her anymore? What if he abandoned her like her parents did? It is very scary to rely on someone wholeheartedly and without reservation. The person you rely on is like a pillar that can support a person's world, but once it disappears, the whole world will lose its support and collapse in an instant. To Shinyi, Sai Heng is the pillar of support. He is everything she relies on and is as important as Shinju. Then you won't leave in this life. Can your ashes be mixed together when you die? Sai Heng joked. Startled, Shinyi quickly covered his mouth. Parents, brother, these people are all linked to death. She doesn't like the word death. If you say that again, I won't pay any attention to you. Shinyi pouted angrily, which was so cute. Since they have been together, Shinyi has become more and more lovely, and has been spoiled by Sai Heng into a willful child. Okay, I won't tell you. Sai Heng took her hand, lowered his head and kissed her lips until Shinyi was out of breath, then he let her go reluctantly. Come to my house tonight. Their foreheads touched each other, and Sai Heng spoke in a hoarse voice. This sentence was so ambiguous that Shinyi lowered her eyes shyly, not noticing the coldness that flashed across Sai Heng's eyes. There was a knock on the door. Enter. Sai Heng let go of Shinyi and sat back in his chair. The door opened and a man walked in. When his eyes met that face, Sai Heng was startled. Brother-in-law. Fu Mingcheng came in and glanced at Shen Yi, then looked at Sai Heng. Pour me a cup of coffee. Sai Heng handed her the coffee cup. Shen Yi took the cup and said obediently, okay. Then she ran out of the office happily. What's the matter? Sai Heng asked expressionlessly. Fu Mingcheng had a sarcastic smile on his slightly weathered face. He clapped his hands a few times and said, the former eldest lady of the Shen family, now serving you tea and water, are you happy with her? His eyes were slightly cold and contained some hostility. I know what I'm doing, you just watch. Sai Heng looked at the computer screen and was in no mood to respond to his sarcasm. Fu Mingcheng stared at him and asked, you know? Then his face darkened and he said angrily, what do you know? I think you must be crazy to be hanging out with Shinju's sister. Are you worthy of your sister? Sai Heng looked calm and said calmly, Shen Yi has taken the bait. This will all be over soon. I think you're just protecting them. Don't think I don't know that you've been secretly hiding their information all these years. Sai Heng's eyes flickered, and he said calmly, don't you want them both to suffer? What's the meaning? Sai Heng laughed, this brother and sister have a very good relationship. No matter which one gets hurt, the other will suffer even more. I don't want to care about these things, I just want Shinju to die. Fu Mingcheng rescued Sai Heng from prison and trained him carefully. Sai Heng had a talent for business, and the company's performance was booming. In a few years, it developed into a global chain. He was happy to see it succeed at first, but he didn't expect Sai Heng to be so dictatorial and repeatedly obstructed and delayed his plan. He had no choice but to swallow his anger. Sai Heng leaned back in his chair and rubbed his brows, Shinju must die, but not now. Shinju is more useful alive than dead. Okay, then tell me, what tricks are you playing now? What's wrong with her? The she that Fu Mingcheng was referring to was naturally Shen Yi. Sai Heng put on a sinister smile, treat others in their own way. After get off work, Shen Yi did not go home. She looked at Sai Heng who was still busy with some nervousness. I'm going to teacher Sai's house tonight. Let's go home. Sai Heng closed the computer, walked towards Shen Yi and took her hand. This was Shen Yi's first visit to Sai Heng's home. Sai Heng lived in a 3-story single-family villa with elegant white and grey-blue walls, a simple and exquisite appearance, and a swimming pool on the roof. The furniture in the house was relatively simple, but very complete, with light colors as the main color, which looked very comfortable. Sai Heng led Shen Yi into their house and took out a pair of slippers and handed them to her. Whatever you want to eat, I'll make it. Shen Yi tilted her head and thought about it, sweet and sour spare ribs. Sai Heng laughed a few times and scratched her nose. You are really picky. We just happen to have spare ribs at home. Sai Heng took out some vegetables from the refrigerator and went into the kitchen to start working. Listening to the tinkling sounds beside her ears, Shen Yi felt warm in her heart. This was the feeling of home. She played with her phone for a while and felt bored, so she thought about going to the kitchen to see Sai Heng. Sai Heng was cooking in the kitchen when he suddenly felt a tightness around his waist. Looking at those two jade-like arms, he couldn't help but rub them with his hand and said softly, there's a lot of smoke in the kitchen. Wait outside for a while. Shen Yi put her face on his broad back and didn't move. I want to stay with the teacher. If you don't let go, your ribs will get burnt. Sai Heng said with a smile, be obedient, the dish will be ready soon. Shen Yi let go of her hand obediently, okay. In order to show off his cooking skills in front of Shen Yi, Sai Heng worked for more than an hour and prepared 5 dishes. The aroma was enticing and the presentation was exquisite. Shen Yi stared at it with her eyes wide open and her mouth almost watering. Wow, teacher Sai, you are so amazing. Sai Heng was very pleased with her praise. He hugged Shen Yi from behind and lowered his head to her face. I've worked so hard, will you reward me well tonight? The ambiguous heat teased Shen Yi's skin, and her cheeks quickly turned pink. She turned slightly in Sai Heng's arms, stood on tiptoe and kissed him quickly on the lips. Hey, let me reward you with a sweet kiss from classmate Shen. Sai Heng couldn't help but laughed out loud, how can one be enough? After saying that, he lowered his head and covered her lips, kissing her eagerly, wishing he could eat Shen Yi whole. The ambiguous sound of lips and teeth entangled in the room made Shen Yi blush and her heart beat fast. After a long time, she slowly pushed Sai Heng away, her beautiful eyes sparkling, it's time to eat. Sai Heng's deep eyes were filled with lust, and his body actually responded. He smiled maliciously, nudged Shen Yi with his hips, and said meaningfully, I feed you, so you can't let it go hungry. Shinyi lost her balance and stumbled onto the table. Looking at her beautiful back outlined by her shirt, Heng's Adam's apple rolled and his voice became more and more evil. It turns out that Shin likes this position. Maybe we can try it tonight. Teacher Sai, shut up. Shinyi's face flushed red and she quickly covered his mouth, her heart pounding. How could that cold and aloof teacher Sai become like this? Shinyi really couldn't believe that the teacher Sai who had called her to his office and tutored her seriously before would now say such embarrassing words without blushing or feeling any pain. However, she just inexplicably likes teacher Sai like this. After dinner, Heng sat on the sofa and turned on his computer to work. Shin leaned on his shoulder to watch TV and occasionally put a grape into his mouth. After finishing the grapes, Heng was still working. Shinyi started to act like a spoiled brat. She snatched Heng's computer and put it aside, then sat on his lap and put her soft arms around his neck. Teacher Sai, please stop working. Her little face was pressed against Heng's neck, and her voice was delicate and sounded a little aggrieved. Heng held her in his arms and said with a smile, Student Shin, are you so hungry? Shinyi blushed and was too embarrassed to speak. She deliberately teased, Teacher Sai, are you too old to do this? Heng raised his eyebrows. He can't. How is that possible? He just thought that having sex after a meal was not good for the stomach and intestines, but Shinyi actually doubted that he couldn't do it. His body suddenly flew into the air, and Shinyi was so scared that she quickly hugged his neck. Teacher Sai, I'm just kidding. She looked at Heng's handsome profile with fascination. Teacher Sai, you become more and more beautiful the more I look at you. I can never get enough of you. Chapter 11. He destroyed her innocence. Heng put Shinyi on the bed, knelt on both sides of her, and took off her white shirt. If he had a camera at this time, he could take a few pictures that would be on the cover of a fashion magazine. Shinyi's eyes were filled with mist, she bit her lips tightly with her pearly teeth, and her hands tightly grasped the sheets on both sides, feeling a little nervous. Weren't you very talkative just now? Are you scared? Heng supported his arms on both sides of her head and bent down to kiss her on the lips. Shinyi's lips were soft, like jelly, and Heng couldn't kiss her enough. Who's scared? I'm not. Shinyi turned her head, her cheeks puffed up, like an attacked puffer fish, so cute. Then I'll start. Heng's eyes were dark, and he was held down as soon as his hand covered her pants. What's wrong? Shinyi blushed and stammered, turn off the lights. Okay. Heng studied medicine and was very familiar with the human body. In the darkness. Hum. Shinyi couldn't help but hum, and then quickly bit her lip. Relax. Shinyi was shaking with pain, her body arched upwards, begging in a low voice, Teacher Sai, please, let's do it later. Heng pulled her back and said with a little displeasure, just bear with it for now. It hurts so much, I don't want to. Shinyi's eyes were wet and her voice was tearful. Heng's face darkened and his voice turned cold, be obedient, or I won't want you anymore. Shinyi pursed her lips, with a hint of uneasiness in her eyes, I will be obedient. Finally, Shinyi fell into a coma without being conscious. Heng got off her, held her and put her in the bathtub to wash. Looking at the purple and red marks all over her body, Heng was extremely happy. Shinyi became his woman. He got the once high and mighty eldest daughter of the Shin family. Carrying her to the bed, Heng saw a streak of red on the white bed sheet. A strange look flashed across his dark eyes. He covered Shinyi with the quilt and left the room. Teacher Sai. Shinyi muttered in her sleep. Heng paused, looked back at her coldly, then walked out of the room without hesitation. The white bathrobe hung loosely on his body. In the night, Heng looked mysterious and elegant. He stood by the windowsill, shaking a glass of wine in his hand. His tipsy eyes looked at the dark red wine in a daze. Shinyi's pitiful begging for mercy under him kept appearing in his mind. He sneered with a hint of disdain. Shinyi, oh Shinyi, you said I was gullible and had not made any progress, but what about you? Aren't you still confused and bewildered by me? Her performance tonight was so entertaining. The next day, Shinyi woke up and saw that there was no one around her. She quickly got out of bed. The weakness in her waist and legs caused her to fall to the ground as soon as her feet touched the ground. Heng came over upon hearing the sound, picked her up and put her on the bed, rubbing her head, you should rest at home today. The meal is ready, I'll bring it to you later. Her sight met Heng's cold phoenix eyes. Thinking of last night, Shinyi's face instantly turned red as if blood was about to drip out. You can live here from now on. I'll ask someone to buy some clothes for you today. Shinyi raised her head suddenly. Living here? Is there a problem with living at your boyfriend's house? Shinyi pursed her lips and shook her head. No, no. I'll give you a day off today. You can sleep a little longer. I'll go to the company first. Heng buttoned up his cuffs and put on his suit jacket. Yes. Shinyi smiled charmingly and hooked her finger at Heng. Teacher Sai, come here. Heng sat on the bed. What? Before he could finish his words, he felt a soft touch on his lips. Come back early. Shinyi smiled sweetly. Heng hummed, turned and left the room. His heartbeat was slightly disordered, Heng's breathing was slightly choking, and a strange feeling welled up in his heart. He clutched his clothes around his chest, closed his eyes, and leaned against the wall. He felt bad. Is it really okay to play with Shinyi like this? At this moment, another voice suddenly sounded in my mind. What's wrong with that? Didn't she treat you the same way back then? You're just punishing her in the same way. What's wrong with that? Shinyi ruined your reputation and put you in jail. Shinju killed your sister and got away with it. If you let them go, will you be worthy of yourself and your sister who worked so hard to raise you? Heng opened his eyes, and his pupils were as deadly as a cold, deep pool. There's nothing wrong with that. If you do something wrong, you should be punished. She had it all her own fault. She framed him and put him in jail, and he was condemned by everyone. He destroyed her innocence and then wiped the slate clean. In the evening, Heng arrived home at 6 o'clock. Shinyi had already prepared the meal and was sitting on the sofa waiting for him. As soon as he entered the door, Shinyi took the briefcase from Heng's hand. Teacher Sai, the meal is ready. Shinyi took out slippers from the shoe cabinet, squatted down and placed them in front of his feet, looking like a considerate young wife. Heng raised his eyebrows. Oh. He is so amazing, let me see what delicious food you made. Holding Heng's hand, Shinyi brought him to the dining table, looking very proud and smug, like a child seeking reward from an adult. Heng kissed her on the cheek and said with a smile, Student Shin is really multi-talented. Her eyes darkened, Shinyi pursed her lips, looking a little disappointed. What Teacher Sai did to me, did he also do to other women? She wanted to know about Heng's past relationship experiences. Heng shook his head and said in a deep voice, I have remained chaste for you for 30 years. Shinyi didn't believe it. How could a man in his 30s never have a woman? Although Shinyi was very happy when he said that, she was still surprised. Why has Mr. Sai never been in a relationship? Heng took out chopsticks from the kitchen and handed her a pair. I don't have time. I was busy with my studies when I was in school, and I was busy making money after graduation. I didn't have the energy to think about those things. He was not one of those carefree children who were loved by his parents. When he was 13, his parents died and his sister dropped out of school to raise him. In order to reduce his sister's burden, he started working and studying at the age of 15. His mind was full of how to make money, and he really had no time to think about other things. After graduation, he met all kinds of women, but none of them moved him, until Shinyi caught his eye. Shinyi made him believe in fate, but also made him experience the irreparable consequences of waking up from a dream. Ever since Shinyi moved here, Heng coaxed and tricked her into going to the room almost every day, and she hasn't been to the company for several days. After the fight died down, Shinyi buried her face in Heng's chest, breathing slightly. Your physical strength is getting better and better. You didn't faint this time. Heng wrapped a strand of Shinyi's hair around his fingertips. In fact, she was very tired, but she forced herself not to faint, for fear of spoiling Heng's fun. Shinyi closed her eyes, and before she fell into a sleepy state, Heng's cell phone rang. Mingshan, what's wrong? As soon as Heng's voice entered her ears, Shinyi couldn't hold on and fell asleep. Chapter 12. So, you did it too. Teacher Sai, did someone call you yesterday? Who is Mingshan? Shinyi pouted, wrapped her long legs around Heng's waist, and rubbed his face into all kinds of funny expressions with her hands. It's nothing. You wouldn't recognize me even if I told you. Heng dragged her and said perfunctorily. Will you tell me or not? Shinyi moved around in his arms disobediently. Heng's eyes flashed with impatience. Fu Mingshan, my brother-in-law's sister. Shin let out a satisfied sound and got off him. I want to go to the company too. She stayed at home every day, feeling very bored, and couldn't see Heng. I hope you don't feel tired. Shin got some water from the tea room and prepared to go back to the office. Suddenly, she saw Meng Qian, who was full of rage and aggressiveness, coming towards her, his angry peach blossom eyes looking at her coldly. There's a hint of danger in the air. Shin held the cup tightly and dodged to the side. Meng Qian was getting closer and closer to her, and when they passed by, he suddenly grabbed Shin Yi's arm. His hand shook, and the hot water in Shin Yi's cup immediately spilled out, scalding her wrist. What are you doing? Shin Yi frowned and looked at her red wrist. Meng Qian dragged her hand aside, his cold eyes piercing with chill. Where have you been? I've been looking for you many times, why aren't you home? Shin Yi shook his hand away impatiently. I don't live there anymore. Where do you live now? Meng Qian asked with a frown. Shin Yi was about to say, what does it have to do with you, when she saw Heng walking over nonchalantly. She quickly pushed Meng Qian away and ran behind Heng. He lives in my house. Heng held Shin Yi's hand, with no concealment of the provocation in his eyes. He lives in my house. These 5 words struck Meng Qian's heart like a devil's sound. He took a few steps back, his eyes blurry. He walked to Shin Yi, grabbed her shoulders, and his bloodshot eyes almost popped out. Is that what he said? Shin Yi felt pain in her shoulder. She pursed her lips and hummed, then pulled his hand away. We are together. Heng stood in front of Shin Yi, with a dazzling smile but also a hint of sarcasm on his face. So, you did it. Is there any problem? Heng asked back. Meng Qian's face was startled, and then he laughed. The low laugh sounded desolate and sad. Shin Yi, don't regret it. Meng Ke's voice was extremely cold and loud. Looking at Meng Qian's back, Shin Yi pursed her lips tightly. She shouldn't have agreed to his pursuit in the first place. I'll ask Fine how to buy you some burn ointment. Heng held her wrist and looked at it. Shin Yi's skin was fair and clear, and the blood vessels under the skin were clearly visible. At this moment, a large area of red appeared on her fair wrist. No need, it will be fine soon. Shin Yi pulled her hand out and put it down. Back in the office, Heng suddenly hugged Shin Yi, his chin resting on her shoulder, his voice so soft that water seemed to drip out. Let's get engaged. As soon as the words fell, Shin Yi was stunned, her lips slightly opened in surprise. Engagement? Isn't this too fast? They haven't even been together for a month. Isn't it too hasty? Faster? I'm already 30 years old. Heng sighed lightly. Yes, Teacher Sai is already 30 years old. I'll listen to you. Brother, I'm getting engaged. With a faint smile on her lips, Shin Yi exuded a sense of happiness. Her pretty face became even more beautiful and bright, thanks to Heng's nurturing over the past few days. Shinju closed the book, frowning slightly. Engagement. His sister was actually getting engaged. Time passed so quickly. What does he do? Is he good to you? Well, how should I put it? He was my former teacher. We had some unpleasant experiences before, but the misunderstanding has been resolved. He is now in charge of a company and treats me very well, just like a brother. I feel very happy every day now, and I want to spend my whole life with him. When Shin Yi said this, her clear and bright eyes were full of love, and the smile from the heart on her face was dazzling. Shinju hadn't seen her smile so happily for a long time. Presumably, she had really found happiness. Bring it here someday so I can take a look. Shin Yi nodded happily and said, I'll bring him over in a few days. After leaving the hospital, Shin Yi received a call from Meng Qian. I'm right behind you, let's have a cup of coffee together. Shin Yi turned around slowly and saw Meng Qian about 10 meters away from her. Don't come to see me again. I'm getting engaged. Shin Yi held the phone and looked at Meng Qian in the distance. Shin Yi saw Meng Qian smile, and then his cold voice came from the phone. Engagement. Have you thought it through? As far as I know, Heng is not a loyal person. Why do you say that about him? Meng Qian laughed again, with some mockery in his eyes. This is why I came to see you today. There is a coffee shop nearby. Let's chat. Shin Yi pursed her lips, hesitated for a while, and then nodded. The two walked into the cafe one after another. 2 cups of Blue Mountain coffee. Yes, sir. Meng Qian sat upright on the chair, his eyes lowered with sadness, and murmured, "Why do you like him?" His voice was very soft, as if he was talking to himself. He didn't understand. He had known Xinyi for 6 years, and he had been with her for 4 years, so why did she still run to another man's arms? What was wrong with him? Xinyi sighed, "This might be love. It's actually really amazing." She paused and continued, "Meng Qian, I was ignorant at that time, and I was with you just to find something to do. But it's different now, I really love him. You are actually a good person, don't waste your time on me, you should find a woman who truly loves you." Meng Qian closed his eyes and shook his head weakly. He leaned against the back of the chair, tilted his head slightly, and pursed his trembling thin lips, as if he was trying hard to suppress something. After a long while, he opened his watery eyes and said in a hoarse voice, "But I feel like he won't be with you." He took out his phone, swiped his fingers a few times, and placed it in front of Xinyi. "I took this photo when I went to dinner a few days ago." Xinyi looked at the phone he handed over. There are 3 people in the photo: Heng, Fu Mingcheng, and a strange woman. Heng sat with the strange woman, opposite to Fu Mingcheng. Heng put his hand on the woman's waist, and the woman whispered to Heng intimately. No matter how you look at it, their relationship is somewhat ambiguous. I've investigated and found out that this woman is Fu Mingcheng's sister, Fu Mingshan. After Fu Mingcheng rescued Heng from prison, he has been trying to bring them together. It seems that they have a good relationship. The coffee came and Meng Qian took a sip leisurely. Xinyi's eyes were fixed on the woman. Fu Mingshan had a decent appearance. Although she was not as charming and beautiful as Xinyi, she looked intellectual and elegant, with outstanding temperament. Feeling a little uncomfortable, Xinyi took a deep breath, returned the phone to him, and said firmly, "Teacher Sai will not betray me, and we are going to get engaged." She believed in Heng. "Whatever you want." Meng Qian's smile was bitter and forced. He let out a breath and said lightly, "When is the engagement party? Do you mind sending me an invitation? After all, we have known each other for so many years. I'll send you the invitation at the end of this month." Xinyi stood up, "I'll go back first." She left the cafe with unsteady steps and walked aimlessly on the street, the image of Heng's hand on the woman's waist constantly appearing in her mind. It would be a lie to say I don't care. She has been feeling insecure since her parents died, and she would start to worry about the slightest disturbance in this relationship. She didn't doubt Heng. She just didn't believe herself. Heng never said what he loved about her, and she didn't know why Heng liked her. Is she that good that Heng could like her for 4 years? The sky gradually darkened, and soon a thunderstorm began. Xinyi did not buy an umbrella, and let the cold raindrops hit her. After meeting Meng Qian, she felt inexplicably bad. She wanted to vent but could not find an outlet, so she could only relieve her boredom by hurting herself. It was almost 8 o'clock in the evening when Xinyi arrived home. Heng opened the door for her and saw Xinyi was soaked. Her thin body looked particularly fragile and pitiful after being attacked by the rain. Her eyes and nose were red, her face was a little pale, and her body was shaking slightly. Chapter 13. I'll be worried if you do this. Where have you been? Why didn't you answer my call? Heng said in an aggressive tone. He hated Xinyi's sudden disappearance, which made him feel that Xinyi was out of his control. After being yelled at by him, Xinyi felt very aggrieved. Her eyes became hot and tears welled up. Seeing that she didn't speak, Heng became even more angry. He grabbed Xinyi's shoulders tightly and yelled, "Speak! Why didn't you answer my call?" Looking down at the hand on her shoulder, Xinyi felt disgusted when she thought about the fact that this hand had touched other women's waists. "I don't want to answer your call." Xinyi glared at him, pushed him aside and walked into their house. Angered by her behavior, Heng pulled her back, threw her against the wall, and pressed her hard. "What on earth are you throwing a tantrum about? You didn't even say hello, you didn't even answer the phone, and what's your attitude now? You can't always be unreasonable, or I'll get angry too." Xinyi raised her head and shouted with a wronged look on her face, "Why are you angry?" "I'm still angry." As soon as she entered the door, Teacher Sai yelled at her. "Why are you angry?" Heng snorted coldly. Xinyi wiped her tears and asked in a sobbing voice, "What is your relationship with Fu Mingshan?" Fu Mingshan called him in the middle of the night, and he put his hand on Fu Mingshan's waist. How could Xinyi not think too much about this? Seeing that he had a complicated expression and didn't say anything, Xinyi felt that there was definitely something fishy going on. Can't you tell me? Are you feeling guilty? Be obedient and take a shower first, otherwise you will catch a cold and get sick. Heng changed the subject and took her hand to walk towards the bathroom. Let me go. I won't go unless you tell me. Yi shook off his hand and sat on the ground like a rogue. I have nothing to do with her, we're just friends, that's all. Heng felt there was no need to explain this. Yi tilted her head. You're lying, I saw you put your hand on her waist. She was so close to you. Where did you see it? Heng frowned slightly. Yi opened her mouth and couldn't say a word for a long time. Would Teacher Sai be angry if he knew that she had met Meng Qian in private? I saw it when I was out to dinner. Seeing her unnatural expression, Heng raised his eyebrows and said, You're lying. I saw it while I was having dinner. Student Shin, you'd better tell the truth. Yi hung her head for a long time before mumbling, Meng Qian told me. Her waist suddenly tightened, and Yi's whole body was forced to lift up, and then she felt softness on her lips. Heng kissed her gently, without any haste or impatience, with a look of leisurely enjoyment. If you have any questions in the future, you can ask me directly. How do you know if Meng Qian is trying to sow discord between us? Heng tried to allay her doubts and not let anyone ruin their relationship before the plan was completed. If there is a problem, you should communicate it instead of holding it in your heart and getting angry. This will not solve the problem. The gentle tone swept away Yi's annoyance today. She put her head on Heng's chest and said in a muffled voice, Teacher Sai, I understand. I won't do this again in the future. Heng looked at her wet body and flicked her forehead with his hand. You must answer my calls next time. I will be worried if you do this. Yi knew she was in the wrong, and nodded frantically like a chick pecking at rice, being extremely cute and well behaved. Go take a shower and change your clothes first. I'll go heat up the food. Yeah, okay. At the dining table, Yi kept putting food into her mouth, wishing she could grow another mouth. Teacher Sai, your cooking skills are really great. She had a lot of food in her mouth and couldn't even speak clearly. Heng had a blank expression on his face, and looked at Yi with deep eyes. In fact, every time I cooked before, I always fantasized that one day I could cook for you myself. Now your wish has come true. As she said this, she stuffed another piece of meat into her mouth. Seeing her eating like a hungry wolf, Heng said with disdain, I feel like I'm raising a pig. Then Mr. Sai will lose money. Why? I can't gain weight even if I just eat. I can't sell it for a good price. Heng. On the day off, Yi took Heng to the hospital to see Shinju. Brother, this is Teacher Sai. Yi introduced happily. When Shinju saw Heng, he was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, We meet again. He remembered that this man had come to his ward and said some nonsensical and incomprehensible words. Do you know each other? Yi's puzzled gaze moved back and forth between the two people. No. It was just a chance encounter. Heng and Shinju spoke at the same time, and their different answers made the atmosphere a little awkward. Oh, now that I know you, let me introduce you again. She grabbed Heng's sleeve and introduced, This is my teacher Sai Heng. Then she said to Heng, This is my brother, Shinju. Heng nodded, looked at his hospital gown, and pretended to be puzzled. What disease does your brother have? This question obviously touched Yi's sore spot, and she looked a little embarrassed. Congenital heart disease. Shinju took over. Congenital heart disease. Heng repeated in a low voice, and continued, People with congenital heart disease cannot drive, right? When my condition was stable before, the doctor said I could drive. Heng thought thoughtfully, wouldn't this be too irresponsible? What if something goes wrong? The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and Heng's tone was a little aggressive. Yi quickly took over the conversation, My dad doesn't trust my brother, so he doesn't let him drive. Although my brother has a driver's license, my dad still specially assigned a driver for him. My brother doesn't drive. Shinju stared at Heng, Mr. Sai seems to be very interested in me. You think too much. My interest in you is entirely because of Yi. Heng looked at Yi affectionately with a gentle smile. Shinju's face was a little stiff. Heng's words always made it difficult for him to continue. He could feel Heng's hostility towards him. Is he sincere to Yi? I want to drink some water. Shinju handed the glass on the table to Yi. Oh, okay. Shinyi took the glass and went to get water. Without Shinyi in the ward, the flowing air instantly solidified, and the oppressive atmosphere made people almost suffocate. Shinju took a deep breath and said slowly, I don't care what Mr. Sai's purpose is, but he is my treasure. If you dare to do anything to hurt her, I will never let you go. Why won't you let it go? What else can you do now? Sai Heng sneered with disdain. He was just a sickly person lying on a hospital bed, barely surviving. How much trouble could he cause? The era of the Shin family has long become a thing of the past. What right does he have to speak to me in this tone? It's so ridiculous. You can try it. The Shin family is not a pushover. At the critical moment, they are willing to even sacrifice their lives. Be good to E. She has suffered a lot over the years. I hope you won't let her down. Shinju warned. I will treat her well. Sai Heng said with a frivolous smile, which was very different from his usual elegant and refined appearance. Shinju looked at him dimly, his pale lips slightly opened. I won't go to the engagement party. His body couldn't withstand too much stress. If something happened, he would be sad, and it would cause trouble for her. Whatever. When Shinyi came back, she saw that both of them were doing their own things and no one was paying attention to each other. The atmosphere was inexplicably weird. She handed the water to Shinju, then walked to Sai Heng and bumped his arm, whispering, Teacher Sai, have you dealt with my brother? She deliberately stayed outside for a while longer to allow the two of them to communicate properly. Your brother couldn't be more satisfied with me. Sai Heng put his arms around her waist, and under Shinju's gaze, he boldly gave Shinyi a deep kiss. Shinyi's face turned red with shame. She tried desperately to push Sai Heng away, but he was too strong. This is too embarrassing. Her brother is still alive. After the kiss, Shinyi didn't dare to look at Shinju. It was too embarrassing. Shinju suddenly called her, no matter what you do, you must leave yourself a way out. Looking at Shinju's serious face, Shinyi nodded, not quite understanding, brother, I understand. Looking at her silly look, Shinju clenched his hands into fists under the quilt. Do you really know? Are you still sane after falling in love with this man? If you jump in like this recklessly, you're bound to be hurt to pieces. How can I save you then? Chapter 14 Be nice to me. There are 3 days left until the engagement party at the end of the month. In the morning, Sai Heng sent someone to get a bunch of clothes for Shinyi to try on. Shinyi changed one piece of clothing after another with a bright smile on her face, not feeling tired at all. Teacher Sai, does it look good? Her eyes were sparkling and the corners of her lips were shining. Sai Heng raised his head and said calmly, if you are good looking, you will look good in anything you wear. Hearing Sai Heng praising her beauty, Shinyi smiled even more. Teacher Sai is getting sweeter and sweeter. Sai Heng smiled in an ambiguous way and said, he was definitely the most watched person that day. This one, please. Shinyi wore a black slim long skirt, revealing her beautiful back and a curvy figure. The hem of her skirt was embellished with tiny gems. The style was simple but the cut was perfect, and she looked very elegant. She looked at the skirt with satisfaction, and swayed excitedly in front of Sai Heng, wishing she could stay in his eyes a little longer. Sai Heng smiled and pushed her away. Stop making trouble. I still have work to do. Shinyi pouted and said, oh, unhappily, then ran to look at other dresses. Sai Heng's dark eyes were chilled by a layer of ice. His gaze was fixed on Shinyi's bright smiling face, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up in an icy arc. She seemed to be looking forward to that day. However, he was looking forward to it more. In the evening, Sai Heng took Shinyi to the beach. Sai Heng held her hand, and they walked barefoot on the soft sand. The evening breeze slid across Shinyi's calves like silk. Teacher Sai, I love you so much. She put her hands in front of her mouth like a trumpet, and shouted towards the endless ocean with a smile on her face. It seemed that as long as she shouted it out, Sai Heng would stay with her for the rest of his life. She felt insecure, and all this beauty seemed too unreal. Teacher Sai, you can also call one. Sai Heng curled his lips slightly, are you childish? Just call me. Shinyi shook his hand coquettishly, like a child asking an adult for candy. Sai Heng frowned slightly and pursed his thin lips. He couldn't shout out the 3 words, I love you. When facing Shinyi's burning gaze, his throat seemed to be strangled by an invisible hand. He couldn't shout out. It doesn't matter if you don't call me, Teacher Sai, as long as you love me. Xinyi looked a little disappointed, and then a look of satisfaction. It turns out that one day I can be so close to happiness. She looked at the endless night, her voice choked with smile. Dad, Mom, did you see it? I am living a good life now. I can take care of myself and my brother. The who used to hide under your wings has grown up. Looking at the watery light in her smiling eyes, Heng felt inexplicably annoyed. Crying. Xinyi smiled and wiped away her tears. No, I'm just too happy. Teacher Sai, in fact, all the happiness I have had in the past 4 years combined is not as much as I have had with you in this month. We must be together forever. The two were tired from walking and sat on the beach. Xinyi rested her head on Heng's shoulder, and they watched the ebb and flow of the tide together. Gradually, she fell asleep to the sound of the waves. Heng took off his coat and covered her with it, his face looking a little dazed for a moment. If you hadn't lied to me back then, how great it would have been. Gently tucking her hair that was messed up by the sea breeze behind her ears, Heng rubbed his chin against her face and whispered, if you had been nicer to me then, we wouldn't be like this now. No, it still doesn't work. There is still Shinju between them. Heng suddenly laughed, and that handsome smile was a little bitter. I'm afraid you'll never be able to repay what you owe me in this lifetime. Engagement party. In the magnificent hotel lobby, socialites in gorgeous gowns and gentlemen in suits chat with each other with smiles, glasses are clinking on the exquisite dining table, the wine tower is sparkling, and the slow piano music is gentle, lingering and touching. Xinyi, standing on the second floor, looked at the golden and magnificent scene in front of her and felt dazed for a moment. The familiar memories of 4 years ago surrounded her tightly. She took a deep breath, raised her delicate chin slightly, and looked down at the crowd downstairs with her beautiful eyes narrowed indifferently. This feeling, she seemed to have returned to the heyday of the Shin family. She was still the high and mighty eldest daughter of the Shin family, envied by everyone. Xinyi. Meng Qian stood behind her and called her softly. What's wrong? She turned her head slowly when she heard the voice. You look beautiful today. He looked at Xinyi's wonderful figure outlined by her black slim dress, and a trace of pain flashed in his dark eyes. Xinyi smiled gracefully, thank you. If nothing works out between you and him, just come back to me. He would definitely wait for her and stand where she could see him as soon as she turned around. Xinyi exhaled lightly, Meng Qian, I can't force myself to be with someone I don't love. Some people may think that she is naive. In this age full of temptations, is there still pure love? People who believe in love are probably little girls who are ignorant of the world. But Xinyi believes in love, believes in Heng, believes that he can give her happiness, be loyal to her, and never leave her for the rest of her life. If you didn't love you, why did you agree to me? You shouldn't have given me hope. He smiled reluctantly. There would be no despair without hope. At the age of 18, how can I know what love is? Xinyi asked back. Meng Qian smiled bitterly. He was very precocious and had been very rational since he was old enough to understand things. He always knew what he wanted. Xinyi is what he wants. However, in Xinyi's view, that relationship was nothing more than a child's play, like playing house when she was young and ignorant. If he doesn't want you anymore, you can come to me anytime and I will always be waiting for you. Xinyi laughed and pretended to be angry, don't say such things today. He and I will definitely be together. Meng Qian looked around, where is he? Why isn't he with you? He had some urgent matters to attend to, so he went out to work. Xinyi looked at her watch. The banquet would start in 15 minutes, so why hadn't teacher Sai come back yet? Without Heng by her side, she felt really insecure. The beauty before her eyes was as fragile as a dream, and she was afraid it would break if she raised her fingers. Xinyi turned on her phone and called Heng, but no one answered the call. She couldn't help but get anxious. The banquet was about to start, but teacher Sai was nowhere to be found. What on earth was he busy with on such an important day? Maybe he ran away. Meng Qian said with a smile. Xinyi put down her phone and said, no, I believe him. She planned to go downstairs and wait for Heng. Meng Qian looked at her beautiful curvy figure and felt empty inside. It seemed as if Xinyi had taken something away from him. Going downstairs, Xinyi found a corner and sat down to eat some fruit. Are you, Xinyi? A strange young woman came over. Well, who are you? The woman pointed at herself and said, don't you remember me? I was your classmate in college, but we haven't met since you dropped out. Something happened at home. She picked up the wine glass and drank it silently. The woman suddenly realized, oh, your father is the one who made fake medicine and jumped off the building, right? Xinyi looked a little embarrassed, and said in a slightly cold voice, there's no need to talk about these past events anymore. Excuse me, but why are you here? Is this kind of person worthy of attending such a luxurious banquet? Xinyi curled her lips and smiled slightly, this is my engagement party. R. The woman's tone rose exaggeratedly, as if she had seen a ghost. Is this your engagement party? She laughed. Are you kidding? Are you dreaming? Xinyi's smile disappeared, what do you mean? She really disliked this woman. She had been speaking in a sarcastic tone from the beginning, which made people feel uncomfortable. You fell from a phoenix to a sparrow, and now you want to become a phoenix again. The woman sneered disdainfully. Xinyi pursed her red lips and said coldly, your mouth is for speaking, not for biting people like a mad dog. A sparrow is a sparrow, and a phoenix is a phoenix. This has been destined from the beginning. No matter how poor a phoenix is, it is still a phoenix. Even if a sparrow has the phoenix's luxurious feathers, it is just a noisy sparrow that chirps. You. The woman's eyes widened with anger, and she looked around angrily. Then she picked up the glass of wine in front of Xinyi and poured it on her. Her whole face turned cold and Xinyi took a deep breath. This woman is crazy. The woman gently put down her wine glass and said with a smug smile, a phoenix that falls into the water is no better than a chicken. Xinyi pursed her lips, wiped the wine off her face, stood up gracefully, picked up a piece of cake with her hand, and slapped the cake on the woman's face with delicate makeup with a smile. Chapter 15. Are you good enough for me? What a shame, such a delicious cake is wasted. Xinyi put down the tray and walked towards the bathroom. A woman's angry yelling came from behind her, and Xinyi smiled sarcastically. Something vulgar and not presentable. When she got to the bathroom, Xinyi got some water and patted the dress that was stained by the wine. Fortunately, the dress was black and was not stained, but it just looked a little messy. Back in the hall, the banquet had already begun. Heng stood on the stage and spoke politely, while Xinyi sat in the audience, gazing at him affectionately. This outstanding man is getting engaged to me today. Now I have something to announce. Heng suddenly looked at Xinyi and curled the corners of his thin lips. Xinyi met his gaze, her cheeks flushed, her heart beating so fast that it almost jumped out of her chest. Her white, slender fingers tightly grasped her dress, and she even made a move to get up and put it on. Today, I will be engaged to Miss Fu Mingshan. As soon as he finished speaking, applause and congratulations broke out at the banquet. Fu Mingshan. These three words struck Xinyi like thunder. Her hands that were holding her dress loosened and her head was buzzing as if it was going to explode. People praised him for his talent and beauty. Today, I will be engaged to Miss Fu Mingshan. This sentence kept ringing in Xinyi's ears, repeating and lingering. The familiar voice was like a hammer that shattered all the beautiful fantasies Xinyi had about the future. Why? Why is this so? Xinyi stood up with the help of a chair, slowly walked down the stage, and looked up at Heng on the stage. Teacher Sai, what are you talking about? Her expression was a little stiff. Heng had a smile on his face. He stared at Xinyi with his dark eyes and repeated seriously, today, I will be engaged to Miss Fu Mingshan. Did you hear that clearly? No. Xinyi's eyes were red with tears in them. Are you kidding? Teacher Sai, why did you say that? How could this be possible? She was dreaming. How could Mr. Sai, who loved her so much, be engaged to someone else? This is fake, Teacher Sai is lying to me. Xinyi's tear-soaked lips slowly curled into a sad smile. This is all fake. Teacher Sai would not treat himself like this. Xinyi, are you worthy of me? Heng looked at her coldly, with a hint of contempt in his voice. Heng looked at the guests and continued, for years ago, Shen Haizhong, the head of the Shen family, illegally produced and sold fake drugs, causing tens of thousands of people to be disabled for life, and dragged down the same companies. After that, he looked at Xinyi again. I want to clarify one thing. For years ago, I did not molest my students. It was Shen Haizhong's daughter Xinyi who was arrogant and willful. Because she couldn't stand my style of doing things, she deliberately seduced me and framed me for imprisonment. Not long after, Shen Ju, the eldest son of the Shen family, got away with it after hitting and killing my sister Sai Ping. After paying me a hush money, he used the family's power to threaten me not to mention this matter in the future. His tone was steady, but every word was sonorous and powerful. He turned his gaze to Shin Yi and said, I really can't praise the Shin family's family education and style. After he finished speaking, there was an uproar in the audience. People pointed at Shin Yi, and words insulting the Shin family kept reaching Shin Yi's ears. Shin Yi's legs went weak and she took a few steps back, tears freezing on her face. My brother hit and killed Mr. Sai's sister? How is this possible? She had never heard Shinju mention it. This is impossible. Shin Yi screamed miserably. She ran to the stage and grabbed Sai Heng's sleeve, begging frantically, Teacher Sai, I don't want to hold the engagement party. Let's go home, okay? I don't want to stay here. Let's go, okay? Those insulting words to her parents, brother, and herself were driving her crazy. If she stayed there for another second, she was afraid she would collapse. Those are her family, the ones who hold her in their hands, care for her and protect her. How could those people say that about them? Why is this happening? There was a sudden chill behind her. Shin Yi turned around and was greeted by a variety of desserts and drinks. My friend went bankrupt because of Shin Haizhong. Now he has no family and no one. He has nothing. No one in the Shin family is a good person. They'll do anything for money. It's a bargain for such a person to die. Countless offensive words pierced into Shin Yi's heart like cold daggers, stirring her flesh and blood. I don't allow you to say that, she screamed in retort, squatting on the ground with her hands covering her ears, burying her face in her knees and sobbing helplessly. Yes, the Shin family's crimes were unforgivable, but they were her parents, her brother, and the warmth she would cherish for her entire life. Sai Heng looked at Shin Yi, who was curled up into a small ball, with something strange in his eyes. Did he do something wrong? As soon as this thought came out, he quickly denied it. No, he did nothing wrong. This is her retribution. This is the consequence she should bear. If you do something wrong, you should be punished. Shin Yi. Meng Qian pushed the crowd aside, walked quickly forward, pulled Shin Yi up from the ground and held her in his arms. His broad back shielded her from everyone's malicious intent. Shin Yi slowly pushed him away and wiped away her tears. She walked straight to Sai Heng with tears on her face but a bright smile. Teacher Sai, you have always hated me, right? In front of everyone, he stirred up the pain buried deep in his heart, and when she was immersed in the beauty he gave her, he dealt her a fatal blow. It turned out that Teacher Sai was taking revenge on her, treating her the same way she had treated him in the past. Seeing that Sai Heng didn't say anything, she continued, Did Teacher Sai love me? During that month, did he have any feelings for her? Never. The cold and heartless voice came from Sai Heng. Her heart seemed to be torn in two. Shin Yi took a deep breath and forced a smile. Oh, I see. She turned around gracefully, eager to leave this terrible place. It's all fake, all those beautiful things are just his means to deceive and play with me. There's nothing to be sad about, this is her retribution. Teacher Sai, you performed the play so realistically. Thank you for your hard work. Shin Yi. Sai Heng suddenly called her. Huh. Shin Yi's face was full of tears and she didn't turn her head. Does your heart hurt? Sai Heng looked at her figure. Does it hurt? Shin Yi wiped away her tears, turned around and gave him a big smile in return. No. Turning back, the tears she had held back burst out. How come it doesn't hurt? She was so heartbroken that it almost took her life. Shin Yi. Meng Qian quickly caught up with her and left the banquet with her. Sai Heng looked at the two figures, and there seemed to be a void somewhere in his heart. Your revenge is complete. It's time for me to deal with Shinju. Fu Mingchen's words brought Sai Heng back from his thoughts. Shinju. He can't die. Keeping him will be useful in the future. What do you want to do? Sai Heng asked instead of answering. I want him dead. Die? Sai Heng narrowed his eyes. If Shinju died, Shin Yi would be so sad that she would go crazy. For him, death is a relief. There are thousands of ways to torture people, but death is the easiest. A living person is far more useful than a dead person. What's more, he is Shin Yi's brother. Sai Heng, are you sure you have let go of Shin Yi? Fu Mingcheng stared at him. Sai Heng sneered and said with disgust, You think too much. Looking at him with a dim gaze, Fu Mingcheng warned, Sai Heng, Mingshan is not a tool for you to use. I will pretend that nothing happened today. Remember to block the news after the banquet. Chapter 16. Her heart will hurt. I'll find you a house. Meng Qian sent Xinyi back to where she used to live. No need, it's fine here. Xinyi looked very tired. Meng Qian was worried about her. You can live in my house first, and then you can move back after a while. Meng Qian, stop caring about me. Xinyi yelled at him with red eyes. She could hardly hold it back, she really wanted to cry. She turned around and sniffed, thank you for today, goodbye. She didn't look back and walked straight into their house. As soon as she closed the door, she threw herself on the bed, her face pressed against the pillow, her tears seeping into the pillow core. So fast, it all happened so fast that she had no time to react. From now on, she was alone again. There is nothing to be sad about, it's just going back to the old life. Heng treated her so cruelly, why should she still be obsessed with him? He is not worth it. I was so tired, every finger was so tired. Xinyi slowly closed her eyes and fell asleep crying. In the evening, Heng returned home. He opened the door and it was pitch black. No one came over to take his briefcase, and there was no smell of food. The empty house seemed very deserted. Why didn't he feel lonely before? Heng sneered and sat on the sofa to continue working. Mr. Sai, eat some grapes. Xinyi's words suddenly rang in my mind, and the scene of Xinyi living here seemed to appear before my eyes. Heng closed the computer with a snap and went to his room to work with a gloomy face. It hurts, I don't want to do it anymore. I will be obedient. The more he tried not to think about it, the more it haunted him. This house was filled with traces of Xinyi. Heng pinched his brows in annoyance. It will be fine after a while. Before falling asleep, Heng lay on the bed, his mind full of scenes of making love with Xinyi. Suddenly, he felt a reaction from his body. He opened his eyes, sighed, and went to the bathroom. Looking at the wall of the toilet, Heng thought of the several times he had pressed Xinyi against the wall in the past. At that time, she always cried. Heng liked to see her cry, she looked very pretty when she cried, and he always felt inexplicably excited and satisfied when he made her cry. He really wanted to do it with Xinyi again. Crazy. Really crazy. Heng's eyes were deep and he lowered the water temperature expressionlessly. Xinyi went to Heng's house, intending to take her things away. Heng had given her the key to their house, so it was not difficult to get in. Looking at the familiar furniture in front of her, her eyes suddenly became red. This house held too many memories for them, and she suddenly felt reluctant to leave. However, those are all fake. He hates you and hates you even more. Xinyi covered her mouth and slowly squatted down, tears streaming down the back of her hands. This is what it means to be sad when you see the scene. Can she let go of Heng? There was a sudden movement behind her. Xinyi froze, tears formed on her face, and her heart was pounding. No way, it can't be such a coincidence. Heng was at work at this time, so she deliberately avoided him. Xinyi quickly wiped away her tears, stood up and turned around, and it was indeed Heng. He was dressed in formal attire, looking handsome and elegant, which made her look rather disheveled. I came back to get something. Xinyi lowered her head, not yet figuring out how to face him. Heng glanced at her indifferently, hummed expressionlessly, and sat down on the sofa. Xinyi was packing in the room, Heng was watching her quietly. Xinyi squatted down, her shirt was close to her skin, showing her beautiful figure. Heng's eyes darkened, he had seen Xinyi's beautiful back, her skin was very white, very smooth, and very comfortable to touch. He moved his fingers and involuntarily came behind Xinyi. Xinyi looked at the tall projection in front of her, and her heart suddenly rose to her throat. What was he trying to do? Remember to return the key to me. The coldness of his voice soaked Xinyi's heart and made her feel cold all over. I know. In fact, even if he didn't say it, she would return the key to him. However, he really couldn't wait to break up with her. It must be to marry Fu Mingshan. Because I was afraid that she would misunderstand, I had to kick her away quickly. Xinyi, oh Xinyi, please stop thinking about him. Before leaving, Xinyi put the keys on the table. Heng looked at the door, and Xinyi's red, tearful eyes flashed through his mind. She was so sad. So, she understood the pain he felt back then. She deserved all this. Xinyi put her things back home and went to the hospital in the afternoon. She pushed open the door, walked in, sat down on the edge of the bed, took the book from Shinju's hand and closed it. Mr. Sai's sister was killed by my brother. Shinju raised his eyes to look at her, his face slightly startled, remembering that Sai Heng had once asked him if he knew Sai Ping. They both had the surname Sai, so they were most likely siblings. Is it Sai Ping? Shinju asked. Shinyi hummed. Shinju looked out the window, carefully searching his memory for the name and the word car accident. After a long while, his eyes suddenly widened and he slowly looked at Shinyi. Sai Ping, car accident, pregnant woman, one body, two lives. He recalled the words in his mind. Well, I bumped into it accidentally. Shinyi didn't want to believe it. How could it be? Dad never let you drive before. Shinju has a heart disease. Although he has a driver's license, his father never lets him drive just in case. Uncle Wu was not there at the time, so I drove the car. Shinyi's eyes were red, and she choked up. So you gave Mr. Sai money and threatened him not to tell anyone, right? Shinju leaned back against the pillow and hummed. For his sister, he can do anything. I understand. Shinyi burst into tears. There is no possibility for her and teacher Sai anymore. She got him sent to jail, and her brother killed his sister. How could there still be love between them? Shinyi met Meng Qian at the door of her house. Let's go out and have a meal. He was worried that Shinyi wouldn't be able to eat well alone. Shinyi thought about it and agreed. They got in the car and Meng Qian took her to a Chinese restaurant. Meng Qian knew Shinyi's taste very well, so he could order a table full of dishes that Shinyi liked without her saying anything. The food was served quickly. Shinyi turned her sadness into appetite and frantically swept the dishes on the table. When she saw the sweet and sour pork ribs, she cried. She picked up a piece and put it in her mouth, mixed with the salty taste of tears. Not as delicious as his. From now on, she will never be able to eat such delicious sweet and sour pork ribs again. Shinyi put down her chopsticks, leaned on the table, her shoulders moving up and down, and the sound of suppressed crying could be faintly heard. She can't let go of Sai Heng. Whenever she thought that the person who would be with Sai Heng in the future would not be her, her heart would ache. What should she do? She is so helpless. Meng Qian came behind her, put his arms around her, and said in a hoarse voice, Do you like him so much? When they broke up that year, he had never seen Shinyi so sad. She didn't even shed a tear. He won't love you. No one in this world loves you more than I do. Shinyi, why can't you be with me? Tell me why I am inferior to him. Meng Qian looked crazy. He pulled Shinyi up and roughly wiped away her tears with his sleeve. Tell me, the person you love is me. Just tell me. His eyes were bloodshot, and he grabbed Shinyi's shoulders tightly and shook her madly. Meng Qian, please don't be like this, Shinyi cried and shook her head, I'm sorry. She didn't really know what to say except sorry. Har. He suddenly lowered his head and laughed. Do all women never forget their first man? Meng Qian's calm face looked slightly grim. He pushed Shinyi against the wall, pressed his body on top, and said with a sinister smile, Why don't you try me? My skills must be better than his. Shinyi pushed him away in fear, tears welling up in her eyes. She turned her head and shouted, Help! It's useless. The walls of the box are soundproof. Meng Qian lowered his head and kissed her lips fiercely. His white teeth bit her rosy lips punitively. A fishy smell instantly filled their mouths. Shinyi is very dishonest. Except for Sai Heng, she doesn't like to have close contact with any man. It's disgusting. When she felt like she was going to pass out, Meng Qian finally let her go. He rubbed her swollen lips with his fingertips and said, Whose kiss makes you more comfortable, me or Sai Heng? Bang! Before he could finish his words, Shinyi raised her hand and slapped him mercilessly, saying viciously, Meng Qian, are you crazy? She wiped her mouth in disgust. The tip of his tongue touched the numb face. Meng Qian's face was grim. He suddenly stretched out his hand to pinch Shinyi's neck, gritted his teeth and said, Shinyi, don't be ungrateful, you slept with someone else, who else would want you except me? Chapter 17 Old. Shinyi's pupils trembled slightly and she looked at him in disbelief, as if she had never known Meng Qian before. How could he say such a thing? He actually insulted her like this. Shinyi raised her eyebrows slightly, with a cold look in her eyes. Meng Qian, are you a bitch? Since I am so unbearable, you still want to pester me, don't you feel disgusted? I'm cheap. Meng Qian shook off her neck, completely irrational. He moved closer to Shen Yi and whispered sarcastically, Sai Heng treated you like that, and you still can't forget him. Who is the real cheap person? As soon as these words came out, Shen Yi's eyes were instantly covered with tears. She laughed sadly a few times, then let's not be so cheap. From now on, don't come to me. I have forgotten Sai Heng. This is the best outcome, let her live a leisurely life. From then on, she just wanted to take good care of her brother, which was what she should do most. Isn't that too much to say? Why don't you let me come to you? This is too unfair. Shen Yi rolled her eyes at him and said, then you can continue to be a slut. She was very upset now, and she would definitely not go to Sai Heng's company again. Tomorrow, she had to find a job, otherwise she would not be able to pay Shen Ju's medical expenses by the end of the month. Talking nonsense with Meng Qian here was a waste of time and was just asking for trouble. Shen Yi, I won't give up. Meng Qian had a cold smile on his face, and his calm tone was unusually firm. He was sure that no one except himself could bring happiness to Shen Yi. No one. The next day, Shen Yi went to look for a job. She didn't have enough education to work in a big company, so she could only try some restaurants. She chose a high-end restaurant, thinking that the treatment there would be better than elsewhere. During the interview, the supervisor was very satisfied with her image and asked her to come to work the next day. Shen Yi told the supervisor that she could come to work today because she was really short of money, and the supervisor happily agreed. Shen Yiren is beautiful and has a good figure. Her supervisor thought it was a pity to let her wash dishes in the back office, so he assigned her to serve customers, such as serving dishes and handing out menus. The morning is relatively leisurely, but the afternoon is very busy. Shen Yi runs up and down the stairs. Her legs have long lost feeling, and she is supported entirely by her willpower. It was almost 2 o'clock and there were only a few tables of customers left in the restaurant. A man and a woman walked in through the open door. Just as Shen Yi was about to rush over, she saw that familiar face. She paused and looked at the woman next to Sai Heng. The expression on her face froze instantly. She remembered this face. This is Fu Mingshan. Shen Yi had seen her in the photo Meng Qian gave her. Fu Mingshan wore a black slim dress, with slightly curly long hair draped over her shoulders and neat and delicate makeup, looking like an intellectual older sister. She looked better in person than in the photo. Please sit over there. Shen Yi leaned forward slightly and pointed in one direction, forcing herself to put on a professional smile. Okay, thank you. Fu Mingshan nodded politely. Sai Heng's eyes were fixed on Shen Yi, and finally his attention was attracted by the wound on her lip. That was where Meng Qian bit his lip yesterday. Now there was a thin layer of scab on his lip, which looked extremely ambiguous. The two sat down. Shen Yi handed over the menu, holding a pen and a notebook, and smiled, take a look at what you want to eat. Sai Heng gentlemanly let Fu Mingshan finish ordering, and then ordered a few dishes for himself. Please serve the food quickly. I'm starving. Fu Mingshan sounded a little aggrieved. She had been hungry for a long time because she had been waiting for Sai Heng. Well, okay. Shen Yi smiled and stepped back. She handed the menu to the logistics department and brought a pot of hot water to Sai Heng's table. When Shen Yi was about to put the kettle on the table, she deliberately twisted her hand and the hot water spilled onto Sai Heng's legs. Sai Heng! Fu Mingchang screamed and quickly stood up. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Shen Yi apologized repeatedly, feeling secretly proud in her heart. As long as Sai Heng is not feeling well, she will feel happy. Shen Yi calmly took out a piece of paper and wiped the water off Sai Heng's legs. Sai Heng grabbed her wrist, his suppressed voice filled with anger. Shen Yi, you did this on purpose. Shen Yi blinked her watery eyes with an innocent look. Teacher Sai, what are you talking about? How could I have done this on purpose? She did it on purpose. She also wanted to go to the kitchen and add more salt to their dishes to choke them to death. Shen Yi shook off his hand in disdain, walked slowly to Fu Mingshan, and smiled. This must be Sister Mingshan, she's so pretty, and looks like a good match for Teacher Sai. Oh, there's nothing between him and me. Fu Mingshan glanced at Sai Heng cautiously, then pursed her lips and lowered her head, her cheeks tinged with pink. Nothing? Who are you kidding? The marriage is already settled. Sister Mingshan, don't be shy. Although Teacher Sai looks so serious, she is actually very. She dragged out her tone meaningfully and continued, she is very reserved. Really? Teacher Sai. Shin leaned on the table, her long legs straight under her work skirt. She glanced at Sai Heng with her beautiful eyes, charming and seductive. Sai Heng secretly clenched his hands, stood up and grabbed Shin Yi's wrist. Come with me. Shin Yi frowned and couldn't shake off his hand. She deliberately said loudly and coquettishly, Teacher Sai, what are you doing? Sister Mingshan will be sad. Shin Yi was thrown into the compartment and Sai Heng closed the door. It's the men's room again. Teacher Sai, you seem to like doing something in the men's room. Shin Yi rubbed her wrist, the smile on her lips slightly cold. Sai Heng pinched her chin and said in a cold voice, What do you want to do? I don't want to do anything. She hugged Sai Heng's neck, pressed her soft body against him, and breathed hot air into his ear. But what do you want to do by bringing me here, Mr. Sai? Sai Heng's Adam's apple rolled, and some part of his body reacted. Shin Yi sensed something was wrong with him and quickly pushed him away, saying in disgust, Teacher Sai, you're so disgusting. It's not just his reaction, but also that relationship and the entanglement with Sai Heng every night before. So disgusting. Sai Heng leaned close to her and exhaled, saying in a hoarse voice, Disgusting. That's not what you said when it made you feel good. Shin Yi's face changed, and her cheeks instantly turned red. She glared at Sai Heng and said, Teacher Sai, I still have work to do. You don't want Fu Mingshan to be hungry, do you? Sai Heng didn't move. The two were very close to each other, so he could see the wound on Shin Yi's lip more clearly. How did you get it on your mouth? He stared straight at Shin Yi's lips, savoring her taste. Shin Yi's eyes darkened, then brightened again. She smiled lazily, well, this? It was my Kuyang who did it. I have to say that age does have a big impact on men in that aspect. As she finished speaking, Sai Heng's face instantly darkened, and his expression became even more frighteningly cold. He pinched Shin Yi's chin and said with a fake smile, It's only been a short time since we've separated, and you can't help it anymore? Are you short of money? How much does he give you for having sex with you? Get lost. Shin Yi growled. She was very angry. These stinky men were all the same. They just like to insult people. Sai Heng lifted her chin, Are you jealous? Or, can't you forget me? Sai Heng could not find any other reason for her provocation except that he could not forget their old love. Shin Yi sneered with disdain, How ridiculous. What's there to be concerned about with an old man? How can he be as beautiful as my Kuyang? Do you have any shame? Jealous? Can't forget him? How is this possible? Stop flattering yourself. This was the second time Sai Heng heard Meng Qian's name from her. He was slightly displeased, old. He grabbed Shin Yi's hand and pressed it against his hips. His voice was slightly hoarse, old. Her palm touched something hard, and Shin Yi subconsciously tried to pull her hand back, but Sai Heng held her hand tightly, so she couldn't pull it back. She had no choice but to press down hard with a malicious intent. Sai Heng took a breath of cold air with a painful look on his face, covered his crotch and glared at her fiercely, gritting his teeth and said, Shin Yi. Sticking out her tongue at him in an unkind manner, Shin Yi opened the door and ran away quickly. If she doesn't run away, what if Sai Heng really does something to her? Shin Yi came out and saw Fu Mingshan had already eaten. She withdrew her gaze indifferently and walked past her. Shin Yi. Fu Mingshan suddenly called her, Is that your name? Stopping in her tracks, Shin Yi rolled her eyes impatiently, then put on a smile and turned around and asked, Ms. Fu, what's wrong? Fu Mingshan pursed her lips, You and Sai Heng. I have nothing to do with him, and I won't have anything to do with him in the future, so don't worry. She didn't want to drive a wedge between them and be accused by Sai Heng of being jealous and still in love with him. It's really disgusting. Chapter 18 suffered a lot. Because of Sai Heng outside, Shin Yi did not come out to hang around. She hid in the kitchen and chatted with the chef until she saw Sai Heng and Fu Mingshan walk out of the restaurant, then she came out. 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening is when there are the most guests. Shin Yi carried a plate of food and walked between the tables. Putting down the plate, Shin Yi was about to take her hand back when someone grabbed her wrist. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of her, Shin Yi suppressed her displeasure and smiled, Sir, what's wrong with you? The man stroked the smooth back of Shin Yi's hand with his fingers. He took out a business card from his pocket and stuffed it into Shin Yi's hand, saying in an ambiguous tone, You know what I mean. Understand what? Shin Yi pursed her lips, slapped the business card on the table, turned around and walked away. This kind of person is really disgusting. She cursed in her heart and accidentally hit her forehead against the man's hard chest. Sorry. Shin Yi steadied herself and fell backwards, rubbing her forehead. Shin Shuame. A familiar voice sounded. Shin Yi looked up and saw that it was the president of the university club class. Hyunli was wearing a camel coat and light-colored casual pants. He had a thin figure, fair skin, and a gentle and elegant appearance. Hello, Senior He. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Who could have expected that the former classmates would meet like this? The He family and the Shin family were good friends. During college, Hyunli also took good care of her and the two had a good relationship. Today he is still outstanding, but she has fallen to the bottom of society. Hyunli knew something about her family. He put on a polite smile and asked slowly, "Are you working here now?" "Yeah." Shin Yi nodded. Hyunli said, looking at the thin layer of sweat on her forehead, "It must be tiring to work here." "Not bad." She is no longer afraid of being tired. Now she is just a machine that only knows how to make money. "How about I bring you into my family's business?" he asked. Seeing that Shin Yi didn't say anything, Hyunli continued, "At least it's more money than what you make here." Shin Yi shook her head. She hadn't even graduated from college and didn't know anything. If she went there, she would only cause trouble for Senior He. "Okay then." Hyunli sighed, then took out a business card from his trouser pocket and gave it to her. "After all, we are classmates. You can come to me if you encounter any difficulties." The business card was handed to her, and it would be impolite not to take it. Shin Yi took the business card and said, "Thank you." When the Shin family got into trouble, all business partners tried to take advantage of the situation and avoided them. Only the He family helped a little out of consideration for their old friendship. Shin Yi was very grateful to them, but they didn't keep in touch with them afterwards. No one likes dealing with troublesome people. After get off work, Shin Yi prepared to go home. One good thing about working here is that there is a direct bus. The last bus is at 3 in the morning. After getting off the bus, it only takes about 10 minutes to walk home. At the bus stop, a black car stopped in front of Shin Yi. Shin Yi looked around and it didn't seem like it was picking anyone up. The car window slid down, and he only gave her a gentle smile. "I'll take you home." Shin Yi waved her hand. "No need, the car will be here soon." "It's not very convenient at this late hour." "Come up, you still don't believe me?" "Besides, it's not safe for a girl to be out alone at night." Shin Yi pursed her lips, walked over and got in the car. She told Hyunli the address, then squinted her eyes and looked at the scenery falling backwards. This busy life is good. She doesn't have the energy to think about Heng anymore. She can fall asleep as soon as she gets home. Everything is going well. She believes that things will get better in the future. "Shin Yi, we're here." No movement. Hyunli found that she had fallen asleep. He bumped his arm against Shin Yi and called softly, "Shin Yi, we're home." Shin Yi slowly opened her eyes and was a little confused when she saw the environment inside the car. Then she remembered that it was Senior He who sent her home. "Oh, thank you, Senior He." He only glanced calmly at the environment around her house, his face slightly strange, but he didn't say anything else. It was very unexpected that the eldest daughter of the Shin family, who used to live in a mansion with fine clothes and delicious food, now lives in such a dirty and messy alley. How did she endure it? She must have suffered a lot over the years. The two said goodbye to each other. Shin Yi went home, and Hyunli drove away. In the next few days, Hyunli would visit the restaurant where Shin Yi worked every night, and when she got off work, Hyunli would take the initiative to take her home. One night, Heng came again. However, this time he was alone. "What do you want to eat?" Shin Yi didn't even look at him. Her tone was very casual and she didn't have the enthusiasm she had towards other guests. Heng frowned unhappily. "Is this how you treat your guests? What else? Are you going to complain about me?" Shin Yi couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Just eat. Why are there so many things to do?" Heng ordered a few dishes at random and handed the menu to Shin Yi. Shin Yi turned and walked away, her back revealing a distant and cold look. In order to avoid Heng, Shin Yi specifically asked other colleagues to serve dishes to Heng. After get off work, he only arrived at the restaurant on time, ready to take Shin Yi home. After finishing his meal, Heng actually took out his computer and placed it on the dining table to continue working. "Can't you go home and work? It's already very late." Teacher Sai was the last table of guests, and she could only go home after he left. Sai Heng looked at the computer screen and continued working as if he didn't hear her words. Seeing that he ignored her, Shinyi turned around and asked her supervisor if she could go home first. The supervisor agreed because he thought it was too late for a girl to go home. Shinyi packed up her things and walked out of the restaurant, only to see Hyunli waiting for her in the car. Senior He, actually it's okay for me to go home by myself. Senior He is always like this, and she feels a little embarrassed. You don't have to think too much. I did this voluntarily. Hyunli said with a smile. It would be a waste not to get on the bus, so Shinyi finally got on. In the rearview mirror, Shinyi saw a familiar figure, who seemed to be looking at her through the rearview mirror. Shinyi sneered. She really couldn't understand what he was thinking. He said he never loved her, but after he knew she worked here, he didn't avoid her and even came here to eat. What did he mean? Was he just joking with her? When they got home, Shinyi got out of the car and leaned slightly to thank Hyunli. After Hyunli left, Shinyi sighed. The more people there were around her, the more troubles she would have. No one would be nice to her for no reason. They all had a purpose and hoped to get something from her, not to mention that he was a man. But she seemed to have nothing except herself. It's better to keep some distance from each other in the future. In the darkness, there was a vague shadow standing there. The shadow was getting closer and closer until the person stood under the light. Her fair face seemed to be glowing under the light, and her perfect facial features were clearly visible. Sai Heng's tall figure enveloped Shinyi in darkness. A man is taking you home so soon. The arrogance between his eyebrows and the contemptuous and mocking eyes made Shinyi feel cold in her heart. She forced a smile and said, "Yes, the last thing I lack is men." His dark eyes suddenly dimmed, and Sai Heng smiled and slowly approached Shinyi, lifting her chin with his fingers frivolously. Then you are really a promiscuous person. If your brother knew about this, he would probably be so mad at you that he would die. Shut up. Can you please stop using your dirty thoughts to maliciously speculate on other people's pure relationships? She was exhausted after work and didn't want to waste her rest time dealing with his sarcasm. If you are innocent, why are you afraid of what people say? Sai Heng's eyes were filled with hostility. Meng Qian, and now another man, she is really good at attracting bees and butterflies. Yes, this delicate young lady can't stand the hardship, serving men is a good way out. Is she pure? I'm afraid not. She knew how to seduce me at a young age, and now she probably has had many men. Seeing Shinyi pursing her lips in restraint, Sai Heng's smile deepened. He continued to provoke, "Why, are you angry because I said it right?" Shinyi's eyes were red and covered with tears. She was not sad, but she was angry with this guy. Didn't he know whether she was innocent or not? From the beginning to the end, she only had Sai Heng as a man. What right did he have to insult her like this? Get out. Shinyi lowered her head and said with gritted teeth. She hated others seeing her tears of weakness. Her emotions are too easily affected by Sai Heng, which is not a good thing because she will be affected because she cares about him. Chapter 19, Didn't Mr. Sai satisfy you? Shinyi wiped her tears and tried to go home by walking around him, but Sai Heng grabbed her wrist and dragged her back fiercely. Why don't you explain? So she really had relationships with those men? Thinking of this, Sai Heng's mind flashed back to the scene he had with Shinyi, and his eyes darkened. So, how many men had seen her like that? Does it have anything to do with you? Shinyi shook off his hand. Why should she explain to him? They were already finished. Sai Heng came here just to laugh at her and insult her. Sai Heng had a gloomy face and didn't say anything for a long time. After a long time, he said in a hoarse voice, "We didn't break up." Yes, they haven't officially broken up yet. Shinyi was speechless. Divide. Divide now. It's just a matter of words. Shinyi. Sai Heng lowered his eyes slightly and looked at her. Are we good like before? Since he broke up with Shinyi, he suffered from insomnia almost every day. He couldn't sleep without Shinyi. When he returned home at night, he had to face the cold house. He didn't think it was a big deal before, but Shinyi made him feel the warmth, and he couldn't stand the loneliness anymore. Warmth? Sai Heng was slightly stunned. He actually coveted the warmth that Shinyi brought to that home. After hearing what he said, Shinyi looked as if she had seen a ghost. Why was this guy crazy? What's wrong? Didn't Miss Fu satisfy Teacher Sai in that aspect? If Miss Fu knew that you were cheating, she would probably be very sad. Shin Yi said with a sneer. Sai Heng sneered, it doesn't matter, she won't mind. He paused, for someone of my status, marrying one at home and keeping another outside, isn't that normal? Yes, what he was obsessed with was only Shin Yi's body, how could he have any other feelings? The expression on Shin Yi's face was very tense. He actually wanted her to be his lover. What a joke! I ruined your reputation. Your sister's death was related to my brother. Don't you hate me? All your misfortunes are because of me. I brought them upon you. Shin Yi's lips were curved coldly, and her nonchalant tone revealed a malicious smile. She wanted to disgust Sai Heng. Sure enough, Sai Heng's face was gloomy as if covered with a layer of frost. He suddenly touched Shin Yi's face, and his tone was gentle but unusually cold. Yi, you are getting stupider and stupider. It is the most foolish behavior to bring up things that are not related to the topic and to deliberately expose his scars to irritate him. You have no capital to do so but can only show off your ability with words. Shin Yi, you have succeeded now, but I haven't lost yet. Within 2 days, you will be crying and begging me to have sex with you. He suddenly laughed. No, tomorrow night, you will lie on my bed and let me play with you. Seeing that he looked confident of winning, Shin Yi raised her lips and sneered, you are just dreaming. Sai Heng's eyes were filled with viciousness as he sneered, remember how tough you were today. This is definitely the last time she talks to me in this manner. After Sai Heng left, Shin Yi stood there for a while before going home. She always felt that things would not be that simple, and she had an inexplicable bad feeling in her heart. The next day, Shin went to work as usual. Everything went smoothly for the morning. Thinking of Sai Heng's big talk last night, she laughed with disdain. Who doesn't know how to scare people? During the break, he only called Shin Yi. Shin Yi, I found a house for you. The owner is my friend and he can give you a discount. His voice was still gentle and polite. No, thank you, senior. The place I live in now is good enough. This is too embarrassing. I can't always take advantage of senior He. The house is empty anyway. No one lives there. It's a waste to leave it empty. If you move in, you can clean it up. It's not good to leave the house empty all the time. Shin Yi pursed her lips and asked, how much is it per month? In fact, she had wanted to move to another place for a long time. The alley was full of all kinds of people, and there were rats and cockroaches in the houses. She had always been afraid of these creatures, but in order to save money, she had no choice. For 1 month, I'll charge you 500 yuan. Shin Yi was shocked. 500? Isn't that too low? She bit her lip. How about 700? This is a bit embarrassing to say. For people like Senior He, there is probably no difference between 500 and 700. Just 500. He only paused and joked, if you move in, you'll have to work. The house hasn't been cleaned for a long time, so you'll have to work hard. Now that things have come to this, it would seem like she is being too hypocritical if she refuses further. Thank you, Senior He. I will make sure to clean the house thoroughly. Well, okay. Hyunli's gentle voice came from the phone. Shin Yi smiled happily. Senior He, how about I treat you to a meal one day? Senior He had helped her so much, and if she didn't say something in return, she would seem too stingy. Okay. Hyunli responded with a smile. By the way, I'll take you to see the house someday when I have time. Good. Because he still had work to do, Hyunli chatted with her for a few words and then hung up the phone. Shin Yi looked at her phone and smiled brightly. She could finally live in a comfortable house in the future. There was a missed call from Yao Jing on the mobile phone page. It should be that when she was talking to Hyunli on the phone, Yao Jing also called her. Shin Yi called and was quickly connected. Hello, Sister Xiao Jing. There was a lot of noise and confusion over there, and the sound of Yao Jing crying could be heard faintly. Don't take him away. Don't. Her heart tightened, and Shin Yi felt inexplicably uneasy. Sister Xiao Jing. Your brother was taken away by the police. What should we do? Yao Jing held the phone tightly, her voice a little broken. Police. Shin Yi stood up and screamed, how could this happen? Her mind went blank and she quickly ran to the office to ask her supervisor for leave. Seeing her anxious look, the supervisor quickly approved her leave. Shin Yi held the phone and tried to calm Yao Jing down. Did they arrest the wrong person? What could my brother have done wrong? Shinju stays in the ward every day and hardly ever leaves the ward except to go to the toilet. I don't know either. What should I do? Your brother is already in the police car. Yao Jing was so anxious that tears fell as she watched the police car going away. Don't worry. Shinyi took a deep breath, asked Yao Jing about the police station, hailed a taxi and rushed to the police station. Shinju has a heart disease and can't stand the hardship. When they arrived at the police station, Shinyi stuffed $100 into the driver's pocket, didn't even ask for change, and ran away in a hurry. Inside the police station. You're finally here. Heng sat lazily on the chair, crossing his long legs carelessly. Shinyi was stunned and looked around, only to find that Heng was the only one there. You did something stupid. Heng chuckled. Yeah, are you angry? Angry. I am so angry. He actually attacked Shinju. Shinyi was so angry that she almost bit her back teeth to pieces. What on earth do you want? With a smile on his lips, Heng pulled Shinyi over and forced her to sit on his lap. He pressed his thin lips against Shinyi's ear and said, "Move over tonight, and we'll be like before." Shinyi turned her face away stubbornly and said word by word, "You are dreaming. Don't want to? Then your brother will have to go to jail." Heng narrowed his eyes slightly. Life in jail is very hard, he won't be able to endure it, and you'll be able to see his cold body in a few days. Shinju's body. Feeling cold all over, Shinyi screamed, "You are slandering me. What right do you have to let people arrest my brother?" Slander. Heng laughed suddenly. How did my sister die? Shouldn't he be held responsible for his actions? Ping? Shinyi's heart skipped a few beats, and she looked dazed. Yes, there was also Ping. How could she have forgotten? Teacher Sai, please don't do this. Don't let my brother go to jail. He can't do it. He can't hold on. Shinyi begged with her head shaking and sobbing, tears overflowing from her eyes, her emotions on the verge of collapse. If anything happened to Shinju, she would not be able to live. You are the only one who can save him. Heng wiped away her tears with a look of heartache, his voice gentle as if he was admonishing a disobedient child. His slender hands suddenly slipped into her clothes, stroking her smooth back, and said in a low voice, "Do you know what to do?" Her body trembled slightly with his movements. Shinyi's eyes were red. She bit her lip and nodded in humiliation. I know. She slowly closed her eyes, and a line of tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. Heng pressed her head against his chest, rubbed his chin against her hair, and said with a cold smile, What I like most is the way you are obedient." Chapter 20. Be obedient. As soon as Heng left the police station, Shinju was released. Heng sent Shinyi back to his villa, told her that he would come back for dinner in the evening, asked her to cook and wait for him, and then drove back to the company. After Heng left, Shinyi quickly called Yao Jing. "How is my brother? Is he okay?" she asked worriedly. "It's okay. I'm not seriously hurt," Yao Jing said. Shinyi finally let out a sigh of relief. "Okay." She thought of something else and continued, "Sister Xiao Jing, if my brother asks, just say you caught the wrong person. Now, it's better not to let Shinju know about her and Heng." Yao Jing pursed her lips, a little worried. Are you doing well now? Will Heng bully you?" "Don't worry, he won't bully me. Sister Xiao Jing, don't tell my brother, he will be worried, he is not in good health." As she spoke, Shinyi's eyes turned red again. After all, she was too useless and made Shinju live a hard life with her. Yao Jing sighed on the other end. "I know, you should pay more attention to your health and take good care of yourself." Shinyi responded, and after hanging up the phone, she covered her face, bit her lower lip tightly, and tears kept flowing out from between her fingers. She didn't know why, but she felt wronged. When Heng came back, Shinyi had already fallen asleep. She lay on the sofa without a blanket, curled up into a small ball, with red spots around her eyes from crying. She woke up as soon as Heng approached. "Why don't you go back to your room and sleep?" Shinyi rubbed her sleepy eyes. "You said you wanted me to wait for you." She lowered her head like a child who had made a mistake. "I'm sorry, I fell asleep accidentally, I won't do it again." For Shinju, she must be obedient. Heng was very satisfied with her obedient appearance. He took Shinyi's hand and led her to the table. "Let's eat." At the dinner table, Shinyi had no appetite. She ate a few bites and then sat back on the sofa. Seeing that she didn't eat, Heng also lost his appetite. He put down his chopsticks and walked towards the sofa. Their side sank, and Heng sat steadily next to Yi. He turned on the computer and put it on his lap, glancing at Yi. If you are sleepy, you can go to bed first. Yi's eyes lit up. Is it okay? Heng looked at the computer and nodded. Thank you. Yi walked into the room with brisk steps. His fingers paused on the keyboard, and Heng frowned slightly. Thanks? Midnight. In her dream, Yi felt a hot hand touching her. She frowned and rolled to the side, but the owner of the hand directly embraced her, and then her pants were taken off. While she was half conscious, she suddenly felt pain under her body. Yi groaned in pain, opened her eyes, and her sight suddenly met Heng's deep and cold eyes. Teacher Sai. Even if he worked until midnight, Heng did not let her go and kept Yi busy until the early morning. In the morning, Heng felt refreshed. Looking at the beautiful and fair smiling face on the pillow, he couldn't help but pinch it with his hand, then tucked the quilt in for her and left the room. Around noon, Yi woke up. She checked the time, got out of bed, cleaned herself up, and rushed to the restaurant to work. Because she was late, she ran to her supervisor to explain, but since she was very serious about her work, the supervisor didn't say anything. At noon, he only called her and said he would take her to see a house in the afternoon, but Yi refused. She was living in Heng's house now, so there was no need to see a house. However, she did not tell Heng about this. The fewer people who knew about her relationship with Heng, the better. She knew her identity and could not cause trouble for Heng. Seeing that she had made up her mind, Heng didn't say anything more. He chatted for a few words and then hung up the phone. In the evening, the restaurant was doing good business. Yi thought about it and sent a message to Heng in advance, saying that she would be home before 11 o'clock in the evening. Yi waited for a long time without receiving a reply from Heng, and she didn't know whether he had read it or not. Anyway, she told him. In the evening, when Yi was busy, Heng walked into the restaurant aggressively, grabbed Yi by the back of the collar and dragged her directly into the car. What are you doing? Yi was a little unhappy. If she left early, her salary would be deducted. Heng glared at her, slammed the door, and got in from the other end. What are you doing? I'm working. She said with a puzzled look on her face. Didn't I tell you to wait for me at home? How dare she ignore his words? Yi curled her lips and said resentfully, if I don't work, how will I make money? I will pay for your brother's medical expenses. If you don't have money, you can ask me for it. You just need to stay at home and be good to me. Understand? Yi's face fell instantly. I don't want to ask you for money. This is just like when I was a child, when I had no money I could only ask my parents for it, and I had no freedom at all. Heng's face darkened and he warned in a deep voice, do you really have to do this? Yi shuddered and pursed her lips slightly. I will quit my job tomorrow. At night, Heng supported his hands on both sides of Yi and bent down to kiss her lips. Yi closed her eyes gently and her body mechanically responded to his movements. For nearly a week, Yi did not go out. She watched TV at home during the day and cooked dinner for Heng at night. There were part-time workers to clean the house regularly, and chefs to cook at mealtimes. Yi felt that she had fallen. She was actually greedy for the material life that she had exchanged for her body. In the morning, Yi got up and saw a bank card and a note on the bedside table. This card is for you to use, the password is all one. This is Heng's handwriting. Yi laughed. She really became Heng's lover. This identity was disgusting. Such a proud person like her could actually become a man's plaything. There is nothing to be sad about. As long as I have food to eat, money to spend, and Shinju is alive, that is enough. After dinner, she went to the drugstore and bought a few boxes of condoms and birth control pills. She didn't want to have a child with Heng. Hearing a vibration in her pocket, Yi took out her cell phone. Hishua-chan? Hello. Yi, aren't you working in the restaurant anymore? I went to find you and they said you had resigned. So where are you working now? He only said. How should I say this? If Senior He knew about her relationship with Heng, what would Senior He think of her? Heng was engaged, and given his status, people in the industry must know about it. Yes, I changed my job. Xinyi's brain worked quickly. I have found a job as a nanny now, which is an hourly job, with food and accommodation provided, and the salary is quite high. Oh, I see. Is the head of their household a man or a woman? Xinyi said casually, female. That's good. It's more relaxing than a restaurant. Xinyi nodded at the phone. Yeah, it's pretty easy. It was so easy that she gained several pounds during this comfortable life. By the way, didn't you say you would treat me to a meal? It's been such a long time and you haven't come to see me. Don't you want to bother with me anymore? There was a hint of temptation in Heanli's smiling voice. Xinyi realized that he misunderstood, and quickly explained, no, how could that be? I just forgot because I was so busy recently. I'll treat you to a meal whenever you are free. Heanli on the other end laughed a few times and said, okay, let's do it at noon today. I'm free. Good. Xinyi agreed immediately. Fortunately, it was not at night. When Heng returned home at night, she would definitely be at home. After hanging up the phone, Xinyi didn't plan to go home, because she had to go out at noon anyway. She put the things she bought into her bag and found a library to read. At noon, Heanli picked her up from the library and they went out to eat. Heanli thoughtfully chose a low-end restaurant at home to take care of Xinyi's wallet. They sat down in the window seat. Is there anything that Senior he doesn't want to eat? Is spicy food okay? Xinyi looked down at the menu. Anyway, it was Heng's money, so she didn't feel bad. If she didn't rip him off, she would feel sorry for being tortured by him every night. You don't have to eat the internal organs, but you can eat spicy food. Heanli couldn't take his eyes off her after seeing her. In his eyes, Xinyi was like a perfect work of art. Whether it was her facial features, figure, or the innate temperament in her bones, they all made him fascinated. He had never seen a woman who could perfectly combine purity, cuteness and sexiness like Xinyi. If I could have a woman like Xinyi, it would be such a great happiness that I would die without regrets. After Xinyi ordered the dishes, she gave the menu to the waiter. Seeing Senior he looking at her, Xinyi smiled awkwardly and said, well, the food will be here soon. Chapter 21 I will never admit it even if you kill me. Yeah, okay. Heanli lowered his eyes and played with the glass in his hand. His eyes were complicated and flickering. Xinyi. Do you have a boyfriend? He put down the glass and looked at Xinyi with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Xinyi was stunned. What did Senior he mean by asking her this question? Was he going to introduce her to someone? Yes? Or no? Does Heng count? She was a little uncertain. No. She and Heng just got what they wanted. A smile slowly spread across Heanli's brows. Why are you asking this, Senior he? Xinyi looked confused. Heanli's lips curled up into a faint smile. Nothing, just curious. The dishes were served on the table one after another and the two started eating. Heanli is very talkative and always talks about something interesting at the right time, making the atmosphere at the dinner table very pleasant. Let me pick it up for you. Xinyi took a fancy to a piece of meat, but she couldn't pick it up no matter how hard she tried. The meat always slipped out of her chopsticks. If Senior he hadn't been there, she would have picked it up with her hands. Thank you, Senior he. Xinyi smiled embarrassedly. It was so embarrassing. Heanli used the serving chopsticks to pass the meat to her and said with a smile, that's good, why are you so stupid? With intimate words and natural movements, the two look like a couple. I'm not stupid, it's just too far away. Xinyi stuffed the meat into her mouth and explained vaguely and stubbornly. Looking at her cheeks bulging due to the lumps of flesh, Heanli couldn't help but laugh out loud. So cute. Outside the restaurant, a tall and handsome man stood by. Guyi took a photo of Xinyi and Heanli having dinner, and then sent it to Heng. In less than 10 seconds, Heng called. Heng, that's someone from your family, right? Guyi looked like he was enjoying the show. He had seen Xinyi before. It was he who bumped into Xinyi in the box and made her drink 3 bottles of wine. He wasn't being a bastard, it was Heng who hinted at him. Where did you see it? Guyi teased him maliciously, guess. Will you tell me or not? Heng's voice suddenly turned cold. Why are you in such a hurry? It's right in the city center. Looking at Xinyi who was eating with her head down, Guyi raised the corners of his lips playfully and deliberately provoked, hey. I saw her feeding him. TSK 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 TSK, Sai Heng, look at your head, is it black or green? The other end was unnaturally quiet. Beep, beep, beep. Sai Heng hung up the phone. The corner of Guy's mouth twitched. This guy's temper is really infuriating. Inside the restaurant. Actually, you don't have to call me senior he all the time. It's quite strange. Just call me Hianli. Besides, we haven't been in school for a long time. Hianli has a gentle smile that makes people feel friendly and comfortable when looking at him. Hianli. Shinyi repeated while biting her chopsticks. Not used to it. Well, just call me Hianli from now on. Shinyi nodded, okay. It's just a name anyway, there's nothing to worry about. At 7 o'clock, Sai Heng got home. This was the first time he didn't have to work overtime since he started working. Seeing that he was in a bad mood, Shinyi didn't dare to rush into the gun muzzle foolishly, and spoke as little as possible. But he came back really early today, and she didn't even have time to cook dinner. You take a rest first, I'll go cook. She was helpless. The family had hired a chef, but Sai Heng still asked her to cook. It was obvious that the chef's food tasted better. Shinyi felt that he was deliberately making trouble for her. Sai Heng put on slippers and threw the briefcase to Shinyi expressionlessly, I'll cook tonight. He walked past Shinyi and into the kitchen, not even giving her a glance. Shinyi looked at his back and scratched her head in confusion. He seemed to be in a good mood today. It took Sai Heng nearly 3 hours to cook a table of dishes. When he came out of the kitchen, his forehead was covered in sweat and his hair was stuck together. Looking at the table full of dishes, Shinyi was stunned. What is a good day today? Sai Heng took out 2 pairs of chopsticks and handed one to her, eat. Shinyi's eyes lit up, she couldn't help it any longer. Sai Heng's cooking skills have always been very good, and his dishes are especially delicious. With a chopstick here and there, 1/3 of the food on the table went into Shinyi's stomach. She touched her round belly contentedly, leaning back in her chair and squinting her eyes comfortably. Continue eating. Sai Minute glanced at her calmly. Shinyi yawned and waved her hands, I'm full, I don't want to eat anymore. Did I ask you? I said keep eating. Sai Heng leaned back in his chair with his arms folded across his chest, pointing his chin at the food on the table. Huh. Shinyi frowned and glanced at the dishes on the table. Why? You insisted on making so many dishes. I'm not a trash can. It would be like killing her if she finished eating all these dishes. She was already very full, how could she eat so many dishes? Shinyi's face looked a little bad, let's eat tomorrow. She couldn't eat anything today. Is it because you've had enough with other men that you can't eat anymore? There was a slight flash of coldness in Sai Heng's eyes. Shinyi pretended to be surprised and shook her head innocently, no. Sai Heng had warned her before not to have any contact with other men. In short, just don't admit it. I won't admit it even if I'm beaten to death. Sai Heng's expression looks too dangerous, a little scary. No. Sai Heng smiled sinisterly, took out the mobile phone on the table, slid his fingers across the screen a few times, and put it in front of Shinyi. This is a photo taken by Guye. The forced disguise on her face showed a crack, and Shinyi smiled nonchalantly, what's the big deal? He was my former senior. We just had a meal together. Have a meal? Sai Heng raised his eyebrows. When you were working in the restaurant, he sent you home every night, and more than once. Sai Heng stared at Shinyi with cold eyes, giving her a suffocating feeling of oppression. I told you, he's my senior, he was worried that it would be unsafe for me to go home alone at night, so he sent me there, don't make a fuss about it. Shinyi frowned, looking a little annoyed. Explaining these empty things always makes people feel powerless. What is there to explain? You would rather believe the photo? Not me. You have already made a conclusion about me from the beginning, what else do you want me to explain? Last time it was Meng Qian, this time it's the senior, who will appear next. Shinyi, are you still unclear about your identity? I know it. How could I not know it? Shinyi smiled charmingly, her eyes moist, I am just a vent for Mr. Sai, just like those women who are not innocent. Shinyi never thought that one day she would be compared with those women. Yes, she is no different from those women whom he despised the most in the past. Sai Heng clenched his hands into fists on his knees and pursed his thin lips. Very good, you are very self-aware. It's evening now, you should let me vent. Sai Heng smiled evilly, releasing his hand from his knee. That's right, Shinyi was just a way for him to vent. He was raising Shinju for her, the murderer who killed his sister. What else could she be dissatisfied with? Fu Mingcheng was eyeing Shinju all day long. If he hadn't sent someone to watch her, Shinju would have died long ago. He was Shinyi's benefactor. Shinyi looked extremely embarrassed. Looking at Sai Heng approaching step by step, she stepped back uneasily. Can't you let me rest for a few days? Every night was a torture for her, and she felt that she would die in that bed sooner or later. What right do you have to say no? Sai Heng grabbed her wrist and dragged her into the room, then slammed the door. Seeing that she couldn't escape, Shinyi stopped struggling. She pointed to the small box on the bedside table and said, "Put it on." Sai Heng looked in the direction her finger pointed, and when his eyes touched those 3 words, his brows furrowed slightly. Seeing that he didn't move, Shinyi kicked him and said anxiously, "Dai, do you still want to have a baby?" "Child." Sai Heng was stunned and looked at Shinyi's belly. He was already 30 years old, and probably because of his age, he actually wanted a soft child to sit on his knees. After he turned 13, he never felt the warmth of family again. Sai Ping was very busy and went out early and came back late every day. During his youth, he lacked the care of his family, so he became taciturn and not very sensitive to emotions. He is such a person, but now he wants to have a home. Chapter 22. I feel sorry for Mr. Sai. Sai Heng did nothing tonight. He just slept peacefully holding Shinyi in his arms all night. In the morning, Sai Heng woke up Shinyi. "Go to the company and bring me lunch before noon. She is too comfortable staying at home every day. We need to find something for her to do, otherwise she will become more and more lazy." Shinyi rubbed her eyes, looking reluctant. "Why? Can't you just order takeout? It's unhealthy." Sai Heng fastened his cuffs, rubbed her furry head, and said softly, "Be obedient." Shinyi pulled his hand down, closed her eyes, hummed drowsily, crawled into the quilt and fell asleep again. Sai Heng tucked the quilt tightly around her, pulled it open a little over her head, and kissed her on the cheek before leaving. At noon, Shinyi was carrying a thermos bucket and preparing to take a taxi, but she didn't expect that Sai Heng actually sent someone to pick her up. "Assistant Fang, what a coincidence!" Shinyi greeted. Fang Hao responded and pursed his lips, as if he wanted to say something. After a while, he couldn't help it and asked curiously, "What is your relationship with Mr. Sai?" "Me?" Shinyi looked out the window and said, "I am his student, but he seems to have fallen in love with me and wants to keep me by his side. I can't get rid of him no matter what I do. It's so annoying." Fang Hao opened his eyes wide in surprise, with an expression of disbelief. "Really? Normally, you would never tell that Mr. Sai is the kind of person who would cling to you." "Fake." Shinyi burst out laughing. "This person is so easy to fool. I was saying that Mr. Sai is not that kind of person." "So what kind of person do you think he is?" Shinyi asked. "Mr. Sai? I've been with him for several years. He has a very hard life. I still remember when the company was just starting out, he went to social events day and night, drank so much that his stomach bled, and he really valued money over his life. He once called me in the middle of the night to ask me to take him to the hospital. When I arrived, he forced himself to open the door for me and then fell to the ground. He was in so much pain that he couldn't even stand up. To be honest, except for my dad, I have never felt sorry for any man, but I feel sorry for Mr. Sai. He really has a very hard life. Mr. Sai paid for my dad's medical expenses. He is the lifesaver of my family. Anyway, I will follow him for the rest of my life." Fang Hao seemed to have opened the floodgates of conversation and spoke a lot, and after he finished speaking, there were even tears in his eyes. Seeing his tightly pursed lips trembling slightly, Shinyi's mouth twitched, and she kindly handed him a tissue and advised, "Hey, don't get excited. It must not have been easy for him to stand in the position he is in today. Just look at it positively. Why is she still crying?" If Fang Hao was a woman, she would have suspected that he liked Sai Heng. When they arrived at the company, Shinyi placed the thermos bucket on Sai Heng's desk and said, "I've already delivered the meal." After saying that, she walked away. "Wait a moment," Sai Heng said. Shinyi curled her lips, turned her head, and said unhappily, "What's wrong again?" "There is a banquet tonight. You accompany me and stay here in the afternoon." Sai Heng took out the thermos. Xin Yi's face pulled. Oh. She hasn't had lunch yet and is very hungry. She sat down at her old job. The aroma of the food aroused her appetite. Xin Yi swallowed her saliva and turned on her computer to watch an American TV series to divert her attention. Boom boom boom. Enter. Fu Mingshan was carrying a bag of lunch with a proper smile on her face. Sai Heng, I brought. Before she finished her words, she saw the thermos bucket on Sai Heng's desk and looked a little disappointed. Have you eaten yet? She turned her eyes and found Xin Yi beside her. The atmosphere became awkward. Xin Yi pretended to be calm while watching the American TV series, wishing she could put her head into the computer. What was this? A head-on confrontation between the wife and the lover. At this moment, she was roaring wildly in her heart. No. Don't. Look. At. Me. Xin Yi couldn't stand her gaze, so she raised her head helplessly and forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. Sister Mingshan, hello. Fu Mingshan smiled awkwardly. Hello, Xin Yi. Well, my meal. Oh. Teacher Sai likes the meals brought by Sister Mingshan the most. He praises Sister Mingshan to me every day for her good looks and good figure, and the meals she brings are especially delicious. Xin Yi's exaggerated expression was so serious that she almost believed it herself. Really? Fu Mingshan's cheeks were flushed, her beautiful eyes were curved with a smile, and her joy was beyond words. She's talking nonsense. Sai Heng lowered his head to eat with an expressionless face without further explanation. No way. Xin Yi decided to help him again. Teacher Sai is just shy and embarrassed. All men are like this. What they think in their hearts is completely different from what they say. She made ambiguous looks at Fu Mingshan and almost knocked her out and sent her to Sai Heng's bed. With a snap, Sai Heng put down his chopsticks. He glared at Xin Yi with cold eyes and warned, "Shut your mouth, or you will suffer." TSK. Xin Yi shrank her neck in fear and muttered softly, "You don't know what's good for you. I'm helping you." Fu Mingshan looked at the two people and felt a little strange. They seemed to be very familiar with each other. Here, she was like an outsider. She couldn't fit in with them. She was isolated. Xin Yi, you eat it. I've already eaten. Fu Mingshan smiled bleakly and put the bag on Xin Yi's desk. Xin Yi was stunned for a moment, then reacted, "Oh, thank you. It's okay. I'll go first." Fu Mingshan looked at Sai Heng, but Sai Heng was looking at the computer and not looking at her. Fu Mingshan sighed and left the office. Xin Yi opened the bag and her eyes lit up. She is so nice to you. The food looks delicious. She opened her chopsticks, picked up a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. It was still hot. Are you a pig? Still eating? Sai Heng looked disgusted. Xin Yi put down her chopsticks and complained angrily, "I haven't had lunch yet. I'll bring it to you as soon as the meal is ready. I'm starving." You're eating so happily. Seeing her angry look, Sai Heng was in a very happy mood. You can go downstairs to buy food. Xin Yi rolled her eyes. I didn't even take my wallet when I went out. Who knew you would let me stay here? If you have no money, you can come to me. Sai Heng said. Xin Yi glanced away and muttered, I don't want to ask you for money. Unless Sai Heng gave her money, she would not ask Sai Heng for more money. It would be so embarrassing. Teacher Sai, are you still short of people? How about I continue to work here and you pay me a salary every month? This way, she would have money to spend. Sai Heng looked at the computer and said, You are too greedy. I am paying for your brother's medical expenses, and you still want to take money from me. Then you can just give me 3,000 a month, and I'll earn some pocket money. I gave you the card, so you can just spend the money on it. That's your money. Xin Yi whispered. What's the difference? I didn't pay for your brother's medical expenses. Yeah, but I also want to do something. I don't want to always take advantage of you. Sai Heng suddenly looked at her and said seriously, I'm happy for you to take advantage of me. Forget it, I won't come. There is food and drink at home, why does she have to come here to suffer? The office fell silent, with only the sound of fingertips tapping on the keyboard. Xin Yi looked at Sai Heng and asked cautiously, Teacher Sai, do you really want my brother to die? If it were her, she would never be so generous as to pay for the medical treatment of the murderer who hurt her relatives. She would definitely want to kill him. Sai Heng glanced at her calmly and said, I'm not the only one who wants him dead. Is it Fu Mingchen? Fu Mingcheng is Sai Heng's brother-in-law, and also Sai Ping's husband. Sai Heng hummed, "My sister was pregnant before the accident. Your brother's collision resulted in 2 deaths. Even if it was a life for a life, your brother would have died twice. 1 corpse, 2 lives." Shen Yi's heart skipped a beat and she walked towards Sai Heng with a serious face. Sai Heng looked up at her, not knowing what she was going to do. The two looked at each other. Without the sounds of keyboards or American TV series, the office fell into silence. Sai Heng saw that she was pursing her lips tightly, and her next action surprised him. With a thud. It was the sound of knees hitting the floor. Shen Yi actually knelt down to him. The arrogant and domineering eldest daughter of the Shen family actually knelt down to him. "Teacher Sai, I'm sorry. I apologize to you on behalf of my brother. He didn't mean it. If you're angry, just vent it on me. Shinju, you must not move." Sai Heng was stunned for a moment, and it took him a long time to recover from his shock. He grabbed Shen Yi and growled, "Why do you kneel for him?" He couldn't accept Shen Yi kneeling down for the man he hated the most. He is not qualified. Chapter 23. Afraid of Sai Heng's angry. "Shen Yi, let me tell you, if anyone is going to kneel, it should be Shinju. His knees are more valuable than yours." Shen Yi frowned slightly. "Don't bother my brother, he's not in good health. If you're angry, come to me." She could empathize and understand Sai Heng's pain of losing a loved one because she had also lost someone before. Sai Heng's chest heaved violently. "If you want Shinju to live longer, don't mention him in front of me." As soon as he heard Shinju's name, Sai Heng wanted to kill him. Shen Yi lowered her head and hummed. In fact, she was particularly afraid of Sai Heng getting angry. Sai Heng seldom showed his emotions on his face. Once he showed an angry expression, it meant that he could no longer bear it and was extremely angry, even a little out of control, which looked scary. "I'm sorry," Shen Yi whispered. Seeing that he didn't respond, Shen Yi was afraid that he was annoyed with her, so she returned to her seat and continued watching the American TV series. At around 4 o'clock, Fang Hao brought a dress, a burgundy long dress. It was not very gorgeous, but very slim-fitting and showed her temperament when she wore it. Shen Yi went to the bathroom to change and let her long hair down. She had a lot of hair, with irregular curls at the ends, and a naturally strong complexion, which made her face look gorgeous and wild. Her every move was fatally charming and silent seduction. Back in the office, Shen Yi held her chin and found a small game to play. Sai Heng's eyes were attracted by her, and he greedily described Shen Yi's delicate features, and then the figure that was looming under her skirt. His eyes darkened, his Adam's apple rolled up and down, and his mind couldn't help but appear the graceful body under the skirt. Sai Heng picked up the cup on the table, drank the cold water clean, and suppressed the evil fire in his body. After get off work, Shen Yi and Sai Heng went to attend the banquet. The banquet was held in a luxurious hotel. When Shen Yi and Sai Heng walked in, they instantly attracted everyone's attention. Shen Yi followed behind Sai Heng. Her posture was dignified and elegant, her skirt fluttering, and her face attracted all the men. She didn't wear any makeup, because there was nothing to decorate. Maybe putting on lipstick would make her look more beautiful, but she hated having her hair stuck to her lips. Seeing the men's hungry eyes, Sai Heng slowed down his pace, and when Shen Yi came to his side, he put his arms around Shen Yi's waist. "There are too many people." Shen Yi dodged upwards. "He is engaged to Fu Mingshan, and it would not be good to be too intimate with so many people watching." Sai Heng had a blank expression on his face and held her arms tighter. "Forget it, let him be. Anyway, she reminded me." Sai Heng took her to sit down and got her some food. "Thank you, Mr. Sai." Shen Yi took the cake and ate it slowly. She was enjoying her meal when a group of people came over from Sai Heng's side. They came up to her, greeted her, exchanged pleasantries, and eagerly handed over their business cards. Sai Heng looked slightly unhappy. "Sorry, we won't talk about work today." A trace of embarrassment flashed across people's faces, and then they quickly put on a smiling face, saying flattering words to praise Sai Heng, and at the end they did not forget to praise Shen Yi for her beauty, which made Shen Yi so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. Sai Heng's face became increasingly gloomy. People observed his expression and saw that he was not in a good mood, so they left one after another. Shen Yi glanced at him secretly, not daring to speak, and ate her cake quietly. Sai Heng walked towards Shen Yi with a gloomy face. Shen Yi was so scared that she almost choked on the cake. She stood up and hid behind him. "You, what are you doing?" Sai Heng grabbed her wrist and dragged her into the dim stairwell. Shin Yi blinked her clear and bright eyes as she looked at Sai Heng's backlit face, feeling somewhat puzzled. Sai Heng suddenly bent down and kissed her, a little anxiously, like a person who was about to die of drought in the desert. When his life was exhausted, he finally saw a source of water and could only frantically ask for it. After a long time, Sai Heng let her go. Behave yourself. Sai Heng breathed slightly, his voice hoarse. Shin Yi looked puzzled and said, I'm very honest. She had been staying beside him obediently and did nothing. Don't use those eyes of yours to seduce others. No man can stand being looked at by such a pair of beautiful and innocent eyes. The temptation that comes with it is a fatal temptation for men, and it is impossible to resist. If a woman like Shin Yi lived in ancient times, she would be a demon concubine who brought disaster to the country and the people. I understand. Shin Yi curled the corner of her lip. You care so much. Sai Heng took her hand and went back. Meng Qian walked out from a dark corner, looking at the pair of figures, his hands hanging on both sides clenched into fists. They got together again. Do you know who is the organizer of this banquet? Sai Heng asked. Shin leaned on the sofa and said lazily, who is it? In fact, she had no interest in these things, but since Sai Heng asked, she could only continue. Meng family. Shin Yi turned her head and looked at Sai Heng, Meng Qian. Well, his father found a fiancée for him. Sai Heng stared at Shin Yi indifferently. I saw her frowning, then slowly relaxing. That's good. Good? Why? He thought of the wound on Shin Yi's lip and said coldly, you said before that he caused the wound on your mouth. They kissed. So who took the initiative? Shin Yi pursed her lips and whispered, I didn't take the initiative. He forced me. I resisted, but I wasn't as strong as him. I even slapped him. Is this explanation okay? He shouldn't be angry anymore. Sai Heng nodded in satisfaction, then frowned. It's gone with just one slap. In the past, he just dragged Shin Yi to the toilet to tease her, but Shin Yi almost crippled him. Meng Qian was directly in the mouth, so he just slapped her? Shin Yi shook her head, no more. You can be more ruthless. I will take responsibility for you if anything goes wrong. Sai Heng took a sip of wine. Oh. Shin Yi responded casually. She would not cause trouble for Sai Heng. What if Sai Heng was unhappy and wanted to kill Shinju? Less trouble is worse than more trouble. She would just have less contact with Meng Qian in the future. After Shin Yi ate a lot, her stomach growled a few times. Sai Heng heard the noise and looked at her stomach. I'm going to the bathroom. Shin Yi smiled awkwardly, took a few sheets of paper, and trotted to the toilet. After she left, Meng Qian suddenly appeared like a ghost and sat opposite Sai Heng. You did it on purpose. Meng Qian gritted his teeth. Sai Heng brought Shin Yi here on purpose to watch him get engaged. But what can he do? He would never get married. He only has Shin Yi in his life. I won't let Shin Yi go. Sai Heng smiled coldly. If Shin Yi was with another man, he would rather kill her than let another man get her. She could only stay by his side obediently for the rest of her life. Either obey him or they would torture each other and suffer together. As long as she was by his side, it was fine. There was nothing to be afraid of pain. He had been heartbroken so many times that he had already become numb. Give up, you are no match for me. Sai Heng climbed up from the bottom step by step to his current position. He did a lot of shameful things against his conscience. He had no choice but to go along with those people. People with clean means could not make money, and he degenerated into the person he hated. He also despised and hated himself, and even disappointed himself, but now, he thinks this is not bad, it is enough to get what he wants. For example, getting Shin Yi. What Meng Qian disdains most is provocation. He said confidently, Shin Yi and I are first love. Can you compare with me? First love. Sai Heng was stunned, a hint of contempt appearing at the corner of his mouth. So? She's already mine. If you can get her, you'll just be getting a woman I've played with so badly. So you're into this? First love. Childish. I'm afraid you don't have the ability, so you can only bring up your first love. Meng Qian, you are still too naive. Sai Heng secretly sneered in his heart. I don't care, as long as she is Shin Yi. Meng Ku suppressed the anger burning in his chest, his voice a little unstable. Sai Heng raised his eyebrows slightly, with a sneer on his beautiful face, you are so pitiful. It's so pitiful that the woman I like sleeps with other men every night. He felt a little sympathetic towards Meng Qian because he would never give up Shen Yi, so Meng Qian's deep affection was doomed to go to waste. Chapter 24. As long as he looks at me. Seeing Shen Yi coming back, Sai Heng stood up and walked over, holding her hand. Let's go. So soon? Shen Yi was a little confused. The banquet hadn't even started yet. Sai Heng said, I just brought you here to have a free meal. By the way, he told her that Meng Qian was engaged, so that she would stop thinking about it. Oh. Shen Yi responded. She complained in her heart that teacher Sai was too stingy and even had to eat at other people's expense. The two got in the car, but it was not the way home. Where are we going? Shen Yi asked. Sai Heng looked ahead and said, There's a friend nearby, let's get together. Oh. In less than 10 minutes, the car stopped at an entertainment venue. Sai Heng took Shen Yi to the top floor, found the private room and pushed the door open to go in. There were only two people inside, Gu Huai and Yun Wan. Huai, do you want to eat grapes? I'll peel them for you. The one who spoke was Yun Wan, who had a round face, a pair of watery almond eyes, and was very cute. Gu Huai shook his head impatiently. Can you please stop bothering me? Don't talk to me. Seeing Sai Heng at the door, he quickly greeted him. Come on, sit down. His eyes moved to Shen Yi beside him, and his face was unnatural for a moment. Sit down. Everyone, sit down. Sai Heng took Shen Yi to sit down. What do you want to talk to me about? Gu Huai's expression froze slightly. He glanced at Shen Yi and said with a smile, It's okay, I just missed you. He winked at Sai Heng ambiguously. Sai Heng turned his eyes away indifferently and took a glass of water to drink. Gu Huai and Sai Heng chatted back and forth, talking about random things. Yun Wan felt bored and sat next to Shen Yi. She touched Shen Yi's face and said in surprise, Wow, you don't have any makeup on. I was going to ask what brand of foundation you use. Shen Yi was startled by her action and smiled awkwardly. I'm lazy and don't wear much makeup. Then why is your skin so good? Yun Wan looked envious. Maybe it's innate. Shen Yi said. At this time, Gu Huai took out a cigarette, lit it, and glanced at Yun Wan. You two go out first, I'll have a cigarette. Okay. Yun Wan listened to him the most and quickly pulled Shen Yi and ran away. Gu Huai threw away the cigarette, leaned lazily on the sofa, and said weakly, Ji Yuxiang is back. As soon as the name came out, Sai Heng's eyes instantly condensed into a layer of ice. Keep an eye on him, don't let him appear in front of me. Ji Yuxiang is simply a lunatic. No one can control him. My father has severed the father-son relationship with him, and I can't control him either. You take Shen Yi and be careful. Sai Heng frowned deeply. I understand. After a pause, he continued, we have severed the father-son relationship, so how about handing the person over to me? That won't do. Even if you break the bones, they are still connected to the tendons. My dad was just angry. He's his own son after all. How can he just break his bones? Sai Heng narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice, then I hope he can behave himself. If he goes crazy, I will show no mercy. Gu Huai pursed his lips tightly, feeling a little worried. Sai Heng might not have a peaceful life in the future. As a brother, he could only remind him so much. The other side. Shen Yi and Yun Wan were chatting animatedly. Yun Wan is lively by nature. Her little mouth chatters non-stop. She doesn't mind talking about anything and is straightforward. Shen Yi likes her personality very much. It's comfortable and easy to get along with her. Gu Huai doesn't like you, why do you still cling to him? Yun Wan told Shen Yi a lot of things about her and Gu Huai, like a resentful woman in the Deep Palace, desperately pouring out the grievances that had been accumulating for a long time. What can I do? I just like him. You don't know, as long as he looks at me, I feel an overwhelming sense of beauty coming towards me. Yunwan's mouth corners were always raised while speaking, full of longing for love. Shen Yi's mouth twitched. Anyway, she would not flatter someone who didn't like her. He doesn't even like you, and you're still moving forward. How cheap of you to be. I think it's better to find someone who likes you. It shouldn't be difficult given your conditions. Shen Yi gave her suggestion seriously. Yun Wan shook her head. I don't want to. I only have one life to live, and I must be with the person I love. She looked determined. Shinyi held her forehead with her hand, thinking that she was really hopeless. It seems that she will not give up until Gui hurts her badly once. The two chatted for a long time before going back. When Saiheng saw Shinyi coming back, he picked up his coat and put it on his arm. Let's go home. Shinyi nodded and followed him. Yun Wan sat down next to Gui, carefully tugged at his sleeve, and said pitifully, Yi, can you take me home? Men probably can't stand a woman looking pitiful. Sure enough, Gui stood up and tugged at his hair a few times in annoyance. Let's go. When Yun Wan saw that he agreed, she smiled happily and followed him happily. Yun Wan firmly believed that sooner or later, she would move Gui and he would eventually fall in love with her. As soon as she entered the house, Shinyi was pushed against the wall by Saiheng. Saiheng kissed her lips eagerly, gradually going deeper and deeper, leading her to cater to him. Shinyi placed her hands on his chest, panting slightly. Go to the room. He picked up Shinyi and walked towards the room. Looking at the person on her body, Shinyi pointed at the small box on the bedside table with a flushed face. Saiheng stretched out his big hand, tore the box into pieces with a slightly rough movement, opened the packaging, and put it on. The next day, Shinyi woke up with sore waist and legs, unable to move at all. She cursed all of Saiheng's ancestors in her heart. In the afternoon, Shinyi bought some supplements and went to the hospital. Shinju looked at her carrying a lot of things and couldn't help saying, these are very expensive. Actually, you don't need to buy these. Just bring some fruits. It's quite a waste. How can it be a waste? These are good for the body. Shinyi said. Shinju looked at the supplements and suddenly asked, where did you get the money? Shinyi paused, her heartbeat quickened. She pulled the corners of her lips slightly, pretending to be relaxed. I found a good job with a high salary. What job? Shinju pressed on. Shinyi felt a layer of cold sweat on her palms. I'm a part-time worker, cleaning for others. She lied calmly. At times like this, it's a psychological battle, and she must not reveal any flaws. Shinju hummed and asked a question that was very familiar to Shinyi. Is the head of the household a man or a woman? She's a nice old lady. She provides food and lodging, and the work isn't too tiring. Now he should believe it. Shinju's expression softened. That's good. Don't mistreat yourself. Girls should know how to enjoy life and not always live in such a miserable state. Have you let go of Saiheng? Shinju suddenly changed the subject. In fact, he had known for a long time that their engagement party was cancelled. He was not very surprised. It was within his expectations. After all, Saiheng should hate them. The words, Saiheng, made Shinyi's heart rise to her throat all of a sudden. She slightly avoided Shinju's sharp gaze. I put it down. If Shinju knew that she and Saiheng were together again, he would definitely be disappointed in her, so he must not know about this. Shinju glanced at her and said seriously, you will never be with Saiheng in this life. Even if you can't forget him, stay away from him and don't provoke him. Do you understand? There was a deep blood feud between them, and Shinju could hide it for a while, but not forever. He sincerely hoped that Shinyi would never have any contact with Saiheng again in this life. Once anyone finds out any clues about that matter, Shinyi will be in an extremely dangerous situation, and no one will be able to protect her. I understand. Shinyi said lightly. She didn't want to get entangled with Saiheng, but what else could she do? She couldn't just watch Shinju go to jail. Shinju was her last relative. The brother and sister stayed together for the entire afternoon, and only when the sun set did Shinyi reluctantly go home. In the evening, when Saiheng came back, Shinyi had already prepared dinner. What did you buy today? The bank card is bound to Saiheng's mobile phone number, so he can receive information about Shinyi's consumption. Shinyi pursed her lips slightly. I bought some things and went to see my brother. She remembered that Saiheng had warned her before not to mention Shinju in front of him. But this time, he asked the question himself, so it was none of her business. Chapter 25 Play with me. Sure enough, Saiheng's face looked a little bad after hearing this. Why haven't I seen you buy anything for yourself? She was diligent in buying things for that man. He gave her money, not for her to spend on that man. I don't need it. There are plenty in the closet. Saiheng had bought a lot of women's clothes before, enough for her to wear. Saiheng sat down to eat. Buy me a few shirts tomorrow. Don't buy cheap ones. They don't have good cuts and are uncomfortable to wear. He was a little unhappy because Shinyi never bought him anything. He wanted to wear the clothes Shinyi picked for him. Yeah, okay. Shinyi nodded. Heng continued, you can buy a few pieces for yourself. The clothes in the closet were all sent by me. They were not picked by you. You can buy a few pieces that you like and wear them back. Yeah, okay. Shinyi continued to nod. She hardly ever goes out and doesn't have any requirements on what she wears, as long as she's comfortable and, more importantly, conservative. Men are visual animals, and it's unsafe for them to wear too little. After dinner, Heng worked until very late before returning to his room. Shinyi was already asleep on the bed, so Heng pulled Shinyi back with her back to him, pressed her head against his chest, and put his arm around her waist. Only after doing this did he fall asleep contentedly. After Shinyi finished her breakfast, she went to a nearby shopping mall. Along the way, she always felt that someone was watching her from behind, but when she turned around, she found nothing unusual. There were a lot of people on the road, and she didn't like crowded places. Maybe it was an illusion, she didn't get enough rest these days. When they arrived at the mall, Shinyi was the first to buy a large glass of lemonade. She had walked such a long way and was almost thirsty. She was browsing in a men's clothing store with a lemonade in hand. Don't want a cheap shirt? How much is not cheap for Heng? If she had known, she would have asked Heng yesterday. Forget it, it's definitely better to choose the more expensive one. Shinyi bought 5 shirts at once. Since it was Heng's money, she didn't feel bad about it. After drinking a large glass of drink, Shinyi wanted to go to the toilet. She put her clothes in the store, asked the waiter to help check, asked her where the toilet was, and then hurriedly ran in the direction of her finger. After the lower abdomen is completely relaxed, the whole body feels much more relaxed. By the sink, a tall and beautiful woman looked at Shinyi with a smile. Sister, is there a fire? Her delicate features carried a rare heroic spirit that was not common among women. She held a cigarette between her slender fingers, and her tight red skirt showed off her graceful figure to the fullest. She was very tall, nearly 1.8 meters tall, and Shinyi only reached her shoulders. Sister. The woman waved her red-nailed hands in front of her eyes. Shinyi came back to her senses and said lightly, no. This woman was so beautiful that she was stunned for a moment. The woman's voice was very pleasant, low and very attractive, as if it could bewitch people. However, it was difficult to tell whether she was a man or a woman just by listening to her voice. Beauties are indeed androgynous, Shinyi thought to herself. Shinyi washed her hands and was about to leave, but was stopped by the woman. You live with Heng. The woman took out a lighter from her bag and lit the cigarette. In the hazy smoke, the woman's beautiful face was sometimes clear and sometimes blurry. Shinyi was choked by the smoke and coughed violently. She asked unhappily, do you know him? Shinyi looked at the woman in front of her seriously. She actually knew Heng, so she was deliberately looking for trouble with her. This might be Heng's other woman. The woman leaned close to Shinyi and chuckled, of course I know him. He and I. She paused, took a deep puff of cigarette, looked at Shinyi meaningfully, then slightly opened her red lips and sprayed all the smoke on Shinyi's face. Heng and I have slept with each other before. There was a provocative smile in the woman's voice. Shinyi hated the smell of cigarettes and pushed her away impatiently. This woman was so annoying. What happens between you and him has nothing to do with me. She and Heng were just getting what they wanted. The woman lowered her eyes slightly, played with Shinyi's hair, and smiled faintly, you're not angry. Shinyi took a few steps back and said, I don't want to waste time talking to you about these boring topics. Without waiting for her to reply, Shinyi turned and left. This time, the woman didn't stop her. She stared at Shinyi's figure with her slightly narrowed eyes, and a sinister arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. Shinyi, you may have to play with me. Shinyi went back to the store to get something. When she passed by the women's lingerie store, she stopped and walked in. The pajamas at home were too sexy, and it was dangerous for her to wear them and walk around in front of Heng. Shinyi picked and chose, and finally bought 2 sets of pajamas, both with long pants and long sleeves. The key is the pattern on the pajamas, one is Kran Shin Chan, and the other is Jin. Gang. Hulu. W.A. She didn't believe that this could arouse Heng's interest. In order to make Heng suffer less, Shinyi really put a lot of thought into it. After returning home, Shinyi washed her pajamas. The sun was shining brightly and the clothes dried quickly. When Heng returned home that night, he immediately saw the crayon Shin-chan on Shin-yi. The corners of his mouth twitched. Is this the dress you chose? Shin-yi nodded, turned around, and asked him, does it look good? How childish. Heng put on slippers with a look of disgust. Passing by the living room, the King Kong Calabash brothers on the sofa strongly caught Heng's sight. He pointed at the pajamas and frowned deeply. Did you buy this too? You didn't buy it for me, did you? Shin-yi folded the pajamas and straightened them. No, this one is mine too. I bought it to wear as a change. Heng breathed a sigh of relief. Your aesthetic is very unique. Shin-yi didn't say anything. She bought this specially for Heng to wear. Although the pattern was childish, she thought it was cute. But at night, Shin-yi still couldn't escape Heng's clutches. She even suspected that Heng would die if he didn't do it for a day. Except for a few days in a month, Heng did it almost every day. She felt that sooner or later she would die on this bed. When Shin-yi woke up in the morning, she felt sore all over. She leaned against the wall and went to the toilet, then returned to bed, closed her eyes, and fell asleep again. It was almost noon when Shin-yi woke up. After she finished her meal, she received a call from Yun-Wan. Shin-yi, do you want to come out and play? Yun-Wan was in a good mood. Shin-yi leaned lazily on the sofa and said, no. Her legs were still weak. Go ahead, go ahead. Yun-Wan said coquettishly, I don't have many friends, but you and I seem to get along well. I like you very much, and I want to be friends with you. Shin-yi closed her eyes and asked, where do you want to go? Yun-Wan thought for a moment and said, shall we go to the amusement park? Shin-yi opened her eyes. Amusement park? She hasn't been to the amusement park since the incident at the Shin family. Let's go have some fun. Shin-yi went to the cloakroom to pick out some clothes. Where are we going to meet? We can just meet at the entrance of the amusement park, around 3 in the afternoon, when the sun will be smaller. Yun-Wan told her the address of the amusement park. Good. Shin-yi hung up the phone and matched her clothes for going out. Going to the amusement park, you need to be more casual. Shin-yi chose a beige long-sleeved shirt, a pair of loose jeans and a pair of white high-top canvas shoes. With their whole outfit, Shin-yi looked like a college student. At around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Shin-yi sent a message to Heng to report on her afternoon trip. This was the request that Heng made yesterday. No matter where Shin-yi went or who she went with, she had to tell him. He had originally planned to assign a bodyguard to Shin-yi, but Shin-yi refused. Shin-yi felt that he just wanted to send someone to watch her, for fear that she would run away. She hated the feeling of being monitored. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Shin-yi went out early. There was a driver at home who was specially serving Shin-yi. Shin-yi got in the car directly and told him the address. It was still early when they arrived at the amusement park, so Shin-yi found a cafe and sat down. The driver who brought Shin-yi here did not leave. After parking the car, he walked into the cafe and sat down in a secluded corner, his eyes vigilantly scanning Shin-yi's surroundings. He is the driver assigned by Heng to Shin-yi, and also the bodyguard who protects Shin-yi. Whenever Shin-yi goes out, he will follow. At 3 o'clock, Shin-yi and Yun-Wan met. Yun-Wan was wearing a light yellow knee-length skirt and her shoulder-length hair made her round face even cuter, like a high school student. You came really early. You must have been waiting for a long time. Yun-Wan jogged over and was breathing heavily while speaking. Shin-yi shook her head. It's okay. I'm used to arriving early. Chapter 26. You kneel down and beg me. No, that won't do. I'm here to find you, so why would I ask you to wait for me? To make amends, just tell me what you want to eat later, and I'll pay for it. Yun-Wan held Shin-yi's hand, her eyes curved into a smile, revealing her little white fangs. Her smile was so infectious and warm that it made Shin-yi feel better. After entering the amusement park, Yun-Wan was as excited as if she had been injected with chicken blood, and she pulled Shin-yi to play various exciting projects. After getting off the roller coaster for the second time, Shin-yi wanted to queue up for another ride. Yun-Wan pulled her and begged pitifully, no, I really can't do it anymore. If you play this thing too much, your kidneys will be deficient. Shin-yi couldn't help but laugh out loud. If that was the case, she wished Heng would play with her a few more times. Then I won't play anymore. Let me take a break. Shinyi took a few gulps of ice water. The cold water flowed down her throat and instantly dispelled the heat from her body. There was a layer of sweat on Yunwan's forehead and her face was red, making her look extremely cute. "I'll go wash my face," Shinyi said. Yun nodded and said, "Oh, okay, I'll wait for you here." Shinyi found the toilet and splashed some cold water on her burning face. "It's so comfortable." After washing her face, Shinyi saw a familiar woman standing behind her in the mirror. Shinyi was slightly surprised. Just as she was about to say something, a hand quickly reached out and covered her mouth and nose with a handkerchief. As soon as the strange fragrance entered Shinyi's nose, it filled the top of her head. Her struggling movements became weaker and weaker, and finally her body went limp and she passed out. The woman sneered, dragged Shinyi into the compartment, and stuffed her into the oversized suitcase that had been prepared long ago. "How important are you in his heart?" The woman stroked the suitcase gently, and a hideous and crazy smile slowly climbed onto the woman's beautiful face. Yun waited for nearly 10 minutes, but did not see Shinyi come out of the toilet. At first she thought Shinyi was going to have sex, but it had been 10 minutes, so she should have come out. She walked into the women's restroom and called Shinyi's name, but no one answered. She opened all the cubicle doors again, but still couldn't find Shinyi. Yun was a little anxious. She took out her cell phone and called Shinyi, but no one answered. Yun felt a little nervous and had a bad feeling. She called Guye. "What for?" Guye asked. "Guye, Yunwan's voice was tinged with tears. "Today, I asked Shinyi to come out to play. We were at the amusement park, and after riding the roller coaster twice, Shinyi..." "Get to the point." Guye interrupted her impatiently. Yun was yelled at by him and tears immediately fell. "That's right, I can't find Shinyi. I searched the restroom several times but couldn't find her. I called her but no one answered. Guye, what should I do? Will she be okay?" Guye's cold voice came from the phone. "Shinyi better be okay, otherwise Heng will beat you up, and I can't stop you." Guye hung up the phone and quickly called Heng. "Heng, Shinyi is missing. Send someone to investigate immediately, starting with Jiuxiang's whereabouts." "I'm already checking." Heng pinched his brows. He had already received news from the bodyguard. What a loser. He can't even keep an eye on one person. "If it is really Jiuxiang, what are you going to do?" Guye asked seriously. A sinister smile appeared on Heng's lips. "Don't worry, I won't leave any handle for you, and I won't make things difficult for you." Guye and Jiuxiang are half-brothers. The two brothers have had a good relationship since childhood, mainly because Jiuxiang has no interest in the Jiu family's business, so there is no conflict between the two. "Don't be too harsh. Don't leave any evidence. My dad still cares about him. As long as it can stop his thoughts, it would be good to let Jiuxiang suffer a little more." Guye sighed. This younger brother really made him worry a lot. In the dim hall of a detached villa in the suburbs. Wow. A basin of cold water was poured on Shinyi's face. Shinyi shivered from the cold and opened her eyes. "Hey, sister, do you remember me?" A deep, magnetic voice slowly entered Shinyi's ears. "Is it you?" It was the woman Shinyi met in the mall that day. "Are you surprised?" The woman lifted Shinyi's chin and looked at her facial features carefully. "So this is the kind of look Heng likes." The woman sneered, turned away her face, sat on the sofa, and crossed her sexy, long and slender legs. Shinyi found that her wrists and ankles were cuffed and she couldn't move at all. "What do you want to do?" Shinyi desperately tried to break the handcuffs. She was very angry and her movements were a bit rough, and her wrists were already bleeding. "You'll know soon enough." The woman raised her lips and smiled, whistling frivolously. "This is much more exciting than the roller coaster you rode." As soon as he finished speaking, Shinyi heard a chaotic and rapid breathing sound. The mouth was wide open. In the pitch-black night, 3 men in black slowly walked in with 3 Tibetan mastiffs and fixed the chains to the iron buckles on the ground. The woman squatted down and gently stroked the black fur of the Tibetan mastiff. She looked at Shinyi with a cold smile in her eyes. "They haven't eaten for 2 days." She glanced at the blood on Shinyi's wrist. "Their noses are very sensitive. They should be unable to bear it now." Shinyi looked at the grinning Tibetan mastiff and couldn't help but tremble all over. She has been particularly afraid of dogs since she was a child. Are you crazy? Shinyi looked at the sharp teeth in the Tibetan Mastiff's mouth and was extremely frightened. The woman stood up, sat back on the sofa, and looked down at Shinyi. You are the one who is going to go crazy. It's about to begin. The woman laughed softly and whistled. As the sound came out, the three huge Tibetan Mastiffs pounced towards Shinyi frantically. Shinyi's face changed, and she screamed in despair and hid backwards until her back was against the wall with nowhere to retreat. The Mastiffs were evenly distributed, tightly surrounding Shinyi. They were tied with iron chains, and were some distance away from Shinyi. In fact, it was difficult for them to bite Shinyi, but it was inevitable that the strong Mastiffs would rush more fiercely, and their teeth would rub against Shinyi. The warm saliva, the sharp teeth scratching her legs, and the Tibetan Mastiff's excited howling and panting almost drove Shinyi crazy. The woman laughed wantonly and wildly. Har 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 har, beg me, kneel down and beg me, and I will let you go. Shinyi was in extreme fear and could not hear what the woman said at all. All she could see were the Tibetan Mastiffs that were rushing towards her frantically. She covered her head with her arms in fear, helpless tears flowing down and stopping on her tightly bitten lips. Suddenly, Shinyi stood up abruptly, and used the iron chain of her handcuffs to lash out at the group of Tibetan Mastiffs frantically, with her bloodshot eyes staring at them, looking somewhat crazy. Get lost! Shinyi gritted her teeth and hit the Tibetan Mastiff with the chain again and again. Kill them! Kill them! This was the only thought in my blank mind. The Tibetan Mastiffs howled and pounced on Shinyi even more frantically, almost breaking the chains with their violent movements. Bang! 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 3 bursts of gunfire dispersed the barking of the Tibetan Mastiff. The Tibetan Mastiff that was hit by a bullet gushed out blood instantly, splashing all over Shinyi and staining her off-white top red. Heng and Huai walked quickly towards Shinyi. When his eyes fell upon the scratches and wounds under Shinyi's torn jeans, Heng's eyes darkened and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up into a cold and cruel arc. Heng, you finally agreed to see me. The woman's eyes lit up. She quickly stood up and walked towards Heng with a smile. She finally saw the man she had been thinking about day and night and dreaming about. The woman's neck suddenly tightened and she was lifted up by Heng. Heng tightened his grip and grinned. Ji Yuxiang, who gave you the courage to touch her? Are you fucking tired of living? Ji Yuxiang's face was a little painful, but she was still smiling. Heng, I am a woman now, can you love me? I really love you, I can give up everything for you, I really love you. Ji Yuxiang's affectionate gaze was glued to Heng's face greedily, and he expressed his morbid and pathetic feelings in a random and eager manner. Shut up. If you say another word, I'll strangle you to death. Heng glared at him viciously with his scarlet eyes. Chapter 27. Don't be too nice to me. Ji Yuxiang is a madman. When he confessed to Heng for the first time, Heng rejected him because he didn't like men. But no one expected that later, Ji Yuxiang actually underwent a sex change operation for this reason. Heng, send Shinyi to the hospital first. Ji Huai was afraid that Heng would really strangle Ji Yuxiang to death. Heng threw Ji Yuxiang away, looked at Ji Huai, and said coldly, keep an eye on Ji Yuxiang. If you hide him, I will kill him when I find him. No, he really went too far this time. Ji Huai's face looked a little bad. As soon as this younger brother came back, he caused him such a big trouble. He would rather Ji Yuxiang fight with him for the family property than have Ji Yuxiang go crazy and cause trouble all day long. Shinyi huddled in a corner, hugging her legs, her body trembling slightly. She had not yet recovered from her fear, and her emotions and physical perceptions were particularly sensitive at this moment. As soon as Heng's fingertips touched her, Shinyi hugged herself tightly and let out a shrill scream of fear. Get out! Don't come over here! Shinyi shrank into the corner desperately, wishing she could squeeze into the wall. Heng felt a slight pain in his heart, and coaxed softly, I'm teacher Sai, be obedient, let's go to the hospital. Shinyi raised her head, and what she saw through her tearful eyes was Heng's gentle face. Her heart slowly settled down, and her red, hollow eyes regained some clarity. Ji Yuxiang, who was controlled by Ji Huai, suddenly barked a few times. He sneered fiercely, why are you pretending? You women only know how to act pitiful. How disgusting. Par. Shinyi was still frightened and her body was trembling slightly. She bit her lips tightly and stared at Ji Yuxiang with her bloodshot eyes, tears slowly overflowing from her eyes. Heng strode over and punched Ji Yuxiang in the face. Shut up if you don't want to die. After saying that, he touched Ji Yuxiang. Heng, what are you doing? Wouldn't it be better if I took off all my clothes and let you touch me? Ji Yuxiang said with an evil smile. Heng's face darkened and he punched him in the face again, his voice cold. Where is the handcuff key? Xin Yi's hands and feet were still locked. If you kiss me, I'll tell you. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Ji Yuxiang's smiling mouth. Heng couldn't stand it any longer, so he took out the gun from his pocket and pressed it hard against Ji Yuxiang's temple. Tell me or not. Heng. Ji Yuyi growled. Ji Yuxiang is mentally ill, is he crazy too? I'm not afraid of death. I'm willing to die in your hands. What a happy thing that would be. Ji Yuxiang smiled charmingly, with no fear on his face. Heng moved the gun to Ji Yuxiang's mouth, the muzzle of the gun hitting his teeth. Next sentence, if I don't hear the answer, I will destroy your mouth and make you unable to speak for the rest of your life. In the teapot on the dining table. Ji Yuxiang said incoherently. Heng threw him away, took out the key from the teapot, unlocked the door for Xin Yi, then picked her up and quickly left the villa. In the car. Xin Yi was very quiet. She didn't speak and didn't look at Heng. She lowered her head, as if looking at the wound on her hand. I'm sorry, I failed to protect you this time. Heng looked straight ahead with an earnest tone. Xin Yi closed her eyes tiredly and said, take care of those women of yours. I haven't lived enough. She is not afraid of death, but she cannot die. Shinju needs her. What do you mean by my woman? Don't you trust me at all? Heng's face was covered with frost, with a hint of anger. He was not in a very good mood right now. In just a few hours, his mood went up and down like a roller coaster. He was not yet in a good mood to get along well with Xin Yi. He had been searching like crazy for news about Xin Yi for the past few hours, and finally found her, but she actually spoke to him in this tone. Xin Yi's pale face showed a hint of sarcasm. Believe? I believed you before, but you lied to me. So, I will never trust you again. Heng. This was the first time Xin Yi called him by his full name. Don't always say things that will make me misunderstand. I only agreed to be your lover because of my brother. Fu Mingshan is your fiancé. Don't be too nice to me. That would only give me an illusion that you still love me. I can't get stuck in this anymore. I don't want to love you anymore. I'm afraid of being abandoned by you again, hurt by you again, and humiliated by you in front of everyone again. She would never dare to experience the feeling of being betrayed by her lover a second time. Heng pursed his lips tightly, and his deep eyes gradually filled with scarlet. He was increasingly confused about what he was doing. He should have killed Shinju, but Xin Yi was reluctant to do it. That was not enough, he even supported Shinju and protected Xin Yi, who framed him and put him in jail. It's crazy. When they arrived at the hospital, Heng did not take Xin Yi to see a doctor. He studied medicine and was already very good at handling small matters such as wounds. Moreover, he was not confident in letting the nurse treat Xin Yi. Heng went directly to the dean's office, asked him to get some medicine and tools, and then he treated Xin Yi's wound himself. As soon as the cotton ball with iodine touched the tender wound, Xin Yi couldn't help but groan, but before the sound came out, she bit her lips tightly and swallowed the sound back. She didn't want to show a trace of weakness in front of Heng, it would be embarrassing. Her subtle movements did not escape Heng's sight. His heart softened, and his hands unconsciously moved much lighter. There were many wounds on her body, but they were all superficial and nothing serious. Heng disinfected her and walked out of the office. When he came back, Xin Yi was so scared that she hid back. What are you doing? Xin Yi looked at the injection. She hadn't had an injection in several years. When she suddenly saw the needle, she couldn't help feeling a little scared. Rabies vaccine. Heng inserted the injection needle into a small medicine bottle and sucked the medicine inside into the syringe. Heng pushed his finger slightly, and a few drops of water flowed out of the needle. Xin Yi swallowed her saliva when she saw it. She resigned herself to her fate and rolled up her sleeves, exposing her upper arms and placing them in front of Heng, allowing him to disinfect her with a cotton swab. It was itchy and cool, and it stimulated Xin Yi to the point of giving her goosebumps. The needle pierced the skin, followed by a sharp pain. Xin Yi gritted her teeth secretly. After the injection, Heng pulled out the needle and said, "This injection needs to be given 3 times. What? 3 times. Shinyi almost jumped up, she was very afraid of injections. Are you so scared? Heng smiled gently. Shinyi rolled her eyes at him and said, this is all because of you. Well, I won't do that again. A hint of coldness flashed across Heng's dim eyes as he lowered them. After he got the remaining 2 doses of rabies vaccine, he took Shinyi home. It was almost dawn and the road was quiet. Before the car reached their house, Shinyi saw from afar, with the help of the light, 2 people, one tall and one short, standing at the gate. After getting off the car, Yun, with red eyes, threw herself into Shinyi's arms. Shinyi, I'm sorry. I was too careless. I should have come to you earlier. Gui frowned slightly and pulled the crying Yun out of Shinyi's arms. Shinyi is still injured. Take it easy. Oh, right. I forgot all about that. Yun angrily slapped her head, her eyes scanning Shinyi from all directions, and whispered weakly, does it hurt? Will it leave a scar? Girls are very concerned about the scars on their skin, let alone a beautiful woman like Shinyi. Shinyi glanced at Heng and soothed him, it doesn't hurt, it's okay. This has nothing to do with you, don't blame yourself. This is all the work of Heng's lover outside. Heng coughed and said, you guys should go back and rest. It's getting late. Gui nodded, pulled Yun into the car and left. Heng and Shinyi returned home and had a simple meal. Before going to bed, Heng planned to take Shinyi to take a bath. He was a misophobe, and Shinyi had a complex smell, a mixture of sweat, dog and iodine, which was unpleasant. Shinyi didn't want to go. She was very tired and just wanted to sleep. In the end, there was no other choice but Heng coaxed her to lie in the bathtub. There was no water in the bathtub. Heng was afraid that her wound would get infected, so he filled a basin with water, wet a towel and wiped her body to remove the smell. The 2 of them had been honest with each other so many times, Shinyi had nothing to be shy about. She closed her eyes and fell asleep soon. Heng wiped her clean, changed her into pajamas, then put her on the bed and went back to the bathroom to take a shower. Back in bed, Heng held Shinyi in his arms as usual and prepared to go to sleep. Don't hug me, it hurts. Shinyi mumbled something in a daze and moved out of Heng's arms.